Yo, welcome to the stream, guys. Welcome. Um, Today we're back to Baldur's Gate at 8. Okay, and I know a lot of you have been requesting, waiting for it, excited for it. So it'll be in give or take 4 hours, roughly, very close to 4 hours. Until then, I'm gonna burn some time, play some TFT, and have a good time. So that's pretty much it. Yeah, nothing crazy. Baldur's Gate 3 is too much fun. Yeah, I feel like It's it's one of those gaming experiences that makes me really enjoy games. Like I think every year or so, I have this time where I feel like I don't like games that much, and I don't know. Like I don't know if I always have I'm growing out of games. You know, like it's the age or something, but it's really just like no. There's always good games, and they're always like damn. They're so fucking good. Like I can tell you ahead already right now, Baldur's Gate 3 will probably be my game of the year. The only game that possibly could contend would be Hades, and I think like I would preemptively give it to it without having to see any other release for the rest of the year. Maybe Armored Core, but unlikely. Yeah, like it is just an incredible game. You have some sauce in your lips? Do I really? Oh, I ate eggs. It's either that or my lipstick. You got me twice? Ah. Wow, you're so cool. I'm gonna ban your ass and you're gonna regret this. We hit Garen today? Oh, I'm probably not playing Garen. I'm not playing Pumping anymore. I'm playing Earth. We are now officially Earth gamers. I think if you play Earth, you have to play Bruiser Spats, though. Which is kind of weird. But yeah, it's definitely RIP, you know? Cho Bynum? How do you even play Cho? Is it just 6 bruisers? You play Cho Rek'Sai? Like, or is it like, because I feel like I'm like thinking about how to do. Oh, oh. We block Garen on all socials. Yeah. I probably. Oh God, wait. My Noxus opener is so good too. What if I just do Keep your enemies close and me closer. Well, I don't think I'm gonna sell. I think 2 pairs means there's no way. Wait, the stacks combine? Wait, do they really? I thought they didn't. They usually do that. They literally don't do that for any other building in the game. Keep your enemies close. So I just assumed they did not. I'll take care of everything. Piltover's finest. Every step, a new journey.
one life to give for Ionia. I must make it count.
Sure. Invoker Cho. I mean, I guess I'm playing Invoker. That's fine. It's just my items are really bad. Like, I would not want to be playing Invoker with this item set. Like, this item opener.
As Ionia changes, so must I.
Fuck me. I mean, question. Hear me out. What item do I go for off the carousel? Pretty sure it's just Spark Slam, right? Pretty sure it's always Rod. If you say tier, you are not right. Evokers need tier the least of any comp because they have so much mana. But like honestly, I don't know. Tier for Chalice. Actually, Chalice is pretty good on Evokers. No joke. Sure, you get absolutely pummeled by... Oh, this guy's opener is so good. What the fuck? Oh, I hope I don't play this guy. I did play this. Fuck, man. Literally, look at this guy's opener. Tell me it's not fucking illegal, man. This guy has 3 2-stars. And he's got Castin 2 without Stars Reborn. Like... Come on. 20 gold? Like, I got fucking robbed by this guy, man. Archos is good? Yeah, it's the only good tier item for the comp. Well, like, you can run the... Well, I guess Redemption's also good. Redemption Vow are good on generically. But, like, outside of that, tier is really hard to run for this comp. Like, it's just not very good. Oh my god, no way. I'm not gonna get this. It's on the thing's on 3 cost, man. Okay, what else do I go for here?
Every step, a new journey.
I feel like this is such a big boost. 100 HP. How much does it give this unit? 300 HP. That's so much. I'm playing against the 4 bottom players. There's no way I lose, right? Like, my board is cracked. This guy has 5 kills with no Lee Sin augment. Wow, this guy's actually owning. You know, it's weird because I feel like I don't know if I like this. Oh, there is a weird chance that we could play Galio carry this game. If we get Winds of War, is really good. That's a big if, though. Winds of... That's a pretty big if.
Keep your enemies close, and me closer.
I've been buffed? No, but it's just a good thing to play from this position. Oh, this guy's going Rek'Sai. Oh shit, he's got Gargantuan Resolve. There's a Warwick reroller, a Kale reroller. The one loss against this guy was actually crazy. It's okay. It's bound to happen. The guy has a really good opener. I could sell this for 30, but it's probably not worth it. Soraka's worth so much for this comp, I think. I put this here so that it blocks. It's like the next up after tanks. Because these are the. I want everything away from this unit. Is 6 Invokers Demacia? I don't even think I played Demacia. I just play 6 Invoker. I mean, you're supposed to play. You're supposed to play Demacia probably, but I'd rather just play Ionia. I think it's the same comp. You just spend a lot of time rolling at 6. Is the difference. No. Oh, good. Yay. Yay. Oh my god.
I may be merciful, but Targon isn't.
Keep your enemies close, and me closer.
So it's a spark and this. As a, do I even do this? I want to wait. I want to see what I get on next turn. I don't think I ever play Cassio 3. Like, unless I'm playing Winds of War. Oh, I need the Lysandra. Shit, it's a fucking Invoker. I forgot. Oh, it's fine. It's fine. That's a my bad. That's a my bad. It's easy to get. My unit missed. I would have won with Karma 2. Oh, nope, still won.
They will go no further.
Isn't this broken? Wait, isn't that... Wait, what do I invoke her in this... Oh, I invoke her Ari. What the fuck am I saying? It's really easy to know what you invoke her. I need to eventually switch to Shen Tarek frontline, but... And Sedge, but that will take a while, so we're chilling. Terror Targon, it's not better than another Cassio, I can tell you that. Man, I should have just slammed this shit and fucking streaked. That was my bad. It's because I want to go for Karma 3, but it's not super important, honestly. Also, am I... I mean, usually with this, you throw away Cassio. But I'm about to get Cassio 3. Huh, I mean, I'm probably still throwing away Cassio, so I'm like, this is kind of a waste. Battle no items, yeah. But like, I'll just hold on to it until I get the Shen anyways. It's no big deal. I don't want to roll before 7 anyways, so at 7 we roll quite a bit. I'm fine taking some losses here. It's no big deal. My choke has 3 times there. That's a lot of cast. I would have saved like 10 life if I had slammed the lesser duplicator already. I really think I should have done it, man. But don't worry, I'll get karma here, and then I'll be like, wow, I'm so smart and sexy. Where are my rods? There seems to be a lack of rods here. Only level 6 with knowledge download? That feels wrong. It's not level 7.
Every
Oh,
step, a new journey.
I'm not gonna lie, I think it's already better. Shed is kind of a beast unit. Oh, I could have played 6 Invoker here. Holy shit. Could I do this and this? I guess I Invoker this till I get Ari. That's fine. By the way, I am not opposed to just slamming this, but I'd like to wait for Gunblade. Yeah, I should just put 6 Invokers here.
I love Demacia. It's the only place I've been.
Fuck this. There's no way I'm fucking playing this. I still feel like I should slam this. How do you play this game? I just watch people and then I'm good. Watch. I watch and then I learn. And then I watch and then I learn. Ooh, I don't know if I can ever beat this guy. He is a perfect BIS at Warwick. So of his 8 items he got, 6 of them were perfect. Wow. Okay. Ravenous Gifts. Okay. Where did I learn Garen reroll from? I play the game a lot. If you play the game, you just naturally know all the comps. If you play and watch the game, and I play and watch the game a lot. Oh my god. Okay, my first roll. All right, that's cool. No. Wow. A perfect unit. I just need to hit
Demacia must lead by example.
Okay, I don't really care about this. Karma 2 and maybe Sedge. That's fine. That's good. That's good. I'm chilling. I'm down to do this. I think this is better. It's actually because I kind of needed Tarek, but like, what the fuck am I gonna do about it? You know? I mean, I have to do this, right? How else am I gonna eat this? I wish this was the gold gain one. This is not the map I would like to run. But I don't think it's that bad, right? Oh my god, wait. 2 Sorakas, my units are literally unkillable. Hey. This guy was like, probably like, what the fuck is going on? I don't think I need more AP. I already get so much AP. This just gives me a rod to get BIS Karma, but like, is it that important? Like, is AP that important for my comp? I feel like I get so much already. Oh shit. Okay, well, that way I don't need JG. I mean, I'm pretty sure I just need a roll. There's no way I can not roll and play the game. Pretty sure I just turned this. Oh, fuck. My front line is such shit. Is the reason why. Do I really want to Titans this? That does not seem good. I would argue that seems pretty bad. But then what else am I gonna do with my stuff? Yeah, my front line is really bad. I just have to keep rolling. I could stop here, but I need Tarek 2, and ideally Shen 2.
I will rule the Freljord.
I don't really like this unit, so we're just gonna do this. I know I already have Spark, but it still helps. I think it still helps a lot. Don't think I'm ever putting this back in the comp. I want to say I'm slamming Shroud here, actually. And then that way I have this item, which is fucking dog shit, but sure. I end up buying getting another GS here. Am I going to BlizzCon? No. I'm not really big on BlizzCon. I should say I don't really have a reason to go, unfortunately. Like, I went before because I was really interested. Like, I was still playing Blizzard games and stuff like that. But, like, it's not the case right now. Fuck. I think, no joke, it's just ZZ Rot. And I'll find another item for this later.
As Ionia changes, so must I.
I mean, what do I do here? Do I keep rolling at 7 for Karma 3, or do I go 9, 8, 8 for Ari for WinCon? I either WinCon with Karma or WinCon with Ari. I mean, honestly, I need to keep rolling, because my front line still sucks. Unfortunately, I can't go up. God, this guy is level 8, 50 gold, knowledge download, patient study. Time to manipulate boards. Can you do that? I mean, I don't mind the Rise, actually. Rise is pretty good.
As Ionia
Oh, I'm definitely rolling at 7 this game.
so must
I don't think I need to roll more for now, but I'm staying at 7 and rolling this game then. This guy has Rise as well. Challenger Spat Warwick 3. Oh, that guy's gonna be hard to beat. I'm a little worried about the Warwick, but it should be okay. Wow.
Now we'll prove our courage.
I've learned in this comp, this is gonna sound really weird. Lysandra 3 is kind of a bait. Almost always, it feels like it should do more than it does, and it does not do more. I think unless you throw like 3 damage items on her, which are still better on Karma, you'll never have enough items to itemize Karma and your tanks, and those are the most important. So it's like you just never Lysandra 3. Oh my god, is that a Gunblade? ZZ? Oh my, wait a second.
If I sound rude, it's because I've got a world to save.
For Targon.
I love Demacia. It's the only place I've been. I love Demacia. It's the only place
Made it to rolling down and I found almost no karmas. That's not good.
Every step, a new journey.
I will rule the front.
As Ionia changes, so must I.
Bro.
Now we'll prove our courage.
My items are insane. Like, just straight up. My items are like Jesus. Six Slayer, level 8. Oh, he never got Rage Blade. Oh no. How is he gonna win without Rage Blade? I can't wait. I kind of know the answer to that question. I didn't get 2 ultis off. That is not good. This comp hard counters me, unfortunately. 'Cause I don't do enough damage to kill everyone. This comp also hard counters me, which I am very scared of. Lux 2 is very spooky. Essentially, oh, there's 2 Lux 2s? Wow. Essentially, the most important thing in this comp, this does sound really weird, is you need Shen to cast twice. As long as you can get 2 Shen casts, you're in the clear. Like, it's all good. But if you can't get 2 Shen casts because your frontline dies so fast, it is not good. You are not in a good spot. Shen casted once. Give me a second cast. Okay, Shen casted twice. I'm good. It's all good. Yeah, I hope someone can beat this guy for me because I am having trouble. I'm having a little bit of trouble. Need more frontline? Okay, they took the only frontline items in the game. Sure, fuck it. Guy has Belvet 2, Cassante 2, Rise 2, Senna 2, Ari 2. Yep. It's challenged like kind of like a frontline line. Oh, it's actually okay, but it's kind of weird to put it on one of my units. I'm not gonna lie. I think I beat this guy easily, right? This guy does not look that strong. Wow, the Freljord stun here sucked ass for me. Actually, Freljord, I think, lost me the game. Oh, JK, nope. Karma 3 is good. Karma 3, good at the game. 4K healing from Karma, no problem. It's definitely a top 4, but I can't beat this guy. I can't beat this guy. And this guy's questionable. Wow, he got such a good roll here. What the fuck? So I probably second or third this game. Hope it's not the Warwick. Oh. This guy looks so strong, man. He's technically just feeding me mana. That's really good. This guy should beat me. Like, his board is like fully capped. He's holding rises to deny me rise. Like, just come on, man. Sure. Dragon 3 win con, bro. Waraka 3 is not doing shit here, okay? There's 4 Ari's gone, 5 Ari's gone. If Ionians might be a win, well, I'll tell you right now, it's not a win. Unless I get RE2, there's no way I'm winning this game. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. I forgot. This is probably better, actually. This guy's the not Giga Cap board. I don't know what this actually does. This guy looks beatable for sure. The other guy, don't know about that. Other guy looks not beatable.
I may be merciful, but Targon isn't.
Oh shit. Rise healing, 6K. Not too bad, by the way. Do you want 3 Ionia? Yeah, you do. I can't get it, so it doesn't fucking matter. It's also super, like, it's 20 AP. It's literally irrelevant when you have this thing that gives you 20 AP in literally 1 second of the fight start. It's much better to just have a better front line. It's way better. Oh no, I can't beat this guy. I don't have Ari.
I won't be denied.
No. He has QSS which hard counters my whole team comp. It's okay. I mean, second place is pretty good. Should I clump? Why? Clumping does nothing here. Soraka doesn't do any good. Roll for Ari doesn't matter. Like, my comp gets so much weaker with Ari. The Warwick guy beat the 5-cost guy. Yeah, his augments are really good. See, he got double fucking Zeeks as well. Like, my comp works off CC. But if there's no CC, then like, oh, maybe. It's actually doing ulti? Oh, no, he didn't ulti again. seems really hard. Maybe with a Soraka here? I mean, sure. Sure. It's okay. Is it Aatrox 2? I had to give it to him. Whatever, man.
They will go no further.
The win con has arrived. Ionian Rise. I don't know if that's the win con. I mean, I gave him literally Aatrox 2 for this. Yep. Unfortunate. Just hard counters my comp. Still, top 2 is not bad. Jinkyu, thanks for the sub on this stream. I'm gonna play some ads. It's okay. I mean, it's not. It just happens, man. Oh, what's this? Ace Reese, welcome back for 4 months. Thanks for resubbing. Thank you so much. University summits. Hey, give it to me. Right here? Hey, nice.
Eureka!
It's so crazy that the Warwick player beat the level 9 cap player. But yeah, it'll happen. Fuck. 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 I don't. Starting this. Oh, it's okay. I will figure it out. Oh, it's fucking. It's actually 9 Demacia. Double tome 9 Demacia? Holy fuck. Woke. I'm gonna even take the fucking kill here, just for fun.
Where there is evil, I shall go. Where there is evil, I shall go.
Dude, would I even do... would I even do 9 Demo? It's so bad, man. Let's just dupe with no 3 cost is kind of bad. The problem with 9 is you want to reroll and then go up. But by then, like, the game's over. Kind of deal.
And don't come back! Out of my way!
These are the 2 best arguments in the game, pretty much. I did this for you guys. What if I do Bastion? Shit, what can I play with Bastion? Sorks? I like how I say Sorks like a question, like Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a Sona 3 game.
This is very exciting.
You know, if you get double Bastion, it's actually broken. When you get from 6 to 8, 8 Bastion is like the best defensive front line in the game. All your 2-star units or turn into like gods. So like that's why I was hoping for double Bastion outcome here. But like man, I gave up level up and I gave up level up and golden ticket is fucking crazy, man. Pick a Teemo. I mean, I'm not playing that comp. That version is not happening.
Demacia is my home, but I'll never forget Ionia.
Why do you tailor your augments? Because I don't want to. If you wait a long time and lose a shitload of power to tailor your augments, I don't think it's worth it. You definitely should keep one. Like I don't think it's I don't like it. Plus I play for fun, so I just play whatever the fuck I feel like. Damn, I kind of wanted to take the... I guess I play no Void. It's like tier here, right? This is like the worst fucking opener I've ever seen in my life, man. Like, do I really double level here? Buy this, double level, and put in this? Doesn't that feel so bad? Who am I beating, man? Fucking no one. I'm not gonna do that. I'm just gonna sell these units. Oh, this guy got Redemption and a Rek'Sai. I'm only holding on to this because I can just chill. I feel like I don't need to stress about slamming my items now. Realistically, I don't feel like it'll change the outcome that much, and I don't plan on winning. So, yeah, I'm just chilling. Ba, 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 bum, bum. Could double soda and sell her? I could do that, but that's only worth it at the beginning at 2-1. Like at this, when I'm already at 38 gold, like I'm not getting much of a benefit for doing that, right? I'm getting 1 gold extra here, and then if it helps me hit the next interval, that's also good. But more than likely, you just pre-level instead, and then you hit 40 next round, and you miss 1 gold total, maybe 2. It's a different story if you do it on 2-1, where you would gain probably like a shitload more gold.
I miss the darkness of the void.
Like a shitload more gold.
Justice will be served.
Trust me, if there's a way for me to sell something on my board to make econ, I will do it. But in that situation, I'm not really gaining that much of a benefit, because I'm always going to hit 40 here, right? Oh my god, I got a duplicator. That's... Oh, shit. I should play for Ari then, I guess?
Reporting in.
Right? My items are just... Yeah. I can move this to another unit as well. Filthy rich? Not filthy rich, but I'm doing okay. Remember, this gives you 5 gold, so you actually start with a lot of gold when you play Ancient Archives. It's because when it didn't give 5 gold, it was like one of the worst arguments in the game. So the extra gold helps it a lot to becoming like a relevant thing. Oh my god, there's so many ways this could be bad. But okay, Sork is good. Invoker is good. Bastion's good. Void is good. I'm down. I have enough options where I could maybe get something good out of it. That's not bad. Yeah, that's not bad. I'll take that. No problem. You can reforge later. Well, it's just like we don't have to play Jarvan. But like, okay, no joke. If you're not playing Jarvan, you're probably not playing the game correctly. When like Jarvan is such a good unit, but I mean, I guess I get the option of not playing him if I wanted to, which is fair.
Guess we're fighting.
I'm sorry, my Squid Boy is not enough right now. He's the best matchup +1. Oh, I'm just playing
May fall to darkness.
Bastion +1 in this situation is just playing. Fuck, what's that thing? Shen, and you just +1 the Shen. What I could do instead, now that I think about it, is I can run Teemo 2 instead of this. And I would still be able to get 3 Demacia with Jarvan, but instead, this time I'll also get another into Strategist, which might be better for me later. I mean, essentially it works out to 10 more AP and a little bit more shielding for my team. The only question is just, is Teemo a good unit compared to Sona? If I double cast Sona and double cast Teemo, which one is more valuable? It's probably the Sona, if I'm gonna be honest. He was anti-healing? Yeah, but Teemo does significantly less damage. Maybe it's okay, actually. I need to roll here to stabilize.
The world may fall to darkness, but nothing will remain. Shurima is where all paths converge.
Demacia must lead by example.
Well, fucked. Fuck it, I'm down to stay.
Demacia must lead by example. The light of Demacia!
Fuck off, man. Stop ruining my board. Okay. Me not finding Tarek here is such a bad problem. I want to play 6 work here, but it's kind of hard. I have to keep a Void, which is like... It's not that bad, honestly, keeping a Void for 6 work. I just need Tarek to replace it. You're never 8 work, right? That's stupid. I'd probably just reforging the Demacia, honestly, from this position. I feel like uncomfortable having to play around it. I'd rather just RNG for something different. If that makes sense. Shit, I probably don't do it now. Wait, Slayer if I roll? You think I'm that unlucky? Fuck it.
But I'll never forget Ione.
Yeah, Pandora's, I already rolled it, so we can't. Unless we get the prismatic one here. Not this. Not Void Crests. 2 components, 15 gold. Or 30. Is Unified not crazy here? Or is it hard? I think it's Unified.
From the shadows.
Alright, can I just get a Tarek here?
Is the darkness of the void.
Demacia must lead by example.
Okay, I'm not.
I may be merciful, but Targon isn't.
Sorry, I need a Tarek to actually streak. I have the Tarek, it's good. We never play these. I'm probably trolling to hold on to Luxes here. That's 6 gold, that's fine. And okay, that's fine. I am okay not going for this. Play for Ari right here. This is Ari later. I wish I kept the other thing. Does this give HP? It gives attack speed. Oh, pop off. This is so good. It's a Swain 2 plus a Gargoyle. So it's just like a awesome 1-2 right here. I wonder if I just itemize Swain 2. Not Spark. Oh, shit. I mean, I think this Swain is too good to pass up. I don't think I can afford to itemize Spark from this position. Yeah, fuck it. It's a no Spark game. Damn, I don't think I can ever fit this in then, right? Right? It's really, I fit it in next round, but I can't, like, it doesn't do anything. I just can't play this, right? This is Ari, and then I get +1. Ari +1. The +1 is Shen. He gives Invokers, but I can't even fit in Invokers. Unless I fit in Rise. Then I can't even fit in Rise. I don't think I'm playing this. I've Galio? I mean, it's not going to stay, though. This is going to turn into Jarvan, for sure. Oh. Huh. Kill the mosquito. Is there going to be 3 Ionian? Nope. Kill this. Kill this. Kill this. Nice. Fight the Demacia that bad? Not really, but it's just not playable. Like, it's just 10 AD armor MR for everything, and that's not really fun. I can't play around 5, really, if I want to play any kind of cap. Yeah, if I reforge, it's the reforge could hit a lot of good stuff, actually. Stork Bastion, like, I had a lot of good options. Void would have been good too. Like, I had a lot of options. Wow, this is complete dog. Oh, it's alright, I guess.
I love Demacia. It's the only place I've been.
I must hurry if I am to win.
Demacia is my home, but I'll never forget Ionia.
Demacia, now and forever.
I need a mana item, man. This Ari's gonna cast once a decade. My fight might be over before she casts the first time. She died. I got Virulented. Oh my god. It's okay. I get mana item here, right? I'm fine. Damn, I got Virulented. That's fucked. That's fucked, man.
Bond with me every fight. This time's no different.
If I sound rude, it's because I've got a world to save.
I don't think this was good. Bro, I had fucking 8 billion luxes this game. It's fine, it's fine. I'm literally gonna get blue buff right here and everything's gonna be good. Make Lux 2. I don't know if Lux 2 is worse with these items than RE1. Oh, wait, but I can get a fucking Demacian item on her. No, I kind of need the front line, I think. Because I'm doing pretty well with my current board. I feel like it's a don't fix what's not broken kind of situation. I will, like, there's a chance I roll blue buff, but there's also a chance I roll Morello's. So I'm wondering if, like, that's worth the risk.
I've got you.
Yeah, I just get a blue buff here and I'm good to go. Oh shit, I got Spark here. Awesome. I can do this then, I guess. The biggest problem I have is the virulent player actually kills this guy. Fucking, oh, that's Shimmer. Who's the one who just kills my? Oh, he killed my backline with Shimmer. What the fuck? Oh, my bad. I have not seen an Azir on a board, a late game board, in a long time. Like, wow, I'm impressed. Oh, there's a reason I guess I haven't seen. Oh my god. Oh no, he went 6, man. Fuck, I could have had double Demacia. Wait. Yeah. Yeah, you really want that. Yes. Yes. Late game Azir usually bad. I think he's just undertuned. Like, you need to make so much to make Azir work. Like, there's a reason you don't see any Azirs. Because, like, the way he does damage and scales is kind of pitiful. He's the worst forecast right now in the game, and it's not, like, that's not a good thing.
Shurima is where all paths converge.
Oh, this is actually better Then the fucking... Wait, I'm fucking stupid. Why did I have that unit in the whole time? Fearless that far off? I mean, a Fearless is pretty bad. Like, the only time I ever do well with a Fearless is like some weird shit happens. I don't even know how they classify what weird shit means. Like I have like insane augments, like the best augments in the game or something.
They'll be fine.
I mean, I'm done. My comps. This gets replaced, and I just think I get frontline here, and I'm done. My comp's over. Ideally, I would like a. I don't know. I would need a. I would like to Scion. Scion's good. It's random 5th unit. I replace this once I find stuff, but nothing crazy. I think probably Strategist is better here. Wait, I rolled Bramble on this matchup. And I lost. Oh. Dude, this guy kind of hurts. Is that Echo 3? This is Cat 3. Okay. Like, what when I sell this for Jarvan, I have +1. And the +1, what is it gonna be? I guess is my big question. It's just this, right?
Yes.
Now and forever.
Oh my fucking god, what? I missed Lux 90, by the way. My dead. Oh my god, I have 1 HP. It sucks because I moved my items got accidentally moved to my unit. I couldn't take it off in time. Challenger. I was like, how is this guy beating me? He's got double Challenger spat. And he's Challenger Heimer 2. Huh. What's up, Misu? Wow, he rolled JG Redemption? No way. I just killed him with my first ulti here otherwise. That is kind of annoying. Yeah, can I even say shit? I hit Scion too, man. Oh, this is such a close game. Oh my fucking god. Is there a way I can hit Swain 2 here? There's no fucking way. Oh my god, I won this. That's so lucky. The way the rogue works is he got stunned while he got rogued. Oh my god, challenger spat. Wait. Aha! He took my Stork spat. What a fucking dick. You fucked up, bro. Where's my challenger spat? Boom. Oh, I fucked up. Wait. Oh shit! Wait! Hold on. Give me a sec. I need Oh. Oh shit. This guy didn't take a challenger spat. He took a Stork spat, man. I don't know what I'm, but WoW, yes, WoW, the sun is OP, yeah. TFT's kind of like that. It's okay. This is a Baldur's Gate 3 waiting room right now. I know everyone here is just waiting for the return of the king. So is your highest damage dealer there for 8k? That's because everything else died so fast. OEB, welcome back for 41 months. Thank you so much for resubbing. Sorry I missed you. I'm gonna go play some ads. Baldur's Gate is so funny. Yeah, Baldur's Gate is so funny. So fucking funny. All the Valley pros but ready to learn Chinese. Oh, what happened? They lost to a fucking Chinese team? Dude, China just got their servers released. There's no way you can lose to China right this early, man. Like, right? Like, there's no way. Guys, they didn't even have their server till a month ago. They were playing in Hong Kong servers and random other servers, man. You making me feel shit at the game? You gotta learn fast, kid. Welcome to China's world. No, man. NA's definitely gonna win Worlds this year for League. Like, I believe. Like, when they go against NA Prodigy Power Fox. Who? Rookie who? Yeah, that's right.
Guess we're fighting.
Okay, I have a Palladium library. Oh, shit. I think I want to try playing 9 Shurima this game. Rookie didn't make the Worlds. Wait, really? Oh. I mean, that's like normal for Rookie, right? He's the best mid laner, and he always misses Worlds. It's just normal for him. Oh, wait. Wait. This opener is
I'm going in.
feeling a little gunnery today. Wait, I usually I don't do this opener, but like this is like a crazy opener
How's that
for this comp.
down? A cannonball is the best icebreaker.
Like, oh god. Ooh, Harmless is kind of interesting. Oh! Oh, this is so good. Wait. This is so good. Wait. I got the +1? Holy fuck. I can get the +2? Oh, it's fucking time. Okay, hold on. The +2.
This land
Oh.
was made for me.
Can I for attack speed?
Me alone.
Yeah. This here. I don't really want to slam Rage Blade. Damn, this guy kind of slapped me. This guy kind of slapped me.
The mist beckons.
They get baited. They get baited by these Yordles. Someone tell me I didn't get baited. I didn't get baited. No, these Yordles are good. No, I didn't get baited. These Yordles are so sick. Are you in this guy's Toast 3? Is he doing a game show? I don't know. Look, I'm like half of BIS everywhere, right? Like I got like half of the Last Whisper. I have half of Gunblade, and then like I know the third item just doesn't even matter because, you know, you go say Kled because he's in the comp. Zeke's okay. You don't really need Zeke's if you have. Oh, I guess you kind of do need Zeke's. I don't want to slam this though. I think I have to slam. Okay, it's fine. I'm fine. Like, here's what's gonna happen. I have Bastion Heart. Then I'm at 3-5. I'm gonna grab Bastion and put it on Viego 3. So then my comp is gonna be like 4 Bastion, maybe 6 fucking Bastion, and then we have this unit. I'll play 1 Gunner, because I think 4 Gunner got nerfed, right? It's like not super great. You play like 1 Gunner and then you go, you know, you pop off. Here we played Yume Nikki. What the heck? Did you just insult me? An RPG maker tour de force. Okay, I don't like how that's described. Overwhelmingly possible. I've never played this game before. It's like a horror game? Okay. I only play horror games very rarely. Usually when it's like, hold up one sec. Is there Bastion from this? There's not, right? No, do I have to take it? Is it a streamer? Oh, thank God he took it from me. It was a streamer contract. I just didn't want to fucking take it. I play horror games usually for Halloween. Is Halloween soon? When is Halloween? Oh, fuck. Bro, you know, sometimes I just forget it. Poppy Playtime,
I'm going in.
I've played that game. I'm on episode 3. I don't think, is 3 out yet?
Watch this.
It's always the same? Bro, maybe it changes here, okay? You just wouldn't understand. Check Virulent? Oh, check the thing. It'd only be good if it's Virulent. I think it's bad for everything else. No, beat her up. Fuck. Robo Armor's decent? Nope, because you're not going to be able to zon your fucking Trist. Oh, wait, I have so many Trists. Oh my God. Wait, this is the best. I have 0 other units, but it's fine. No, so the reason why is Virulent means your Trist does more, but you're not going to be able to itemize your other gunners well. So like you're just stuck with like the other stuff is not great. The trailer for chapter 3 looks 10 times scary. Oh, don't tell me that, man. Don't fucking tell me that. I am a pussy. I don't like scary games. I don't know those people who can play scary games their entire lives. The Let's Players who do that. Like I think Markiplier does that. I'm like, man, you guys are built from different stuff, man. Hopefully that's the first horror game I play by myself. Oh my God. Oh, you know, I 5 lost this. And I'm 66 with 3 upgraded units? That's kind of bad. Huh. I'd argue that's very bad, actually. Okay, that's not bad. I can work with that. Okay, I can work with that.
How's that for a Vandal City beatdown? Reporting in.
The Shadow Isles are just the beginning. The Shadow Isles are just the beginning.
I forgot what the Maokai looked like, by the way. I was like, wait a sec.
I'm going in.
Oh, no.
Darkness gathers on the isles from every
direction. I have to keep rolling, right? Like, the way this works is I need to hit... is it 3? How many Yordos do I need? 3 star. I need one more. Is this even bad? Any combat augments, yeah, it's fine. I can do this. This.
I may be merciful, but Targon is.
Hey, okay. Wait. Okay, let me in my head figure out how the fuck I'm doing. I need 3 Yordles. I need Teemo, and then I need the 4th Bastion will probably come from this, so that's fine. I can just throw this out later, and then I need a Gunner. Because I would like 2 Gunner. The second Gunner is going to be Jink. I can do 4 Gunner, but I think... it's kind of sus. Yeah, just Seta. Oh, Abe, welcome to the stream. Welcome. What the heck? Hello. Welcome to the stream, guys. I'm playing some TFT. I hope... What did Abe do on this stream? We have been chilling. We're about to play Baldur's Gate in 2 hours and 35 minutes. And it's been a really fun time. He's we. Me, Lily, Toast, and Albert, Boxbox have a group together. 5 minutes of Remnant into 03 Valo. He wants 0 games. Let's fucking go. Yeah, I told Abe he should play Baldur's Gate. I think he would really like it. I don't know. I think I'm like a... There's no way I killed no units here. What? I'm like a Baldur's Gate, like... I'm a shill, man. I'll say it. I'm a fucking shill. Hold on. Nice.
Reporting in.
Nice. And then now I just have to roll to find...
Reporting in.
Darkness gathers around us from every depth.
How much crit is in the lobby? 1 crit? Oh, I fucking need crit this game. Holy fuck, okay. I'm like trying to get away with not going crit this game. I cannot. Because like Gargoyle is really good, but I think given I can kind of get away with some other stuff. Yeah, I feel like Baldur's Gate is so funny. The fact that like no one's gonna have the same playthrough, right? There's 17,000 endings. No one will ever have the same playthrough as someone else. That's just right. Oh, it's so good. It's a 3-star unit that has a buff that also gets a lot of armor and MR. It's just another tank. It's a tank with a sword. It's sick.
Let the chaos
I wish that Toad's plan of killing the goal by throwing the chest at it worked. The fact that he critically missed it is so funny though. Like the way I described my Baldur's Gate run to Abe, I was like, Abe, every fight starts with me dead, and we're levels behind, and we somehow scrape together a win. With like at the like literally the end fight is like 2 people are dead, 2 people are on the last hit, and we're just like, let's not do that fucking again. And I'm like, yeah, let's not do that again. And the next fight I trigger instantly, and and we kill a traitor somehow. Lily fails to riz something. We have to kill 20 people. One of them is a traitor, and we just don't have any traitors.
And don't come back.
Do I have to go for... How did I get this? Oh, I guess it didn't register that it made. I don't have to get Poppy 3, right? It's a waste. You... No, I don't. Cool. That was a trick. I asked you something I need the answer to. How much gold do I have right now? Does anyone remember? I have over 50, right? I think the radiant item is OP here. Fuck, I think level up is actually okay as well. Zeke's? And I build an item here? I mean, Zeke's is pretty lit. It's really good. But the problem is the people it's buffing suck for now. But when I get to the point where they don't suck ass, it's gonna be great. But they're not good right now. Cool. Okay. Face of OPness. I don't need that much lifesteal. Like, look how much lifesteal I have. I have Gunblade. I don't need more. I don't want more. It is certainly Fist is not fair. Agreed. But I just I don't know. I don't like it.
Guess we're fighting.
Okay. I'm good. I have 2 levels. What do I put in the next 2 levels? I could do... Oh, I need to check if it's virulent, actually. I can do 2 Bastions. Usually it's 2 Gunners or 2 Bastions. I think 2 Bastions gives me a little bit more value. Given that I have a Bastion on this is really good. I have +2 Bastion here. So good. Did you have to find a random other carry? Yeah, the other carry is right here. She's literally right here. She's here for me. Oh, that cheating bitch. What the fuck? What the fuck do I build here, man? I'm about to... Is it that bad to slam Hurricane?
Guess we're fighting.
Someone back me up here. There's no way it's that bad, right? Wait for Glintsies? Okay, well, I'm not doing that. The thing is, I just don't have that much AD. I get AD from... if I slam this, I kind of need to play 4 Gunner for the AD. Fuck it, we're slamming. Beat him up. It's not even that low amounts of AD. He's at 250 is like a very, like, good amount of AD. I don't like that my unit doesn't seem like it's doing damage. Huh. That's awkward. Why is my unit not doing damage?
But I'll never forget Ione.
I think I need to go 4 Gunners. It looks like I'm lacking damage and not frontline. No anti-heal, bro. Look at this. What are you talking about? It hurls 1 heat-seeking mushroom. Don't worry. Once I get Heimer, I'm literally gonna turn this game around. Oh, Heimer holds this and then buffs the turret. Wait, it's fucking lit. Actually, I think I just face like a hard counter because Ari Sorks is gonna always do well against me. Wow, this guy's going 9 here. Do I level and play this? Nah. Free to check is on. You know what? Fuck it. I'm not playing 4 Gunner. I'm playing 2 Gunner with Heimer. This is Heimer, 2 Gunner. And then wait, I kind of need to play 4 Gunner. No, wait, hold on. How much AD is it? I think the only way this is good is if you have a lot of raw AD. Fuck it, we'll see.
That's gotta sting. Out of my way!
No, I'm pretty happy for not sitting. It's just nah. I don't care about it. It means I'm capped out at 8. I'm leveling next round then. I think. Team next to be Zeke's. No, I don't want to clump everything here. I'm trying not to get Jarvaned. But I need to move one of these units onto the right so I don't get Jarvaned. Really? Really? Lose that?
I may be merciful, but Targon isn't.
Just looking for a road home.
Just curious. Fuck you.
Reporting in.
Shadows.
Well, I saw no Gunners.
But Targon.
So. Oh, that's weird. I seem significantly tankier with 6 Bastion. Is that a bug? Should you hold on to thing in case I find a Kled? Ugh.
And me alone.
Just
8 Bastion at 9? Bro, you think I'm going 8 Bastion? I need another +1 Bastion. Okay, I think I'm owning now. I just have that Stork matchup that's kind of ugly. But what can I do, you know? Bastion spat? Slayer spat, Challenger spat, Shurima spat. Oh, that's all useless. Like, I either need this or the other one. I don't know which one to get. I think I can't rely on Heimer because I'm just not hitting Heimer. I wish I did so that I could fucking actually play the game. Redemption is... Oh, fuck you, man. No fucking way.
To a storm of souls?
There's actually no fucking way. I don't even want to take this, man. Whatever. But now look at Radiant Zeeks is Heimer's best item. Boom. Boom. 1.41. So now I do some fucking damage. Now I'm not worried. Now I'm owning. That shop was nuts for me. Like, super fucking insane shop. Oh, wow. I lost to this? Close, close, close. Does Goldenator do anything for me? Somebody execute. I'm about to run triple fucking Mechano here. How much magic damage does it do? I'm about to run triple fucking Mechano here, man. I wanna... No way. It's Rocket 2. Oh, well, I killed 0 units on his board. This is a 6th place. Place Viego, there's nothing to replace him with. He's the best unit you can play. I can't believe this is a 6th. What? Unlucky. Duck 3111 back for 33 months. I'm gonna play some ads. I wish I had a Death Blade for Trist's third item. I mean, generally speaking, I think you just need combat augments, but I went for so like I got really unlucky because I went for Radiant Relic there, right? But I didn't hit a third Trist item. I didn't hit a damage item because I think that's how you really take that comp over the edge. And I'm like looking at it, I'm like, okay, well, now that I didn't hit this, I have to go Zeke's. It's bleh. Hurricane did look bad. I think you need 4-gunner at least. I mean, I had like the best opening for Trist, great combat augments, and it's just like the last thing, man, I just can't. I think pumping up though is like the ideal Trist opener because you don't run Rage Blade on her, right? So the extra you don't need Zeke's if you have pumping up. Pumping up is just really good. mean, it's fine. Why do people like Thresh's Sanctum? It's okay. It's a lot of items. You know, I don't like everyone. I'm gonna be different. Not like the other guys, okay? Come on. Oh? Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, well. This is a mental victory. I've already increased my average placement. Because I've gotten most of the lobby to be like, why the hell did he do that?
Don't come back.
They will feel pain they've never imagined.
As a person told it, you already know. Well, minimum one person, actually. Spin, baby, spin.
Keep your enemies close, and me closer.
I don't really mind the units I'm losing here. Cassiopeia Mouse Pair is like, eh. If I had any 2-star units, I'd be a lot more annoyed. I probably wouldn't do this opener. Gargantuan Resolve. This is so good for me. Like, I'm talking so good for me. I might just take it. Because not only do I have a 10 gold opener, I have 1 unit bot. So I guarantee I'm hitting like 20. Like, I'm hitting 50 gold at 2.5. Damn, I'm taking this. What do you guys want to talk about? The weather? Can I zoom into Renekton's feet? Yeah, what do you want to see, buddy? You stayed at restaurants recently? I haven't been. Well, I've realized I like Wu Huang Wu. It's one of my favorite K-barbecue places because it's open late. And I went to it recently thinking I just like it because it's open late, and but like I like it because it's actually pretty good. I've been back quite a bit. It's becoming my favorite late night K-barbecue spot. You pay a little bit more, but like there's no line. I never have to wait, and the food's always really good. So I care about the no line thing a lot because I usually, like, if I'm going on weekends, it's a big deal. I didn't hit 20 here. Let me think. I had 10. Then I made 4 and then 5. I'm 1 gold off. Nah, I'm 1 gold off 20. Nah. Bro. Good dessert places? I would just go to Hiolani's. The Hawaiian shaved ice place is pretty good. I mean, like, all the good dessert places are like Oka Bean, Solen Bean, stuff like that. This is really good as well. Like, this is literally like TF pretty much. Can't believe I hit 20 here. Commit the Crim Caramel LA. I don't go to dessert places much. I'm not the type of guy who goes after food always needs to hit up the dessert place. I've never even heard about this place. This place is in Studio City. And they make cream caramel bread pudding and cheesecake. All right, man. I'm trying to watch what I eat, man. I can't look at this without being. I can't. It looks great though. My friends always hit up a bowl place. Yeah, no, all my friends do too. We go eat and we're like, well, I mean, dessert, and everyone like perks up their ears, and they could be talking about how stuffed they are the whole time. Like, oh, I'm so full. But as soon as someone brings boba, everyone like turns their head slightly. Yeah, you know, maybe I could do that. Someone play Challenger +1. I think I'm 50 gold here. I'm 45, right? Ah, it's 50 gold. I was right. What the fuck? Why I doubt myself when I'm just so fucking right? This guy really full open on me? Fuck off. Fine, we can both play that game. How am I not first pick? Dude, I don't know, man. These guys are like literally just opening their like boards. Vertical Shadow is good? No. TLDR, no. You can usually tell how good vertical traits are because based on how many shitty units you have to pay for them. So Shadow Isles has two bad units, right? And so if you're going vertical, you're playing 2 bad units minimum. You need typically 2 spats. All right, fuck it, man. Good luck. But I watched OTU hide and seek video. Yep, I watched it on stream. 50-50. I've lost 6 50-50s in the past week. I won. No, wait. This guy is not the guy. I won 9 damage. Fuck me, man.
The Shadow Isles are just the beginning.
Fuck me, man. There's another AFK, 3 AFK players. I thought it was. Oh. Woo.
They will feel pain they've never imagined.
What I have done cannot be undone.
Where there is evil, I shall go.
Oh, is someone 100 streak with AFK? That's a good question. Imagine he level up. I mean, that's what I'm praying for. You spent 4 to always hit 5 here, so you went. No way it gave me. Wait. Okay. I was kind of worried there. I'm not gonna lie. Karma game. I doubt it.
Guess we're fighting.
Damn, this guy really open here. Holy moly. It's fine. Whatever, man. Gotta make Gunblade Thirster overspending bow on making Rageblade open BF? Interesting. Nope. Nope.
I'm going in.
Wait, he didn't build a board? Took last stand. What?
Defy lust. Taste your own blood. For Piltover.
He's level 750 gold. He's not dizzy. He's just playing. Whatchamacallit. He's full open just to play oh, this guy already is playing Zeri too. There's so many Zeri players. Holy fuck. Arya is still streaming for my raid last night. What? Oh, wow. Arya streams a long time. Holy moly. What did Chombi take? He went Rageblade here? What an interesting way of doing your items. What? Where did my shimmer injector go? What? It just rolled past my screen. Like I wouldn't know this? Hello? It's what? It wasn't mine. Oh, someone was looking at my screen? I'm so fucking confused, man. What the fuck is going on? What is going on, man? He is now 0 gold.
I will rule the Remnant.
Demacia must lead by example.
For Piltover.
There will be peace in the Freljord. I will forge it.
Well, that's kind of lame. I need to pivot. There's 3 Jinx players, bro. Think I'm a bitch? Hell no, I'm not pivoting. What should you think I should pivot to? Aphelios from here? I'll tell you right now. If I do that, I will lose the game even harder. Unfortunately,
There will be peace in
I
the
don't have many
Freljord.
options.
I will forge
Just pray to God.
I will restore Freljord's greatness.
I mean, I still have so much gold.
Witness true strength.
I will restore Freljord's greatness.
Demacia, now and forever. For Targon. Dawn is the future.
Watch this. For the Freljord. It's up to me.
Oh, I should definitely slap Guardbreaker here, yeah. My bad. I was trying to figure out how to... The thing is, using this is like this, but it's fucking hard, man.
Demacia, now and forever.
I'm praying for it. Shimmer. Oh, shit. It's not good. Should dead unit? Your mom is a dead unit. Chill. Trying to figure out how to fucking play the game. Also, she's fine. She's a good unit by itself with no extra added stuff added. It's actually... Fuck. Is that a better choice? I don't know. I feel like I can't play Jarvan. I think Explode's better, but like I just can't play it, if that makes sense. Unless I go 8. I might have to just sell and re-itemize here. I mean, I have almost all one-star units. I should probably roll. Nah, what are the chances I die here? Nah. Oh, I should have rolled. Oh well. Take exactly 8th. Oh, that's unlucky. See Cruiser Web for 25 months. I'm gonna play some ads. Minus 60. Cool. If I had killed one more unit, would have been good. Yeah, I don't know. When you play Zeri, you just play the level 7 lottery. And I actually hit Zeri too, which is really good. But I need to keep rolling. And that's like... feels bad. Also feels really weird. Like, I'm just competing against 3 people for the same comp. Thanks for talking about the water hook, and I'm hooked. It's really good. If you're only playing for 56, I mean, I think you roll. You just roll. Like, I have so many upgrades, you know? It's just, it just sucks that my items ended up the way they did. Because it's like, if you get Chemtech last, it's hard to plan for it. Because ideally, in that situation, like, Chemtech becomes 1,000% better if you just have a Warmogs, right? But, like, I didn't have the ability to make Warmogs there. It just, like, it just kind of sucked. I don't know. Not a big fan. Echo Wings, thank you so much for gifting a sub. It's one of those, you know, you just pray. Also, I think with Virulent, you need Freljord, and you kind of don't want Chemtank. Like, I wanted Exoskeleton there, for sure.
Shurima is never lost.
So, I'm not a fan of the Zeri roulette right now. Especially when I have another person who's literally open forting the same thing as me, and I'm forced to open fort as well, and then it's like kind of awkward.
Where there is evil, I shall
IMO. Oh, Kale. Kale's only good if you hit. I've seen this comp go 8th so many times. But like, I guess if you hit, you know?
Keep your enemies close, and me
like,
closer.
I'm not super enamored with my opening units here. Like, Kale is kind of a terrible unit unless you're playing Kale. I'd rather have 2-star anything else. No front line, so it's very unlikely I play Kale from this position. I have Rage Blade. Fuck me, man. Playing Earth? Hustler. Oh.
I'll take care of everything.
No way this could be bad.
Name's Samira. Try not to slow me down.
I mean, it's fine. If I miss, then I just forfeit. It's not a big deal. What do you recommend for people who just started learning how to play TFT? Find a character you think is cool and play it. Find a character you think is cool and then find a composition that is popular with the character. Usually on some random stat site, they all tell you top compositions and then play that comp a lot. It's like find the comp you like playing, play it a lot, and you'll learn the game from there. Cause yeah. Then you just watch a lot, play a lot. Like what games? Some games, sure. I like Ari. Alright, man. Hopefully a unit that's not that fucking expensive. Well, there's a Piltover player, and there's another Piltover player here. Here. So I guess I lose the game. Oh, that was cool. So when we get an interview, I'm watching for the first game, Valor competition. Huh? It's something good. I can always get top 3, but I feel like I'm missing something that's securing me for the for the win. If you're missing something, you just watch people. Like what you're missing is probably like understanding how to cap your board. Like if you're not winning, that's fine. I'll be 100% honest. Like a lot of times winning is just luck. In terms of like having better like augments than the other people or playing a comp that caps higher, you know. But or positioning. There's some weird people in my chat. I would argue to say, not that I like defending my chat or anything. They're fucking cringe. But I would argue to say my chat has the least amount of weird people compared to other chats. But I'll let that get to your head. I agree. I'm not weird. Yep. I mean, I guess I just lose the game here for fun.
I have but one life to give for Ionia. I must make it count. There's a saying, never fight Ionians on their home soil. I'm going in.
Oh no, I didn't position it correctly. Yikes. Oh, it's fine. I positioned it perfectly, actually. Wait. It was not positioned correctly. Unfortunate. Well, I mean, I lose the game. It's whatever. I knew I lost the game anyways because there's 2 other Piltover players. But there's 1 other Piltover player. No, 2 other Piltover players. It's whatever. I'll take the loss and just go next game. Reforge and pray. True, I could do that. I don't know. I almost would rather go 8th than do that. I don't know if that makes sense. Like, I would rather go 8th place than do that. And I'm definitely going 8th place.
Welcome to Zion.
Piltover's finest.
I think if I get Piltover here, it's possible for me to turn this around, maybe? We'll see.
I'm going in. There will be peace in the frail.
I don't like these items. These are kind of scuffed. Where's my music? Hello? I'll play through everything? Oh. It's fine. I just pilled over here and I'm good to go. I think. Yeah, I pilled over here and I am okay. Game fucking blows. Game fucking blows. Game fucking blows. Omni-Man better than Harm Assist? That's a good ass question.
A cannonball is the best icebreaker.
Three first place players in a row. Okay. Well, let's see what I can do here. So there's a good chance that if I can't get Fawn here, I just lose the game. So this guy got recom. Oh. Cool. Level 6 Aatrox? Yep, no problem. I mean, these items suck ass. I probably should slam this, to be honest, and play off this, but that's really awkward. Just item-wise, that's super awkward. Oh, let me go check. Oh, it's Robo. Holy fuck. Okay. Robo, huh? Then I only need to play Pilt. Okay, how do I play the two best Piltover units? Zeri Urgot. Huh. And I just don't play another Pilt. Our two best odds, Zeri Urgot, and I play Gutter. That seems kind of weird. Okay. Wait, the prophecy foretold of this. In my darkest hour. It's probably this, right?
This is very exciting.
Of course, this guy hits Zeri too, and I play against him, but he fully rolled down to 0 to cash out. Awesome. Tell management to look at my email. I don't know what that means, man. It's fine. I still need my thing to lose. This is the Twitter email on Twitter. Yeah, I mean if it's something that I'm interested in, they'll bring it to me. I mean, I don't know. I personally feel like it's weird to go into a streamer's chat and say that. Like, what are you expecting?
Dawn is the future.
Dawn's with me every fight. This time's no different.
For Piltover.
Watch this. Watch this.
Demacia. Now and forever. I shall move as I grab a world to save.
You disappoint me.
Energize.
Why the fuck? Is this? All right, please bail me out. Oh god, I am fucked. Oh goodness. Sure. Oh no, I'm dead. Whatever. I knew I was going 8th this game. It's fine. I should have just forfeited at 3-2. Well, I lost 130 LP in 3 games. That sucks. I'm gonna play some ads. Like, it's just like, I don't know. I would rather just try for it and fail than not. Join. I mean, it's just, I feel like Zeri is such a boring comp to play because the ways that you skill express with Zeri is like, by playing the mid game really well, but the comp itself doesn't have very different variants in how it's done, and most of the time it comes down to a lot of the invisible decisions that aren't really enjoyable for me. Pulled over Emily for random wins? Yeah, I know. But I mean, it like, I know. But if you saw the turn where I lost, where I actually cared, it was I didn't position my units correctly. So that's not, like, that doesn't matter. But I forced him to buy the diamond any comp in the game. Like, just play whatever. I don't know. I just think Zeri's fine. I just hate being triple contested every lobby because it's the best AD comp and the other AD comp blows. So like, there's one Aphelios player, but it just sucks ass. What if I actually do this? I mean, I don't think it's a curse of Zeri. You just have to play very, like, I don't know. Like, I don't get to play Piltover much, so I try to play Piltover as much as I can. And it's like the one time I get Piltover, someone else plays it. Like, 50% of the time when I play Piltover, someone else has Piltover. And it's just like, okay. Or someone else is opening. And it's like, okay, well, this game blows. Because you get to play the comp so little, and then even when you get to play it, like, maybe 20% of the time you actually turn it into like what it's supposed to turn into. But it sucks because it's also like it's like one of the fun ways of doing it. 9 Noxus. Oh, check Zod. Oh, I should have checked Zod. If it's Robo, I can actually play Jinx reroll. It's probably fine. I probably don't sell this round anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Garbage. I think that's the worst opener, right? I think that is the very worst opener. I don't like the fact that someone decides to grief your streak, you're pulled over, his game's over. I mean, I don't know. I feel like you should be able to grief other people, 100%. I like that part of the game, for sure. But it's just like, sometimes, man. I can't even play Zeri. These items are dog shit. Okay. I could play the Taliyah comp here. I mean, I'd rather just get 2 Ionian crowns. You feel me? God, I have a Jinx. Did not think I was going this way, but kind of interesting how it turned out. Should hold on to this.
Name's Samira. Try not to smell it.
I wonder, is there anything that's health scaling that I really that's not Soraka? Soraka has this really weird health scaling part of her. I guess I can, like. Is there anything I can play where the health scaling would be different? That's not already a bruiser.
There will be peace in the Freljord. I will forge it.
Place was so damn quiet before I came.
Overreacted? Yeah, that's better for now. Swain? Oh, you can't really fit Swain easily into a comp. Gallia wins a... Oh! Yo, I'm down. If I hit that shit, I'm down. How does it scale exactly? Does Gallia wins a war scale? It does. It's based on his health, right? Oh, that's so interesting. Can I win this? Oh. Okay, I was hoping to have 4 bruiser by now, but I don't. So what do I do? Honestly, you know what has had crazy, what I thought was crazy? The value of Ashe in this comp is actually insane. If you ever play Morello's Ashe, it's quite simply nuts. And like, I think Ashe 3 in this comp is legitimately very good. But yeah, I need... I might just go for Morello here off Carousel. I mean, I'm gonna have so many items, right? Because it's Thresh Sanctum. I probably should just like be okay. I'll find it again. Fuck me. Man, I really want this Cho, actually. Maybe I should just taken it. It's really not that bad. Play 4 Zom Bruisers if it's Chem Tank. Oh, no. I would need Titanic to be able to pull that off, which is possible and definitely the thing I'm going for, but can this apply Morello's? Any knowers? It's an ability, right? You know, we're gonna give it a shot. Whatever. What's the worst that can happen? Are they burning? They're not burning. Wait. Did she rogue off the effect? I'm so confused. Oh, they are burning. Does body for the offer give us odds? I don't think the weight affects the hero augments at all. Don't quote me on that, but from my experience, it doesn't look like it affects it at all. Wow, this guy's items are pretty good. I thought there were a lot of low-cost bruisers. What happened? Like, where are my bruisers? I need to get at least 4 bruiser before the next augment. I really don't want to. They're definitely leveling here. I mean, it should be pretty obvious. The copy play is Ash. That's good. Rek'Sai reroll, and then you add something with it. This something could be a lot of different things, but generally speaking, I really hope I get Titanic here, so I have something I can work with. Oh, okay. Well, okay, so I'm really scared sometimes that someone can test this comp because it's becoming more and more popular. It's pretty good. I think just slamming this and I'll hold off on these. It's dude, I don't know what the fuck to use this for, but probably your Aphelios. It's usually Auction because you can reroll 3-star. And I think that should tell you something. It should tell you how much Aphelios fucking sucks if it's usually done with Auction. Because my god, is Aphelios fucking blow. I think I'd rather just make Nasus a bruiser from this position, and then play 3 Shurima with Akshan. Then try to do anything too fancy, but it's fine. We'll see what I get. Titanic. Oh shit! If you're rolling this, disgusting. Frequent fire.
There will be peace in the Freljord.
Oh. Rest of time. I mean, I'm Just stay in 7 to reroll this game. No biggie. So you go until Free Fire becomes relevant? Oh, it's not going to be relevant to like 4-1. I'm not rolling. What sucks here is like I don't really know how to make Rek'Sai good from these items. I think you always go BF. Because you go, it's usually IEBT, right? Or 2 Titans. I typically like the 2 Titans better, but it's like this is such a dead item unless you're playing Rageblade. This guy's so strong. What the hell? Short Spat? Oh, Mana Font is crazy. Do you see how much damage Ashe did this fight? Is this crazy or what? Without Deadeye, Ashe 1 did 1,300 damage.
I am Storm's reckoning.
Isn't that kind of nuts? About to lock it? Honestly, nah, it's not good. You probably just go Rageblade or Gunblade on Akshan and call it a day. I mean, I'm down to just sell this. I don't think it's ever going back in. It's weird because like even if I go for Nasus, I don't get Juggernaut in, but I guess that's okay. Does Nasus? Oh, there are 2 Stork players in the lobby. Bro, my Rek'Sai is gonna fucking evaporate this game. Oh. How's this guy at 80 already? Oh, he killed all the units. Oh my god. I can Bruiser Smash. Oh, is this good? I'm trolling with this, by the way. There's no way I can even play this. I can 5 Shurima? Oh, wait. Don't I have an insane 5 Shurima board then? Okay, where did this come from, man?
Now and forever.
Five Shurima, 4 Bruiser. Shurima Sedge? I mean, I would Shurima both. That's the only way you're playing 5. This guy's pumping up. Maybe I should try to play more Aphelios with pumping up. Because no one's playing Aphelios, right? Wow, I took full damage here. That is not good. That is very bad.
I will rule the Freljord.
I'm missing something. I don't want to win. I just want to lose by 1. But this guy has fucking Ari at 7. I might lose by a little bit more than 1. It looks actually okay. I might win. It's fine. I still have 40 gold. Bruiser was too good. Solid explosion. That would be sick, but unfortunately not what happened. All right. 10 times 20 gold for my shops to become good.
I will rule the Freljord.
Oh.
Shurima is not of this time. Shurima is where all paths converge.
I will restore Freljord's greatness. I won't be denied.
The fuck?
There will be peace in the Freljord. It will unfortunately.
I didn't see one Rek'Sai. What? What do I do?
They will feel pain they've never imagined.
Who needs a beat down?
Dawn's with me every fight. This time's no different.
I miss the darkness of the void.
Dawn's with me
Am
every
I
fight.
missing the Rek'Sais? Am I not seeing them?
I will rule the Freljord.
I bring death. Shurima is not of this time.
I missed the fucking Rek'Sai. I am so sorry. Am I dead? Oh god, I need a slam. Oh god, I need a slam right now. Fuck it. You ever hear about the 1%er? I missed one Rek'Sai. That's not good. I probably have to give up on Ash 3, which is okay. No problem. Oh, what the f...
You're going to love this. From the shadows.
I am Darkin. Your gods fear me. Shurima is not of this time.
What the fuck is going on? I'm about to hit Nasus 3 before I hit Rek'Sai 3. Please don't kill me here. Please don't kill me here. This game fucking blows, man. Oh, wasn't 8th. Cool. That was a sick game. Sick as in I got fucking sick from playing that game. That game was awful. I'm gonna go play some ads. What do I even say, man? Yo! What's up?
Oh, nothing. Just seeing what you're up to.
Yeah, I'm playing some TFT. Hello.
Cool.
Are you excited for our campaign tonight?
I'm so excited. It's the only thing I look forward to lately.
You sound sarcastic. Could you tone it down a little bit?
Okay. I ordered boba.
Oh!
Do you think I got you anything? Yes or no?
No.
Really?
Yes.
I got you something.
Well, that's inconsiderate of you because I'm watching what I eat.
Wait, actually?
Yes.
Oh, you don't. So you don't want the.
No.
You don't want the large fruit tea.
No, please.
With less sugar.
I'm okay. I really appreciate it though, but I can't.
Believe it. I hate you. I hate you, Dad.
The thought was good. It was very kind. Splash, they said someone on this stream. Why am I the only one from the Bando cafeteria? Guys, you guys don't like Bandolin? By the way, I think Bando was so good with Rek'Sai reroll. Like, I'm so fucking... Fuck you guys. Bando is like what makes Rek'Sai reroll OP. But like, I don't get Bando because everyone doesn't vote for it. It's only good if you're an Earth player. What did do the Rek'Sai reroll? Rek'Sai scales off of his health. The life, and so if and Bruiser scales off health. So if you give him health early, he is OP. Wow. I am so interested. Can I play? Okay, what's BIS for Cho'Gath reroll? Any knowers? It's gotta be Declaw plus Spark. I'm not building Spark on this fucking unit. Hell no. Anyone know? I don't play this comp like ever. Declaw Gunblade. Okay, is it really Gunblade?
This is very exciting.
Redemption probably. There's Declaw, but he has no tank. Ooh, it's okay. He has more HP from eats. Doesn't his eat count? Is it not a stack or is it static? Well, if I get a Vi here, it'll be very fantastic. And if I do not, I will cry. Nope, nope. Didn't get a Vi. Piltover. Piltover. This game is too fucking easy, by the way. Well, I can't use this, really. Okay, well... You may bleed out too hard. Hell no. What? I'm used to losing every round. I'm a loser, okay? I'm used to it. That's a I saved 2 life because he didn't level, so that's a +2 right here. Dude, literally look at these items. Am I not going fucking first? Like giga first. Not even like a little bit first, but like super first. I'm not even gonna pop any of these. Okay? Okay, wait. There's just one problem, and a very small, probably non-existent problem. Is if okay, I'm not gonna play around fucking getting the explode. If I get explode here, the game sucks ass. Great, okay, I'm just not gonna play around it. It's weird because you don't want to play. Ideally, Last of Us is really good, but because you don't have to play Freljord if you don't want to. But there is a severe downside, and the downside is if you get virulent, you kind of need it for the magic pen because you do so much damage. It's fine. Okay, is no one sacking? Am I okay to not be like a moron when it comes to my positioning? I'm just scouting real quick. We are looking okay. Can I kill one? Oh my god. It's actually, we won. Oh, this is a dub. I'm above 80 on PvE or on Carousel. We won. That's another +2. We +4'd so far. I think I want a BF here. Actually, I think I want the highest gold, which is this. Okay, real talk. What are perfect Zeri items? If I were to pick and choose, it'd be like what? Guard Breaker +2? And then the 2 is really subject to whether or not I need lifesteal. Okay. Guard Breaker, and then it's like, I probably need Rage Blade. There's a must. I mean, it's not that good. Oh, I can play Garen from here. Have you ever seen a cash out into Garen before? It's actually hype. I'm just kidding. I'm not fucking doing that. That was a joke. You guys actually... Yes. Saved another 2 life. That's +6 so far. Say I was done with Garen? Yeah, I mean, I am. But, like, you know, if it were to come to me in threes here, how am I going to say no? If it's in triplicate, you know? I'm spooked. I'm very spooked. This guy sack? He did not sack. Thank the fucking Lord. Okay. It's all good. I'm 12 stacks. Awesome. Really great. I'm literally So happy. Nothing bad happened. We're all good. Then Craig and with Sammy Hodge because Hodge is my BIS on Urgot, so I don't really care. Like Slammy is irrelevant for me. I'd rather just save the ambles. The later you can save the ambles, the better, because you have random items that you're gonna get that will determine a lot of stuff. Yeah, I can just do this, right? This is enough. No way, I got 2 large rods, man.
Witness the strength of Noxus.
Whatever, man. What is Morello Ash? What is Gunblade? Locket's okay, actually. Oh no, wait. This is looking a little... This guy is looking a little weak. Oh no, we're good. We're good with 3-unit loss that I'm owning. If you never win, I mean, you're gonna win because when you roll down here, like people are not gonna roll down. No, that's a +4 right there. Don't like this. Socially distant, but you're playing fucking... I got Storks back to this. Oh, that's a pretty good one.
There will be peace in the Freljord. I will forge it.
Okay, I need to get Morelos here, I guess. Okay, and now I'm stuck with one more anvil. It's fine. My Zeri items will be this. I'm gonna keep playing. I'm gonna play Freljord then this game, and then I'm going to play 4 Zon. Kill 2? It's okay. 11. Oh, that's not okay. That's a lot of fucking damage. Okay, I think... I want to crack here, so I know what to get. I want Titans, right? And then I go for BF off Carousel. The BF will be for Zeri or this item. Okay, I have all my items. So. Cool. All in next round. What? Oh, I was like, do I win this? I forgot it's the boss. Which is great for me. It means I kill so much of his units. I save so much HP. 37 is not bad. It's really not that bad. Okay. BF, right? Okay. Now... I have 20 stacks. I have great items. I have 2 items on both carries here. No items on my front line, which kind of sucks ass. But I'm hoping that I don't need items on my front line, because technically I have a T-Hex that's kind of like a front line once it cashes out. It's adaptive. That's good. Excuse me.
I must hurry if I am to win.
Oh God. If I have a no cash out here, it's fine. I actually think I want to sell these and save. Oh God. Do I want to sell these? I don't even know if I can play this.
I will rule the family.
Fun. Am I missing us?
Watch this.
The shadows.
I will restore Freljord's greatness.
The Masia.
30 gold fawn. Really good though. Really, really good for me. Allows me to play this +1. And I'm staying 4. Adaptive is really good, so I played 4. This is one of my favorite cash outs. It's just a free fawn. I just chill then. You 1 goal to win now. I mean, I probably open sell because I'll find the Zeri next round. Fingers crossed. Yeah. 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 For sure. I don't need Zeri after all. I think I just need...
Their history.
Oh no.
The void has breached this place.
I missed Zeri. Oh my god, she was on the right when I was looking down. Oh, that's the only Zeri I'm gonna hit, isn't it?
I will rule the Freljord.
That's unfortunate.
So weak.
How do I itemize this? Is Harm Assist even good? It's actually okay. Just focus on damage. Well, I missed the only unit I was gonna get. That is very unfortunate. Harmlessness allows me to not go for BT here because I just have I should have enough healing with this. Unlucky. Lost because I don't have Zeri. There we go. Excellent.
This time's no different.
The fuck? I have... Well, I guess it's adapted this and extra this. I'm down. It's not bad. Well, it sucks that it took me... I, like, wasted my lead this game. I actually threw the lead into the trash, but it's alright. So IE is not a good item until after you get 2-star units. So it sucks like right now, which is why I was kind of like for it, but it's like there's not much I can do about it. So you're definitely taking the Zeri pair here. And a tank item. All you want is tank items on Sedge here. You're good to go. Both your carries are fully itemized. You could technically do Zeke's, but it'd be pretty bad. You just want to put stuff on Sedge and you're good. I think... How long do I have to plan? I don't think we plan end times. Yeah, I's also better with more gunners, but it's really awkward because my comp is not capped. I mean, adaptive is actually okay for Zeri here. It's just 25 AD, right? 25% AD? That's not bad. Especially with IE. I just need to get gunners, so I'm good to go. Remember, it's 1 gold around. 27 stacks. Yeah, I mean... Oh, this guy got BIS? Yep. Surprise. Surprise. He got chem tank enhancements as well. Oh. What an insane thing. What? Cool. I mean, I'm definitely playing this somehow. Okay, what if I just don't play Forzon? Thoughts? Or, like, I have a... Like, I don't really need it, I guess. Like, I could take out this garbage unit, this garbage unit. I'm pretty sure I'm not supposed to hold on to this. There's no way I'm not. That's a Zeke's. That's not what I want. This Zeke's ZZ Rot's better than... Oh, it probably is. Wow, that's so depressing. Okay, whatever. I guess I am playing Zeke's here. For I'm trying to figure out how to cap this. I'm pretty sure like this is a bad unit. This is like the best Piltover units are gonna be hybrid, and then none of the other ones. I would have saved so much gold if I did fucking...
Let's...
Grief. There's Ionian Bows. Early education. Oh, he has Callista early education. Oh, that's one of the best Callista augments. One per every kill. Callista only kills units, so you're guaranteed it. It's a very interesting one. Please, ulti. Wow, I lost this because, well, honestly, I don't know if I can win this. Seems okay. Zeri's attack speed, it looks so bad.
Dawn is the future.
This and then this. Then +1 Senna, I guess.
Dawn is the future.
My dad didn't even fucking ulti. And this unit's on the backline somehow. That is not good. Is a Saya 2 better than Zeri 2? Oh shit. Okay, well he took that. It's fine, I can't even get Scion. Sucks I couldn't grab any of these items though. It's almost all damage items. I need the TG for Scion. Okay, Zeri 2. I do some weird juggling. I just need to get Senna in. And I'm good. We're juggling this. This is going on to this.
I am Thorn's reckoning.
Watch this.
Okay, my bad. The way this worked was really bad for my comp before. How the fuck what do I even put this on? Sure. There you go, Ash. You're beast. Oh, I actually have -4 here. When I cash out here, I'll actually get a decent amount of gold. Hopefully enough to get Senna here. I don't even know if I play Trist, honestly. I think I'm just dead. I'm bought for this game. Oh, I made such a bad error skipping the Zeri. It's one of those games, whatever. Oh, 3?
Demacia must lead by example. I'm going in.
Does this even help? Is this even better? Oh, this looks kind of sus. Dude, I just auto lose against this guy. This guy can literally gigabyss. Okay, I didn't hit that guy. Thank God. This guy's last stand, so he should be fine. I should be fine. Okay, my thing did it cast? It's kind of scary me, actually.
Volunteers to charge blindly into a storm of souls.
Okay. Well, I hit. Forgot the cloud. Welcome back for 23 months. 6 free subbing. I need like a vow or something here. TG vow. Maybe Sunfire.
For the living, for the dead.
Perfect. Another ZZ Rod. That's what I was looking for. Silent 2, Silent 2, Silent 2, Silent 2, Silent 2. He's literally bug abusing. He has 3 chem tanks. What? Wait, what the fuck? Is it just a visual bug? These brothers not triggered twice. So I did 1k. How much is that shield?
A 3-star.
Aphelios 3 last stand. Woo. I don't hit him. It's fine. That's also his first place player. I think I beat this guy. I think I beat this guy. Someone else dies. Yeah. Okay, so he's dead. 2 died. 3 died. Okay, I'm top 4. Okay, I just have to dodge these 2 players. That's reasonable. No, I could definitely do that.
Is not this time.
Here you go, Queen. I'm playing against this guy. I think if I position the chem tank to go away from my Zeri, maybe it's okay. It's like maybe winnable. It's winnable. It's winnable. Holy fuck! It's actually winnable. Wait, it's top 3. Wait, it's top. Wait, no. It's top 3. So I don't fuck off. What can I even death cap on this board? It's just Senna. It's just Senna. Wait, I can death cap this. Let's get Jason more AS. Jason's a terrible unit, and you should not consider him. He has 2 Shrouds and a Zephyr, and he has QSS. How do I beat this? I think did not cast. I did not remember to put my Sile on my left side. I'm so fucked here, actually. It didn't even matter, man. Oh, the reason this guy's losing is because he never itemized his Urgot. What? Oh, wild. Okay, it blows up in a good spot. Oh. Well. Well. So playing game was 30, he kept taking his echo. No, it's a bug. He kept taking his whole fucking board.
Their soul's desire.
At least I think so. Ugh, Zeri just doesn't feel fun. I don't want to play Zeri, man. Maybe I'm done. Maybe I'm just done with this patch. Until Aphelios and the Zero get better, it feels kind of bleh. Forgotten Cloud, welcome back for 23 months. Thanks for your subbing. Yeah, Garrett is more fun. Like, no joke. I'm gonna go play some mats. I'll be right back. I need to get some more water. Oh god, hold up. What did I just click? I'll be back. Okay. Welcome. August, welcome back for 53 months. Thanks for the tier 3. What the fuck? You're crazy. All right. What am I doing? I have 20 minutes to burn until we start, okay? You get brisket for me? Can I mail it to you? Nah, I don't trust your brisket. I'm gonna beat Remnant in 20 minutes. Easy. He Baldur's Gate 3 is better than D&D. It just depends on you, right? I don't like D&D personally, so it's better for me. Where am I? Oh, right. I did a new adventure instead of doing the boss. Oh shit, maybe I should real quick. Can you guys not see this? Look, it's a game capturing. It's game capturing Baldur's Gate. That would make sense why you can't see this. Whoops, that is my bad. Can you see this now? Hello? Oh, I guess this game isn't display capturable? Whatever, should be fine. Is it? Should be fine. Alright, so I started a new world because I wanted to see what the different variations were on worlds, and it was kind of sick. But I'm gonna do boss attempts now. So I'm at the final boss. I didn't want to kill it off stream because I was like, oh, you guys would probably prefer if I killed it on stream. Do I need anything? Oh, okay. I almost have a mutator all the way up. What else did I get? Challengers up. Do I have anything else? Oh, I guess not. Wait, I do have something else. I got the Alchemist entirely on accident. I didn't know that's how you were supposed to get the Alchemist, but I got it because I was doing a new area and he grabbed me while I was running past something. And I got it that way.
Travel. They don't like it. I'll see you again, traveler.
So I got the archetype for Alchemist? What does this even do? It increases rate of fire, reload, melee speed, health regen per second. Perks are grants damage, team panacea. PS Scrap also has a chance of awarding. I don't know if I really like this. I'm back to challenge. Where is that? Nope, that is not what I want to do. Attack dog. You got dragged into the sewers? Yeah, I got dragged into the sewers. I didn't know that was like, I thought I died. Because the way you get alchemists, you get dragged into the sewers randomly next to a grate. I just assumed that just killed me. but then you spawn on the other side and you have to fight a boss. I wanted to do campaign. All right, we will go this way. TLDR, you guys told me this is the last boss, and this is the last boss. Okay, cool. That's all you guys need to know. Wait. I need to change this, right? And I need to change this because there's no chance this shit works on the final boss. All right. Ow. No way. Okay. Who the hell is he? Ow. Okay, that went a little poorly, but I'm sure it'll be okay. Okay, shoot boss, shoot orbs, shoot boss, shoot orbs, shoot boss, shoot orbs. Okay. Got it. Okay. Bulwark. Wow, it doesn't do damage later. I rolled into it. Oh no. Okay. I have gotten hit with every ability. I got rezzed into his next ability. Okay. No problem. Okay. Alright, once I see the boss, I can activate stuff because, yeah, it takes a while. No problem. I got it. It's easy. So it's... Dodge that attack. Didn't dodge that attack. Oh my god, please. Alright, that's right. there's another one. Yeah. I don't know, man. It's always really weird because, like, I don't know why people try to help. Like, it's just, like, ruining the experience for people playing a new game. Like, why say anything? Just enjoy the game. It sucks that, like, every time I read chat when I play a new game, that they just can't help themselves. I am so confused. Oh god, I found it. Okay, another one. Got it. I did not fucking get this. Oh no. Looking good so far. Not good. Not good. I fucking lied. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Got hit with lightning. Phase 2. He tears off his horns. Okay, that's kind of sick though. Oh, wait, he tears himself in half? That's kind of fucking sick though. The fuck is going on? Okay. Alright, that looks doable. This isn't that bad. But I just find it, you're probably not able to melee this boss easily. Like, how do you beat this boss with melee? That seems kind of difficult. I don't know how many times I have this. I would say this is definitely doable. I didn't dodge there. Oh, it just killed me. Rip. Yeah, I'm using the base default gun. I think I get one more try here, and then we'll see what happens. But phase 1 seems very easy, very straightforward. The second phase, a little bit harder. Maybe a lot bit harder. Okay, dodge, we're good. Dodge one. Okay. Ow! Ow! Bro, go easy, man. Oh. Bro. You have to duck that? That is so funny. Okay, I see. I understand. Oh, I don't have time though. I would love to keep doing this, but I got phase 1 down. It's fine. I don't want to be late. I hate being late. All right, so I'm gonna switch this game capture over. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna turn on Baldur's Gate. All right, let's talk a little bit about Baldur's Gate, okay? You guys may really enjoy what we're doing. I enjoy it too. Do not fucking ruin the game. If someone does ruin the game, just spam. Like, spam really quick, okay? Like, they say something, just like fill the chat with like 12 lines, okay? That's it. That's all I want. Like, yeah, like, spoiler, I don't care. Like, literally anything. I do not give a shit. I have not been spoiled much, but the times it does happen kind of sucks. And I know you guys can't ban people for good reason. And just like literally just give me like 12 lines or something. Yeah, if you guys want to make out, go for it. All right, real quick, let me get in a call. Okay, Albert's here first this week. Felt a little bad about last week, I see. Hello.
Hello.
Wow, you're first this week.
Yes, after last time. I'm not going to be late.
No.
Dude, I just got it. What's up?
No, go for it.
I just Pandora's benched into a 3-star Aatrox.
Huh?
And then I spent the rest of the game just re-rolling it every round into random 3-star 5 costs. It was a world tour.
Wow, oh man. I have been trying to hit like a good rise with 6 Invoker, and like
that shit sucks.
It's hilarious though. Like if you get the right ones. I like the tornado because it gives you gold. And I'm like, oh, it's like mini mercenary. How many times can they cast?
I think 6 Invoker is just so weak. Like, you either hit Karma 3 really fast, and then you're like, oh, okay, yeah, I can actually win. Or you just like fail to hit it because a lot of people play Ionia and just have a Karma 2, and then you just like lose. I think you have to 6 Invoker into 9 and play RA, and like Invoker RA. Like, I think the strat on average is so weak. Every time I get like a 4 invoker opener, I'm like, oh no, I have to play it, and then it sucks.
I think I
Unless you
like
high
it
roll.
on that one pool, Dreaming Pool, the one where it gives you a guaranteed tier, so you can get like a Rise or Ari.
Oh, guaranteed tier 5.
Yeah.
Oh, I was like, guaranteed tier of the goddess.
Yeah, what's
I
up,
get it.
Toast?
Hello.
Hello.
Now we're just waiting for Lily.
She said this is the only thing she looks forward to. She's not going to be late.
Yeah, she said it's the only thing that makes her happy.
Yeah.
She doesn't have a lot going on these days.
Oh, God.
We
Oh.
gotta really make this fun for her.
Okay, wait. I'm going to take a pee then while I'm waiting for her. I'll be right back. I really,
Okay,
it's an
I will
excuse to
too.
take this. I'll be right back.
I spent 2 hours preparing a presentation.
Okay. I'm
Yeah,
excited
yeah, yeah.
to see it.
It's so that all the viewers are in the loop, because there's nothing worse than coming into a stream, not knowing what happened previous in the story, and then feeling out of the loop, and then you leave because you're not in the loop. You're not in the know. You're not in the knowers club.
Do you plan to do this for every stream?
Yes, I'll update it every day. I did this for Fire Emblem.
You are a better streamer than I.
Oh no, I don't think I'm a better streamer. I just care about my viewers.
Doesn't that make you a better streamer?
Not necessarily. There are a lot of streamers that are very small who care a lot about their viewers, but I wouldn't necessarily describe them as like good entertainers. Like, there's some streamers that know their viewers by name, and they're like, "Hi, Pete. Thanks for stopping by again."
Weird.
Oh, hey, Dennis. Yeah, I don't know anyone's names, unless there's a small but non-zero chance that all my viewers have the same first name, and it's really easy. Like, maybe they just all happen to be Pete.
Oh, God. I'm coughing a lot today. It sucks. I'm back.
Anyway, I'm going to use the bathroom really quick.
Yeah, where's...
Wait till
Oh,
Lily gets here.
she's still not here? Okay, I'm going to get some water then. I'll be right back. Still not here? Wow. Really making us wait.
Hello? 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 Is Discord broken? Hello? Is my microphone broken? Am I heard? Testing 1, 2, 3. What the heck? Hello? Hang on. Testing, hello? Hello? What the heck? Hello? Test? Toast? Oh, are they all gone?
Hello? Here.
Like, is it bad that I can't tell if they're actually gone or they're just ignoring me? Because, like, it could be both, you know what I mean? But I don't think they would ignore me. Hello? Am I being ignored or are they gone? Or is my Discord broken? Like, is my microphone not working? I could restart Discord one more time, but I am unsure. I can... Alright, let me...
Alright, I'm back.
Alright, I'm back.
Oh, Toast, are you here?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I prepared a presentation for you guys.
Hello?
Oh.
Let me go, yeah. Hey, Lily.
Hey, what's up, Lily?
Where
Oh,
have you been?
hey! Oh my god. Sorry. I was fixing stuff.
Oh.
Okay. Well, I mean, at least you're here now.
Mm-hmm.
Is there an
so,
invite? Oh, sorry.
before we do it, I spent a couple hours preparing a presentation. If you guys could pull this up onto your streams.
Hours. Okay.
This is so that your viewers are in the know of what happened, because a lot of people will come in on day, like today we're on day 3, and they don't really know what happened in the earlier days. So here's like a very quick summary in 5 minutes.
Wait, that's
maybe
so
even less.
considerate of you. Could you give me a second to pop this out?
Yeah, let me know when you're ready.
Of course.
Oh, I'm ready.
Well,
All right, it's just a very
I'm
quick
not...
summary of everything they missed out on, all the important plot points, and who everyone is.
Okay.
And how they are.
Okay, hold on. I'm almost ready.
All right, chat. If you're not taking notes, this will be on the final exam.
I have one window.
There will be no curve.
Baldur. Finding Baldur and his gate, right?
Yep.
Okay, I'm ready.
All right, Scar, you ready?
Okay.
I'm ready.
Hang on, I'm putting on moisturizer.
Oh, did you tell your...
Yeah, no, everybody just make sure you have good skin.
Albert, did you tell your chat this will be on the final exam?
Yes.
Oh my god, at the very end, we should quiz everyone.
Yes.
Yeah.
And remember, no curves, okay? No curves allowed. We're not like those weak other classes.
No, we should
Ace
definitely
Monkey,
give
welcome back for
curbs.
16 months.
Curbs?
What?
Did you say curbs or curves?
Curves.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Okay, I'm ready.
All right.
All right, I'm ready.
Welcome, everybody. Here's your 5-minute intro so that everybody is in the loop. Welcome to Finding Baldur and His Gate. I didn't actually make that name. I think Toast did. All right. The quick summary. An evil ship of mind flayers attacked the town. It is up to 4 unlikely heroes to save the world. First, we have Aura, the druid. It is a drow elf voiced by
Drows are
Lilypichu.
elves?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they are.
Yes.
What?
Anyway, she's got 8 IQ, high charisma. Her parents were killed by kobolds. That's the one fun fact she stated about her. Loves animals, has a good moral compass. Her most often used word is sorry. Next up, we have Frank the Fighter. That is because I didn't know that it was going to say that your class name after your name, so I named myself Frank the Fighter, and then it added that on afterwards. White man, voiced by Boxbox, 8 IQ, durable, friendly, enjoys pushing things, too dumb to break the law, doesn't like to wear clothes, and his favorite word is Frank. Next up, we have Mortimus the Monk, Dragonborn, voiced by Scarra, 8 IQ, prefers fisting over any form of combat. Has a brother that is the lead developer of popular strategy game Teamfight Tactics. Has the most deaths by a lot. And favorite word is
That's true. He likes saying that
and
a lot.
last up we have Shruck, the Barbarian. Shruck introduced himself as me Shruck, me not smart, me hit good. His brother starred in 4 different movies by DreamWorks, has 8 IQ, and his favorite word is me. Alright, quick summary of the adventure. The Mind Flayers have captured and infected us with a tadpole.
Oh no!
The whole party will turn into Mind Flayers in 7 days, unless we find a cure. We escape the ship, finding 2 cute girls on the way. Then, before we die,
Oh my god, this is a real
mysterious
summary.
force saves our lives. The group bands together, agreeing that their next mission is to figure out how to escape the fate of turning into a Mind Flayer. We explore a crypt. We combine our 16 IQ to hit this big, large stone and break the floor beneath us. We both die. Mortimus then falls down and triggers a fight. Underprepared and almost dead, we all come in before resting and healing to save him. Frank holds the door while Shruck kills everyone one by one while Aura and Mortimus are dead. Goblins attack. A handsome man named Will comes in to save the day, the Blade of the Frontiers.
Yep.
These are supposed to be the playable characters if we didn't have a party of 4. We find a large owl bear, and Shruck slaughters it. Aura cries and begs for us to spare the little one. Shruck says, okay. We meet a handsome or cute or sexy devil named Karlak. Will has been trying to take her down for her treacherous deeds. It is then revealed, plot twist, that we've been gaslit and she's actually a good person. Because she is attractive, we immediately take her word for it. Then, day 2, Frank the Fighter reclasses to Frank the Fighter the Paladin. We get attacked by gnolls. Mortimus reveals that earlier, alone, he found a traveler attacked by gnolls, but he wasn't able to save him, and he just ran away instead. Frank haphazardly runs in, and we fight the gnolls. The fight is going very poorly because we are very underleveled. Frank sees an opportunity to use Scroll of Burning Hands. Frank has 8 IQ though, so he ends up throwing the scroll instead of using it and dies. Then we find a Gentarian bandit hideout. There's a cute leader named Zeres. Ara fails the charisma check and they hate us. She does specifically turn into a bear and kill them to steal their possessions. Then we enter the Underdark. Extremely underprepared and underleveled. Our combined 32 IQ group goes in anyway. Mortimus runs in way ahead of the group and gets owned. And massively fails the charisma check against Gek Cole, sparking a fight that we are 3 levels too low for. We rush in, kill Gek Cole, Truck pushes the minions off the map, and then everybody runs away. Everybody dies, and it is left to Ara to win a 1v1. Lucky for Ara, the guy runs into her moonbeam like an idiot, and we win the fight. Everybody starts clapping. Ara is invited to the Valorant team for her ability to clutch. Then we enter the Adamantine Forge. Mortimus, finally learning, allowed Frank the Fighter the Paladin to do the charisma checks. Violence is avoided because Frank is in front. Shrock finds Legendary Forge to make adamantine weapons. Suddenly, he wakes up the adamantine beast Grim. Before killing Grim, Mortimus tries to steal the kill and runs into lava. Ara then also runs into lava, even though she just saw Mortimus do it 2 seconds ago. We game over for the first time ever.
Mortimus dies. If
Try it again. It's bludgeoning time, and then we bludgeon Grim. And yeah. Cool. Day 3.
Wow.
I'm
impressed. Now you're all in the know.
Yeah.
A lot of effort. Thank you for that.
Yes. Now all your viewers know what's going on, and they can follow this journey.
You guys all know what's going on, right?
Are you gonna do this every week?
I mean, I'll keep it updated. I can just give the 5-minute presentation while you guys go to the bathroom or something.
Oh.
We did this for Fire Emblem. We just update the presentation every day. It's easy.
Is he not volume?
Huh?
I'm kidding.
What?
Is he not low volume for anyone else?
No, he's the same as last week.
Yeah, he's always been too low for me. But like, I raised Discord to max and your individual volume on Discord to max as well. I don't know what else I can do to make you higher. I don't get it. Why is he
make everything higher and then make us lower?
That's what I
like on your headset.
Oh, I see. How do I do that?
Wow.
Because my volume is maxed too on Windows.
Oh my god. What about your
Yeah.
headset? Your
I don't have headset.
Your mixer has a general audio for everything.
Okay. Hold on.
There's only so much we can do on our end to accommodate you.
I really appreciate how much you're taking this 8 IQ role
I could yell all the time.
Why is he so
the 8 IQ thing?
quiet?
I think it's just very funny that everybody chose a fighter with 8 IQ.
It was completely coincidental, which is funny. Anyway, yeah, I don't
If
know.
we ever have a team name, it needs to be about our current combined IQ.
Agreed.
Team 32.
Yeah.
Team 32.
Kind of like
Alright,
Team 8.
Okay, I can do gain on top audio, I guess. And then lower everyone else, right? Albert, could you talk again?
Hello.
Could you talk one more time?
Hello.
Okay.
Toast, invite me when you get the chance.
Same.
Same. Did that help at all?
Wait, does everyone else have me at like 200% volume? Am I that quiet?
No, you're normal.
I have him at 200%. I don't know what. I just have I have 8 IQ. I can't figure this out.
Would you like me to shove the mic into my throat?
No.
It's okay.
It's fine.
So
Aura would
weird.
just be hard of hearing.
Like,
And
Scar,
that
you're
is
so
okay.
much louder, and you're at 100% volume. Albert's at 200% volume.
Oh,
I don't know what to do.
Albert is
Alright.
not that low for me.
That's so weird. Why is he just low for me? Okay, whatever. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. We'll just play. Anyway, invite.
You've been invited.
Hey,
Okay.
thank you. All right, guys. Anything
Hacker
problematic?
Mans, I'm in.
Quit pickpocketing is
I'm
a
excited
quick.
for our next adventures of the 32 IQ group.
Oh my god, pickpocketing is a quick tip for a lot of gold. That's what it just told me. The art of the gentle.
It's really hot.
More like the gentle staff at this point.
Could you invite me again, Toast?
Yeah, I can.
Thank you.
I am very excited to hit level 5 because I hear level 5 is like the super OP level. And I mean, I'm like, oh, okay.
So I accepted it and it's not loading.
Okay, you're showing up with a lot of issues.
I'm sorry. Okay, can I restart my game? I don't know why it's not loading.
I don't need you to be sorry. I need you to be better.
Jesus Christ.
Restart your game and get back here.
I'm trying, bro. I'm trying.
No one else has this issue.
Everyone's so hostile today.
No, we're not.
Nobody said a single hostile thing yet.
Your tone is being really hostile.
Well, you came in demanding Albert to change his mind.
I didn't demand. I was just asking if anyone else. Never mind, man.
I had this issue last week.
Yeah, and nothing was fixed. So I was hoping I could fix it this week.
Did you? Well, did you do anything to fix it though?
The reason is because I gaslit myself into thinking like, oh, maybe it wasn't a big deal last week. But this week I'm listening and I'm like, oh, he's still quiet. So I guess it was still a thing. And next week I'm probably gonna forget about this week again.
I mean, if you want, I can come over and like fix things up.
That's also Baldur's Gate. When I do fit to screen, I get like space up at the top and bottom of my screen of OBS.
Oh, don't you just do full screen?
Yeah, no, it's full screen. It takes up my entire screen.
It's because her monitor resolution isn't the traditional 920.
What do I do?
Oh.
Again, these are all great questions to bring up before or after a stream.
Okay, should I change to 1920 by 1080?
Yeah, that might fix it.
Yeah.
Okay, and then...
Maybe.
Hmm,
But it's not your native resolution.
It's not. It's... Why is it doing this? It didn't do this last time.
Wow, so you found new problems.
Yeah.
Wait, I can make the chair light. Hold on, can I do it to you?
Like now?
Can I do it to you?
No, it doesn't. It's not working.
Wait, let me try it again.
16 by 9? Is that my native resolution? I don't get why.
Let's wait for Lily to get in.
Why is there a black screen?
Oh my god.
Oh! Wait. Is it? You guys will never guess what the problem was.
What was the problem?
It was cropped.
So you didn't notice the green line when you hovered over your...
I can't believe... Sometimes the solutions really are in just front of our faces, huh?
I'm gonna put this light on you.
Thank you. I'm gonna guidance myself.
All right. I see Frank has run on ahead. Are we splitting up or are we progressing?
No,
I
we
just went to the
should.
shop.
We should
I'm on
stick
my way
together.
All right.
I just sold all my shit.
Wait! Where did you sell your stuff?
There's no more gold.
Why?
There's no more gold.
No, the guy does have gold. Hey, I'm coming back to you guys, and I see another mithril thing right here.
Oh?
Can we get it?
Yeah.
Frank needs some heavy armor.
Hey, where did you sell your gold? Can you ping it?
It's back at the the fast travel ancient forge, and there's a shop right there. But there's some mithril right here.
Oh.
What do you guys say we get 4 mithrils and we each get 1 piece of adamantine gear? Oh.
Oh.
Oh, V's? Oh, sorry.
Oh, we got surprised, so we
What's
have to
this?
skip our opening turn.
Videos?
Wait.
It wasn't me. It wasn't me.
I mean, it was me. I ran over to the mithril.
Oh,
Wait,
they have
wait,
heat
why are you
armor,
guys
which
fighting?
is really good against
Where am I?
armor characters. You're on the exact same screen as all of us
Wait, how did I get there?
by walking with us.
Wait, that's
Oh,
not fair. They
fine.
weren't there, and then they were.
Yeah, it's an ambush. I can't believe after being surprised 5 different times across 3 sessions, we got
Mortimus
surprised
died
again. And we're expressing surprise at being surprised. When are you guys gonna learn that this will keep happening? This is Dungeons and Dragons. You're not gonna. This isn't a traditional game where you get a giant challenger's approaching sign.
I didn't do it this time.
Like, we start off every fight with one guy dead, one guy at 10% health, getting surprised with 0 preparation, and we have to like fucking figure out a way to bring this shit sandwich down our fucking throats.
Sandwich.
Alright, well, Mort's down. I don't like spending half the fight throwing healing potions at Mort.
No, wait, just kill them. They're all 12 HP.
Oh, that's pretty low. Alright, I'm going in.
Do you have an AoE hit?
No, I'm just gonna throw them off. Gonna throw them off the cliff.
Wait, they fly!
Work.
They fly?
They fly!
They can fly!
Well, they're flying right now, aren't they?
Wait, this surprise was even my fault. I followed Frank!
Okay, but they can't fly in lava? No, they can fly in lava.
Oh, they're immune to lava.
Retro.
Oh.
No problem, I got it.
They fly and are immune to lava. I'm out of ideas. I'm a one-trick pony.
Oh. Ooh. Ooh.
Oh, you got
Okay.
rid of your heat metal debuff.
Oh, I see. Okay. Wait, why can't I use a bonus? I used my bonus action? Oh, that's funny. I want to use
All
ice
right.
knife so bad, but I'm gonna hit everyone.
Frank
so
is
I
ready to
shouldn't do
tank.
that.
Just kill one of these per turn, and it's Joe.
Okay.
If you examine them, you can see that they are
Oh.
vulnerable to ice, which would be big damage.
That would be big damage.
That
but
would
I
be
used-
big damage.
I used the Aura has 8 IQ.
What about Lilypichu?
Also,
Lilypichu has 9 IQ. Not much better, man.
don't worry about Mortimus. He'll be
9.
fine.
If you guys move out of the way, I can ice knife. But
At this point, just fucking ice knife all of us.
okay.
95% chance to hit. 10 to 15, the odds are pretty good. Yeah, I'll take it.
10.
Ooh, you're getting your metal heated right now.
By the power vested in me as a druid.
You now
Ice
pronounce this.
Before you, let me save Scarra.
Oh, they explode. They explode.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Scarra. I am like really sorry. I'm like super sorry. I
She's
feel
not
really
sorry.
bad.
She's eating her sandwich right now.
I'm really sorry. I'm gonna end turn now.
I end the turn. It's Frank's turn.
How did I die in the first
I'll just
fight
stand
we
here
got
and continue
to?
tanking.
That card we already did. Even we didn't. Don't bring it up. Ooh.
Yonggu's blessing. Jungkook's blessing. Jungkook. All right, they explode. Jungkook. All right, they explode. Wait,
There's
are
only
those
5
two
left.
new? Where did they come from? Were they here the whole time?
Oh, there are 3
No,
new.
they spawned in when Scar exploded.
Oh. Dropped your weapon?
Wait, my axe!
Frank, you need that. Actually, you've been just tanking.
Should I stop ice knifing?
No, you
Well,
keep doing it.
Ideally, if you can ice knife without hitting us. Ooh,
Okay.
good, that was good.
Just a little.
That was the
bit.
wrong choice.
What do you mean?
You heal Shrock. Shrock the carry.
But Frank is the healer, so he can heal you.
Alright. That's fair. Okay, he's pulling out his crossbow. What you got, Frank?
Wait, drows are elves?
Wait, it didn't fly.
No, he's flying at the bottom. You
Wait,
see him.
It's still alive.
He can't fly. We just established that.
Oh god.
Okay, well, let me go ahead and equip this axe.
Oh, I'm a dark elf.
Bro, what is he gonna do? Oh, he
He
can
can
fly.
fly. He's back. Oh. Dude, I should not be saying
I'll
this.
tell
You're
about
getting
items.
murdered
No!
right now.
Don't say shit! Oh.
I dropped their weapon again.
Stop dropping your weapon. It takes an action to equip it.
Wait.
Transform the.
Oh, good spam, guys. I didn't read it. Good shit.
Damn it, I'm finished with my waffle.
I'm glad. Wait, I used up my bonus. Oh, I
11.
accidentally used arsonist oil.
We need to
No,
kill
it's
like
not that.
3 of them this turn, or we're screwed.
Oh,
All right,
God.
I can punch this one.
I need a 4.
Can we do anything else?
Oh, it's a little better.
This one's 5 HP.
All right, I'm gonna punch the 1 HP one at a 64% chance. Leave this to Frank.
Nice. Good. Nice
gonna
work.
make this
Oh,
a
right. They explode.
God damn it.
Is there a fire resistance potion I can drink? Wizard Bane oil. Arrow of ice. Okay, this might come in handy.
I used my fire resistance last round. Or the boss.
Ooh, you got rid of your heat metal
Ooh.
disadvantage.
Ooh, take all of that.
Okay, I'm back. This one's at 10 health, 12 health, 12 health. This should be
I think we're good.
light work. Yeah. Bonk.
Bonk.
They explode?
They explode.
They've been exploding every time they die, yeah.
Wow, they explode?
Frenzied. Wait. Bonus strike.
Oh, level up.
Alright, I don't
there's only one
wanna.
left.
I wanna be that guy, but I've killed 5 of these guys.
I've been punching. All right.
And turn. Oh.
Crit for
Ooh,
5.
critical hit.
All right, I got nothing. Remember when Aura killed Mortimus?
What happens if we just don't res more? Like we just never
That
res
seems
them?
like a bad idea.
You just Scar just watches us play the game.
That seems like a really bad idea.
Ow, yeah. Say
But don't
hello to hell. Huh?
Wait, you already saw what happened when you throw them down.
No, I'll lob it to you.
I already used my turn. Ow.
He has 1 health left.
Oh, I know what I can throw.
Yeah, throw a rock at it.
I have a hammer.
Yeah, throw it.
Onk.
Oh, critical miss?
How funny would it be if it now just killed somebody?
Druids are so nice because your health in bear form doesn't count. Nice. Oh, right, they explode.
I'm so sorry. Oh my god, please rest me.
You don't have to say sorry to me. You hurt yourself.
I feel so bad for Mortimus.
Well,
Morty, I didn't mean it. Oh wait, I'm so sorry. I forgot the lava kills me. Aura
We've been
forgot.
over this last fight. Lava hot.
Lava hot.
All
Can
right.
we?
Before
We
we
should
continue
rest.
to the Mithril Rock, should we go get Mortimus back into a long rest?
Yeah. I agree. Let's do that.
Just in case there's more. Yeah, I'm down. Let's go back
Level
to camp.
up. Level up.
Oh, we also leveled up. Yeah.
Oh, sick. Yeah, let's do. Let's
Alright.
rest and do a long rest.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and take 200 gold from Scarra's pocket. Mortimus'
That's
pocket,
only
and
fair.
I'll use that to resurrect him.
A registry of proud
Aura
followers
killed
who are
Mortimus. It's
loyal.
only fair that we
What?
Mortimus.
I'm getting.
Okay, let's be honest. Shoot. Oh, I get level 3 spells.
Oh, what level? What level?
5.
5. That's big.
The
That's where you get
6th
some good
level, I
stuff.
hear. Yeah.
Feign death? Put an ally in a protective coma. That's sick. What? Daylight. Enchanted item. Protection from energy. Plant growth.
Then this is the
Every time we get in one little fight, we're long resting.
Sleep.
Like we fight one goblin. It's like shit. We got long rest, guys.
Whoa.
These are hard goblins, man.
Oh, I have to do that. I want that. Call lightning seems
Where am I?
sick.
Where am I? Yeah, second attack. Oh,
Okay.
hell yeah.
Are we long resting?
Yeah, but I think they're leveling up. Frank, are you gonna use a shield? Because it seems like you're more tank than damage dealer.
Let me take a look.
Extra attack?
Because I
Shield is
have.
great weapon fighting. I can pivot.
I counted about 0 attacks in that last fight from your melee weapon.
I mean, Frank would like to attack if given the opportunity, but Frank is fine with using his shield. If there's a good one. Only if there's a good one.
Are you more of a tank or a healer, Frank? Or both?
Frank's just kind of a nice guy. He'll do what we need.
You know what? That's cool, man.
Let's do a long rest.
Yeah, I'm done.
Long rest is activating.
Stunning strike is
All right.
huge,
Yeah,
really?
let's get 4 pieces of mithril. I don't know if 4 pieces exist, but like, really they exist. I want some adamantine gear.
Well, I want to talk to people.
Okay,
Oh!
so that goes against the let's long rest statement. If you want to talk to people, you can talk to people. But we want a long rest for long resting. What are we doing?
Wait, I thought long resting. I thought
long
it was
resting is
given.
going to bed.
Okay, fine. We'll go to bed. Jeez.
Proper communication is the key to. a
I
healthy
hate you.
Ooh.
But
Oh.
after we wake up, we can't talk to people.
Ooh.
But now's a good time to level up and talk. Oh, car lag.
Wait, I want to talk to. God damn it! No, not now, Scratch.
Gale is positively voracious. Oh,
Well, how do I leave
he
this?
sucks
Why am
the
I doing
magic.
this? Oh, you're talking to him. Okay, you can.
Is
pet
it
him. I won't.
possible to romance a character without them being in your party?
I think so. I don't know.
Because if not, I'm gonna need one of you to leave.
Oh.
So Carlac can hang out with us.
Oops. Oh no, I didn't mean to. Where's Shadowheart? Can't find her.
Shadowheart is so basic. I'm gonna
What do
come on
you
and say
mean? You were doing like, oh, no one else can talk to Kara. He said,
Yeah, because
So
Carlac
about
is big.
biting-
Shadowheart is like, oh, I'm not nice. I'm broken on the inside. It's like very, it's an
Yeah, I like
overplayed
that.
trope.
I like that though.
I know, yeah, I know you do.
Only villains that we need to kill anyway. And if I happen to drain the occasional bandit during a fight, what's the harm? they're just as dead.
Whatever, Shadowheart. Whatever, man. Leave.
Now, shall we go? I'm already feeling a little pinch.
Okay.
Still, oh.
Summon creature. I have a very rare item. I can't use it. I have to use ever burning blade.
So stunning strike is good.
But this
It
flail
uses a key
heals me.
point though.
Heck yeah.
Do I want 8 more damage?
Is there any benefit to using my fists over a weapon? No, not right now, right?
Chrono coin, Devil foil mask, mithril ore. Why do I have 30 old boots? Rain shield I can sell. Chainmail I can sell. Oh my god, what the hell is this? It combines with 2 other things to make another thing?
Is this a secret row of books? Oh! Oh! Awesome! A free teleportation, but only for one person. Wait, the scroll of books are sick. Oh. Worship Lady Lost. Hero Finder God's Pact. Okay, no problem, no problem. Wait, the books. Toast forgot about the books. Knowledge is really power. Oh, we need to find Mithril. Let's see. How do we find Mithril? Hold on. I need to. It might. No, I don't want to do this. Where is Mithril? Okay, hold on. How do I go up? Okay. I think I'm stuck to like go up a little bit.
Right. I'm ready to leave camp. I'm gonna walk up to the mithril. Are you guys ready?
Hmm?
I'm gonna walk up to the mithril.
Yeah. I think I'm
Scarra
gonna
already took the
indoctrinate
mithril.
myself into her cult so I can sleep with her. Okay, let's go.
What? Who?
Shadowheart.
Oh, okay. You can sleep with Shadowheart. I'll sleep with Will.
Okay.
Ow.
Alright.
Why Will?
I guess like of the remaining options, I find him the most attractive.
That's fair.
There's no more females, right?
No,
there
there's,
is Lae'zel.
Oh.
Whoa.
And
I'm
there's
talking to
also
Lae'zel.
possibly Jaheira or Minthara if you play your cards right.
Wait, who's Jaheira?
I think you wouldn't like Minthara. Minthara is more my type.
Wait, Shrock, come back. What
Yeah.
if there's a fight? I'm just gonna run in. Okay, there's no fight. Wait, where's the mithril rock?
Shrock already took the mithril.
Wait, we already
Brock
looted
doesn't
it?
trust you. Brock's holding on to the mithril ore for safekeeping.
Alright, let's go. Be on the lookout for any more mithril
Oh.
ore. Let's try to get one per person.
Actually, if you know what you want to build, like if you have the mold for it, you can just take it now.
Let's see what molds we have available.
We have a splint. I don't know what a splint is.
Oh, Splint is heavy armor.
Oh.
Ooh, for Frank?
If that's what you want.
I will insert it right now.
Wait, where do you guys see the mithril things?
It's like a big rock.
You have to
blue rock.
explore.
Whoa.
So you can walk around a little bit if you want to look for mithril ores. Like just jump around the area.
Oh.
I'm gonna put in the mithril ore.
Okay.
It's in now.
Splint's mold
Please
is
don't-
in.
Okay. So now you just pull the hammer. I'm not gonna stay here for this. You can do this. Well, if you stay, he's just gonna be making stuff in the meantime.
Okay, so I just do this.
All right. If anyone gets engaged in a fight, you're on your own. Yeah. Frank is crafting. There's something here. Lily, come over here.
Where? But I'm downstairs now.
What are you doing down there?
I don't know. How do I get back up?
You can watch Frank. What is here?
Okay,
There's a
so I think
treasure
I just
here.
Open the lava valve and then. All right, wait. All right, be careful. It's gonna get real hot.
Okay.
Oh. Where are you, Shrock?
I'm by the forge.
And then now.
Oh my way.
I think you pull the hammer one more time.
The mold's in there, right?
Yeah. I mean, you should be asking yourself that because you're the one who put it in.
I'm like 99% sure I put it in. Oh, there it is.
There it
Adamantine
is.
split armor.
18 AC?
Damn, that's so much.
All
Reduce
incoming
all
damage is
by
reduced by 2.
Wait, that's so good.
Oh, okay, Aura and Frank
Where the
had
tanks?
got
Where
their
the tanks?
pieces. Well, you got a piece. And Frank got a piece.
Reeling.
What about Shrock and Mortimus? Honestly, if anyone needs armor, it's Mortimus. He's dying every round.
More not sure.
Poor
We don't
Mortimus.
have many molds. We have a longsword, a mace, a scimitar, and a scale mail.
We can probably look for modes.
We can
as
look around.
Explore.
We should do more, yeah.
Hit that button to come up. There's a fire elemental here, and it's guarding a treasure.
Ooh, let's kill it.
I
Wait,
can only wear
okay. Thank God, I thought you
or
left
no
me.
armor.
I'm on the right over here.
Wait, these two have 18 AC.
Yo,
We have
alright, do we look sick or what?
We look so cool.
I have 15
Alright, let's go.
AC.
Wait, what?
Me and Shrock have 15 AC.
15's not bad.
Damn, Frank, you and Frank are packing 18 AC.
I have 16.
You have +2 from Dex.
Oh.
Okay.
Level 6 lava elemental.
We can
Immune
kill
to
that.
Fire, weak against cold. It's not aggressive, so we don't.
Can I
have to
ice
fight
knife it?
Yeah.
Don't. It's not aggressive.
Oh, but like before we go into initiative, can I ice knife it?
We could
we
if
going?
you want to like commit to fighting it, but I'm just saying this technically not angry at us.
Oh, I understand. Okay.
But what if it
Let the
drops
poor
a
guy
mold?
live.
Like, yeah, I mean we don't know.
Yeah.
It might be a good idea to kill it. It might not be.
Are you serious?
There's a locked chest
Blocked.
here.
Oh, how do I stop burning?
No. Okay, my character path. It's too late for me.
Oh, I need guidance. I need guidance. Please.
Yeah.
Stop
Oh,
that.
this lava elemental is gonna be
has
upset.
this.
Oh, lucky.
This one does not have any health. Oh, do you get something good?
I got it.
You got it?
I got the 20 needed.
An amulet, an arrow, and another arrow.
Key
Talk to
restoration.
s-
That's
Wait,
for
talk
monk,
to.
right?
Yeah, key restoration's a monk thing. This is we have to give it to.
Oh.
What's talk to sentient amulet? Wait, that amulet talks to you?
Cool.
It's a talking amulet. Put it on.
Yeah,
It's a
go get it,
talking
Mortimus.
amulet.
Which amulet? Who has the amulet?
It's in the
in the
box.
chest.
It's in the
in
box.
the box.
Well, we said the same thing, but we said it a lot nicer.
Should we kill him? He's kind of
Oh, whoa.
It's talking to him. Listen in.
It holds a
What the heck?
subtle warmth, like it was left under the sun.
So, wait, it has a health bar. Can we kill it?
With heat. You feel
Can I ice knife it?
and an
Overwhelming
We're doing a
Wow.
thing right now.
Scarra.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, this is a monk exclusive interaction too.
Oh. Quiet your mind. Let everything be still.
There's literally no way Mortimus fails. 2 dice plus 2 plus a d4 and advantage.
And
You almost
guidance.
failed that. I don't know how you almost failed that.
the urge to laugh from afar, letting it fade with each breath.
Thou hast done well. For what is a laugh if not one step toward
A
madness?
madness amulet.
Return
Oh, it's a human.
Oh.
With blessings.
To my granddaughter, Shira Clarwin. Serves Ilmata, she does.
She waits in Worm's Crossing. Oh, thou shalt be blessed indeed. I shall walk with thee. I shall grant you my power.
Oh.
Oh, that's cool. Lucky
That is
that
so
we have
easy.
a monk.
I lost it.
Oh! I can't believe you lost that.
What happens if you pass this?
You just observe. The like inspect the amulet,
Ward
right?
inquires how important inspiration is for the team.
This is your choice. Just know that this is a shared bowl of inspiration.
More rolls again.
Oh, watch him fail again. Oh, he did it.
Oh, thank God. Well, hopefully he got good information.
Image of the dawning sun.
You got inspiration. You just described what it looked like.
My body, but my spirit they could not. Thou shalt return me home. It is written.
Ooh.
Good roll.
Beneath the rampant joy you sense the monk's fear and sincerity.
Doesn't mean to harm you, but doesn't mean he won't.
Keep it equipped.
Mean he won't.
Wow, you're getting a lot of info out of this guy.
Oh, thank you, guidance.
Guidance is so good.
Yeah,
What the
guidance
heck?
saved that.
The symbol. It belongs to those sworn to Lathander.
God of
Whatever
honor, no?
madness the spirit suffers was inflicted by Lathander's enemies. Followers of Shah, you feel a chuckle coming on.
Nice magic amulet. That's kind of cool.
Magic
Anyway,
amulet.
should I ice knife the thing?
So, as a druid, what is your reasoning for killing a
What's
non-hostile
key
elemental?
restoration?
It has
Yeah,
a
don't you
health.
like nature?
It has a health bar.
That's meta. That's meta.
Fine.
I mean, we could kill. Maybe we get something.
No, guys, we shouldn't. We should treasure all living things on this earth or wherever we are.
There's
Actually, I have an oath. I can't break it. I can't kill innocent things.
And that is very
Things
admirable.
or beings.
Okay, but
This is
Do you think I read the contract?
Wait.
what the? Oh, ow, ow, ow.
Do you see what I see? Hold
What do you
alt,
see?
Hold alt. Hold alt.
Murgon halberd.
Hmm.
What? Where is
Good
it?
eye, Mort.
Where is it?
It's over in the fire over here.
Am I?
We're looking at it.
Don't worry. I got it.
Oh, the fire's off. Oh, run! Oh wait, loot the skeleton.
Where are you guys going?
Yeah. What are we doing?
Mort found a halberd. Let me see. the
Does anyone
damage
need
on
a
this.
halberd?
Me and Frank could both use it. Let's check the stats. It's not as good as mine.
Yeah, you have a pretty good weapon already.
Yeah.
I think you're good.
What
God, I
is it?
want to
What's
sell
it called?
stuff so bad. Oh no, how did you guys get so far?
We
Hey,
jumped.
where's the halberd?
I already picked it up.
Yeah, I'm trying to find it in your inventory. What's it called?
It's called a
Oh,
halberd.
Maragon?
Okay. Well, we can probably come back to this
Huh?
towards the.
Mortimus!
Seems to have.
Get up! Mortimus!
No, 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 no! Don't stop pathing! Stop pathing!
What are you guys
Oh
doing?
my God! You no, my game. I try to click away from it, but it just path to it.
Mortimus!
Oh.
Ara!
I can't.
Get up!
It's 200 gold for every res.
Mortimus!
I literally can't move. I can't get out of here.
Ara!
That is so stupid.
Ooh, I can.
Mortimus! Aura!
I can't jump out.
Mortimus! Aura!
I can't get out of it. Is there a way to disable auto-pathing maybe? That's the second time it killed me.
You can right click to cancel your option.
We need.
Oh,
we need
nice. You got out.
turn-based mode for me to get out. Please, 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 please.
This is crazy.
Okay, he's out. All right. Exiting.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Alright, make sure to add all of those to the death counter.
We literally just long rest.
No, I can explain.
How do I get past this?
Like, we're spending 20 minutes long resting.
Oh, I can help. Here, I can do the trick. I'm not gonna auto path this time.
Okay. Wow, you gave him jump. That's so nice of you.
Oh,
Yeah.
wait.
Does that
Stand-
cost a
stand-
spell
stand
slot?
close.
No, it's a ritual
come here,
spell,
come
so I can do it
Stand next
outside
to
of
me.
combat.
Wow, that is extremely useful.
Frank!
Yeah.
Thank you.
And then
Frank.
stand still, and stand still.
Mm-hmm.
Frank again!
Woohoo!
Alright.
Thanks, Frank.
That comes back on every
Thanks,
short rest,
Frank.
so...
Oh,
kinda
I
sick.
see what you mean. That's good.
Wait, I can heal Mortimus one.
Okay,
Okay,
we're
that should
done
be
with
enough.
this area. We can go back to Grimforge to find another quest.
What is
Okay.
shatter?
All right, let's go to Underdark Grimforge. See if anyone needs any help.
God, I love our Team 32.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we don't have any active quests right now, so let's go find work.
Did we finish all the acts?
Wait, where's all the dwarves? Wait, they're all gone. There's a dead body here.
Huh?
Drew so near. Oh, we were supposed to save him, but he died because we took 4 long rests fighting 1 pack of imps.
Oh, but he's free. Oh, very rare gear.
Oh, look at those boots, though.
Sword of Screams! A silver band. Mind
Oh my
Flayer
God.
Parasite Specimen?
Yo, who wants that Mind Flayer parasite? Anyone here
Oh,
gonna
what the
be a
fuck?
Mind Flayer?
I'm taking the boots.
You no, this we have a conversation about this. Okay? You already got the purple stuff, put it back and let's talk about who could use what.
Fine.
Ooh, the broken
Yeah, put the boots back
moonlight.
on the dead body, Lily.
Put the boots back on his corpse.
How do I put it? Okay. Putting it back. I put it back. Jesus Christ.
Alright, who wants the dagger?
Not me.
Not me.
Okay, well, we can sell that. You know, we should have one designated seller. Who's the seller of the group?
Mortimus.
Alright, Mort. You're in charge of our money. You're the money guy.
Got it.
You took everything. I said take the dagger.
Oh, I took a lantern. Wait,
Put
hold
it
on.
back.
Hold on. I'm in a thing.
You know what?
Oh, he's in a cutscene.
Oh God.
Oh no, in intelligence check, we're screwed.
Do you think I'm more mystical or intelligent?
Neither.
Neither.
Mort is offended by that statement.
Yeah, show the world wrong, Mort. Show them how smart you are.
That's only 10.
Investigate. God, he's so
Oh
dumb.
my fucking God, Mortimus, no.
To all appearances, the dust seems quite ordinary.
Oh, second try.
It's only 10.
God
Oh my
damn it,
fucking
man.
God, Jesus, these rolls are something else.
All right, well, I guess we're never gonna know anything about this lantern.
Yeah, it looks like just a lantern to me.
It's just a lantern, guys.
What if you guys?
Wait.
What if I drop it? You guys pick it up.
Yeah.
I dropped it.
Oh. Wait, was near?
Oh, she can do it now.
Oh, she's investigating.
Was Nier in here suffocating in this poisonous room, and then he just died because we didn't save him?
Yeah.
Yeah, because we took 5 long rests fighting a pack of imps. Yes.
You see no burner or wick.
Oh, sorry,
It was
Nier.
not fuel that lit this lamp, but magic.
Oh.
Wow, that's fucked. We just like left him to suffocate.
Ooh, you have the ring.
Oh, that
Gives
helps
you
with
+1.
Arcana. That's cool.
Oh, not helpful enough.
To all appearances, the dust seems quite ordinary.
Drop it. Drop it.
Man, stop looking at that ordinary moon lantern.
Drop it.
Sorry, I really thought there
Anyway,
was something special about
We
it.
still need to talk about the parasite and the boots.
Wait. Boots has. Where are the boots? It had Misty Step.
Okay, who here needs mobility?
Misty
I
Step
have
is
too much
really
of it.
good.
You could take it.
Okay.
I have so much. Just take it from my inventory.
Yeah,
you gonna-
you're a caster. You don't need it.
Wait,
You can
what?
stay in the back.
It's also to like run away and reposition.
I think we should give it to Shrock.
Of course, Shrock thinks we should give it to Shrock.
You got the armor. Okay, Frank got the armor. It's Shrock time.
I can't even shove you. It says too heavy to shove.
Shrock stays winning.
Oh, Shrock, can you perhaps look at the lantern?
Shrock thinks it's just an ordinary lantern.
Wait, can Frank take a look at it?
Frank, can you please take a look at the lantern?
Stupid elf.
All right, let Frank take a look.
Dust coats the bottom of the lantern.
You need to win both of the rolls.
Ooh,
Fuck.
I can do
Frank's not the
the.
brightest guy. It's just an ordinary lantern.
To all appearances, the dust
Come alive.
Oh, you're talking to the corpse?
Yeah,
Nice.
my second favorite thing after animals.
Oh, I am still too dumb.
Weird.
It's just an ordinary lantern.
Yeah, sorry guys.
about the lantern.
So
It's just completely ordinary.
You only get 5 questions. Make
There's
sure
only
you ask good questions.
there's only 5 questions.
Sometimes when you ask one question, more questions will take its place.
Orders of General.
Wait,
What do I do?
who's missing?
What
Shrock.
about this temp?
Shrock is the only one we can
Necromancer.
count on.
Absolute Unitus?
The Absolute Unite.
Oh.
Corridor. Triggered old trap. Gave in.
You remember the scene from the D&D movie?
Yeah.
It was good.
Ooh, Moonrise Tower.
Ask him how we get there.
Spells power.
Oh,
I don't think
You
it had
asked him his name?
I didn't ask him his name.
Shrock.
There was no thing for that question.
Maybe this lantern might be useful.
Stupid human. Lantern is broken.
Fuck.
Guys! You know what our group reminds me of? The cast in It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia.
Open this. Morty.
Morty.
Which one? Which one? Oh, this one. This one.
Morty.
Where
Here,
is?
o-
Where are
open this
dwarves?
chest.
There was a lot of dwarf and now there's no dwarf.
Oh, okay.
Dwarf go.
Opened.
Ooh, lots of rings.
Oh, you
Gold
just
necklace
sell.
and deed of ownership.
Wait, what's the deed say? What's it?
Let it be known, blah blah blah. Blessing declare possession of the tunnel
I will
opens
sell
things
this
people.
for our group.
Oh yeah, please do. Can I give you stuff to sell to next time you sell?
No.
What? That's. I haven't been able to sell anything.
Ooh.
Please.
Hang on, there's a door in this gas room.
Oh, ooh.
Oh, really?
Yeah. It's locked though.
Oh, I am resistant to poison.
Oh, are you a acid dragon? How are you resistant?
No,
to
am I resistant? Let me go double check. Maybe I'm lying.
Motherfucker just say he's resistant to poison. You're resistant to lightning damage.
Oh shit.
Nah, you got this.
I can.
Don't worry,
I have a
Frank will
spell
keep you
that.
alive.
I have a spell that I think protects you from poison. Would you like it?
Oh yeah.
Go,
Uh,
go, Scarra. It's your birthday. Mortimus, it's your birthday.
Oh, protection from poison. That's perfect for poison.
Oh wait. Yeah, it takes up a level 2 spell slot.
I mean, it's
Well
so worth it,
worth
right?
Yeah, but yeah, I just can't like use it like the jump spell.
Come on, Mortimus.
He did it.
I got it.
Okay, tell us what's behind that door.
What's behind that door?
What's behind the door?
Door into.
Whoa, chasm. Are you
The
guys just gonna?
fuck? There's nothing here.
Oh, it's got a good view though.
Do you want to jump shock?
Wait, can
Maybe?
you jump all the way to the chasm?
No, I have to go up. Never mind. Damn.
It's a big damn.
It's
Oh,
a big
nice
jump.
view.
Let's just not go there. I'm not even gonna click anything because I'm too scared.
Don't go. There's nothing here.
What about Featherfall?
Wait, are you able to click there though?
Yes.
Oh, like all the way to the bottom?
Yes.
Okay.
Analysis says death.
But what if you had Featherfall?
Oh, do you want to guys want to go?
I'm willing to be a test subject. Give me Featherfall.
Okay.
All right. Wish me luck.
Mayday. We should all do it together in solidarity.
I agree.
Okay.
Where could we
Okay,
click? Where
quick
could we
save
click?
button.
Where do you click? How do you even go there?
Oh, you can actually do it.
Where?
It does say death though. Like
Wait, where
here.
can you?
I mean, with Featherfall.
With Featherfall, anything's possible.
Oh, I see.
All right, you guys ready?
Yeah.
Make sure you aim for the bushes. 1,
Wait, where?
2, 3. Huh? My character's actively fighting it. Wait, hang on. We can almost jump here, right? Like we're pretty close to jumping there. That.
Maybe with Aura's ability.
Yeah, maybe if you're a super jumper. Oh, can you jump it?
I can't. I'm not. I
Nah.
don't have enough.
All right, whatever. Let's just go.
The idea was good. Yo, this long jump ability is sick though.
Yeah, it's really useful. I also have Oh no, did that run out already? Wow, that sucks.
So all the dwarves are gone? Because this true soul is dead. Now
No,
what?
I don't even need to jump. I don't even need to jump. Okay, all right, cool. Thanks, alright. Thanks. I'm poisoned now.
Wait, it sucks that we can't fight our intrusive thoughts.
Come into her shadow.
Oh, I can also turn into a bird and go down, right?
Yeah, I don't think we're actually supposed to jump all the way
Yeah,
down
I mean,
there.
it's probably
I'm
not
gonna keep it a buck
path.
50
Yeah,
with y'all.
okay, that's fine. That's fine.
Wait, I have an arrow of teleportation.
I don't think the game allows you to go from where we are to down there.
Oh,
Let's just go.
Oh wait, I think we can, but I can only bring one person. It's okay. We can
Wait, what?
wait. I look.
Like-
Alright. You remember where the mithril was? Look at my 2 blue scrolls, or my blue scroll at the bottom.
The fuck
right.
are you?
Scroll of Dimension Door. Oh, I see. You could take someone and I could fly down, maybe?
Oh, it's okay.
I'm talking to a gnome.
Oh, they're still alive?
Wait,
There's
where
one
are
gnome.
you?
He's saying we need a moon lantern to go through this door, and we just got a moon lantern.
We have a moon lantern. We have a moon lantern.
Just got one.
Wait, no, we have an ordinary lantern.
Oh. But we have a lantern. Which is like the same thing.
Oh.
All All right, who has the moon lantern? We just go through here, and then we can go through.
Wait, you have the moon lantern, right? Someone picked it up, right?
No, I thought you picked it up.
Oh, I'm going back for it.
Did I have it?
Where's the fucking moon lantern?
I don't remember who had it.
Who had it last? Who did the last Arcana check?
Mortimus. Or Frank.
If you're talking about the ordinary lantern, me.
I have it. I have
So
it.
Frank
I'm gonna
should
grab
have-
it. I'm gonna grab it.
Oh, alright. This body's glowing green.
Oh, I see. Oh no. Jam, like a phoenix from the ashes, Grimfor just risen from the dead.
Mort is bringing the thing.
Perfect. Yeah, I see an elevator behind these bars.
Let's have a look.
Oh, she looks like me.
Square valuables are.
Oh.
Damn
Yeah,
it.
well, there goes a question. That's sad.
Appa.
Oh, she has the same hairstyle as me. Oh.
Something over there.
Alright, time to
Rest
move
in
out.
peace, drow friend. Who's an elf? Apparently, I didn't know that.
Can I get everyone here?
Oh. Hang on, something
Wait.
just happened.
Something's happening.
There's a cutscene to us.
Oh.
Ah! What is happening to
Frank!
me?
They're in our heads.
Uh-oh.
Obey my command.
The voice is irresistible.
The voice is irresistible.
The overwhelming authority that you've used on others, only infinitely stronger. Your vision clouds, leaving you in a dark, featureless shadowscape.
Uh-oh.
Nothingness in every direction. Then there are three figures before you. An armored male elf exuding power and command. A handsome younger man with a quick, easy smile. And a pale young woman with a...
These are my chosen. They speak
Oh, okay.
aid their search
For the weapon?
and you will be worthy to stand beside them in my presence.
The visions fade and the voice falters as a strange energy swells around you. The many-sided artifact. Somehow you understand it's repelling the presence.
My power grows. My forces gather. The reckoning draws near.
Oh, I'll be right here. I need pee. I need pee super bad. I don't know why. Maybe because I drank two things of water.
Eh?
Wow, cool.
Interesting.
It
Hey,
must
while
mean we're
Scarra's
on the
peeing,
right way.
Follow me, guys. I want to try Misty Stepping and the Arrow of Transmutation. We have a pair of boots. Oh, wait, where is it? We have a pair of boots that will work. How do we get back there?
The boots that give you Misty Step?
Yeah, Shrock has a pair of boots that gives Misty Step, and I'm pretty
Yeah,
sure.
Shrock's wearing it.
Pretty sure it works.
You want to teleport into the chasm.
Yeah.
Sure.
I
Yeah.
mean, why would a chasm exist if to not be jumped across?
That is true. Should I turn into a bird?
Yeah. Wait, you had that option and you didn't do it earlier?
Well, I was asking, but you know, no one was going, so. I don't want to be the only one going.
Oh, I see what you mean. You want to teleport to the platform. Then something might happen. Honestly, you might be cooking here. You can take the boots.
All right. Yeah, I'm gonna put on the boots.
Oh, we're
Caw,
back.
caw, caw.
All right.
Path is interrupted.
Not enough space.
Okay, let's see.
Not
Fly.
enough space.
I can't fly there.
All right,
No,
go
no,
fly
no.
there.
What if I can do this? Oh god.
Oh.
Okay, no, it's too. I can't. I can't click there.
I got
Okay, I'm
black
gonna use the arrow of transposition.
Path is interrupted. Invalid target. Cannot find path, etc. I can't go there.
I can't fire the arrow either. Okay.
Yeah,
guess it's
I
actually
don't.
just
I think it's
for
just.
sightseeing.
Yeah.
All right.
All right. Let's teleport to
damn
the
it.
Forge.
I thought that. Oh, that would have been so sick if we could all like heroically.
You were
jump
almost
over.
cooking with that one.
I mean, it says teleport to an area you can see. I can see it.
That is true. Bad game. Alright. Lily, you can just TP to us.
Where are you?
Grimforge.
Grimforge.
Wait.
Alright, elevator's right here.
Wait, we didn't see any of these guys.
Gnomes.
Oh, the dead gnomes? Yeah, I saw them. It's really sad.
Damn, is it? Are we bad?
Wait, I'm
I mean,
bowing.
we didn't kill those.
I'm bowing in respect before I loot their bodies.
Wait. What do they have?
Make sure
You're
to
about to
tie up
progress.
any loose ends before advancing. Do you think we left any loose ends behind?
I have no idea.
A very large amount.
Wait, really?
Yes.
Should we tie them up?
You guys want to tie out all the loose ends?
There's a lot of loose ends.
What?
I like.
Look, there's nothing left for us in this city. I feel like we explored every inch of the city already.
Hang on 1 second. If you go to the roadside cliffs waypoint
Okay, I'm
and look
going.
at the map,
Wait.
you will see that we
open
kind
this,
of just
open
went in a
this.
straight line from the beginning to the end of the act, and we skipped everything else.
Wait, what? There's more?
There's a lot. You just press M. There are more than half the map is unexplored. We didn't do it on purpose, but we just like went perfectly to the end of the act, and we didn't even trigger like the thing that tells us what to do.
Hey, no metagaming.
Oh,
I'm
sorry.
going to the Grimforge.
Wait, so we're not gonna do the rest?
Yeah, okay, we can do the rest.
Oh,
Scar's
mine
on
is-
his own, doing his own thing right now.
Wait, I opened the door in front of you. It's a double door. It's got all kinds of stuff.
We're all on roadside cliffs.
Okay, I want to explore, like, you know, I want to see what we missed.
Mornis will join
Alright.
you shortly.
Okay. Which way? I actually don't know where I'm going.
Well, if you want to go after quest specifically, we can talk to Zoru at the Emerald Grove. We can go to the Goblin Camp, which I think will be pretty...
Goblin camp? Ooh, they're bad. Let's kill them.
Yeah, take me to the Goblin Camp.
Yeah. Have you guys seen the Mind Goblin?
The what goblin?
Mind Goblin.
No. Hey, do you guys see that hidden cache not far from us? How do we get there?
Wait, you guys don't know about the Mind Goblin?
The Mind Goblin?
Mind Goblin these nuts?
Fuck you. Fuck you.
Okay. All right, Ara, follow me. Let's go find the hidden cache.
Okay.
Ooh, I found the key.
Can we jump up here?
I don't see a path. Not enough space. Not enough space. Damn, I can fly
Over
far.
here. Follow me.
Wait. Oh my god. These guys just left all their silverware?
Was there really only 2 pieces of mithril in that entire forge?
I think you can find way more like throughout the entire area. But we only checked around the forge.
Like, further ahead or in like places that we skipped?
like throughout the entire map, I think you can come across a lot of mithril. Or we just explore the city.
Is this it? Is this the hidden cache? That's it? Just this?
This cache don't look hidden at all.
That's it?
It's in plain
20
sight.
G's?
20?
Okay, where's the goblin camp?
It's all the way to the west. So across, I think we start on this bridge,
Oh,
and then we go west.
I found the secret area. But
great job,
Mortimus'
Mortimus.
adventure.
Oh no!
Why is
what
he?
does
Why
that
does
mean?
this? He's in initiative.
He's in initiative. He also has a surprise debuff, which means he's getting ambushed right now. Probably by multiple creatures. Probably gonna die and cost us 200 gold.
Wait,
Should we go
he's almost
help him?
dead.
He's dead.
Oh.
All I hear is like, oh, I found a secret room. Oh no.
Oh, he's dying. Yeah.
All right, you guys want to cross this bridge to the goblin camp?
Yeah.
Sure.
Boing. Honestly, he might be able to run away. Nah, he's got this.
Wait. But seriously, this
Okay,
place is
Ara,
like...
listen to me. Join my conversation. I think I found it.
Wait. What? Oh.
Can I get like 2 people, 1 person?
Hang on. I'm talking to a spider. Wait. Ara,
not there
you
to
can
give you
take me over and
guidance.
give me some guidance.
Okay, give me a sec. How do I leave this?
I need help identifying
Yeah.
my spider.
I can't
You can't.
leave. I can't leave.
Alright, no problem. I'll just identify it.
Oh, just identify it.
Just enough.
This is it. This is the hidden cache.
Do you wanna burn it?
Oh.
Are you good with animals?
I am. You could just
I'm just gonna
Why talk to
dart
me,
my
Anna?
hand in and snatch the bag. Don't worry, Frank is. Oh.
15! Oh, you should talk to them.
Maybe someone else can try.
No.
Is it
Frank's not very good at
Discord?
this.
Wait, is it Discord's lagging or is it the game?
Where are you?
Strong spider
I'm
bites.
back at that cache. You guys want to come try?
Yeah, I wanna come try.
Can you give yourself guidance?
Yeah.
One sec.
Oh,
One
she's
sec.
a druid. But she'll probably be good at animal handling.
Yes, because I love all living things.
Why can't I cast this? What?
Oh, why can't they leave? What the heck? Let me leave. What the? What?
Over here.
It won't let me. Oh, thank God. Okay.
Oh, you have to press it and then press it again on the map.
No way. Fucking
Okay,
hit
where?
me with...
I could turn into a spider.
The
Oh,
spider probably, like,
and it
be
talk to
interested,
them.
Yeah.
Oh my God!
Well, I would figure you could just use speak with.
That's a large spider.
Okay, let me fix this.
Oh, you pissed them off.
I was trying to touch. I was trying to talk to them. I don't get it.
Oh.
Wait, why didn't that work?
Piss them off first.
Did that work?
Bam. I have the
damn
number
it.
1 weakness to spiders. Fire.
Die then, I guess. Every time, man. Every time. I just want to talk to them, and we end up killing everything.
I mean, they're spiders.
I'm a spider.
All right. Can we?
Alright, now
Can you
try.
slip your hand into the cache?
I don't want to alarm anyone, but Mort is dead.
How did that happen? Game audio is buggy.
Egg bag.
What's in there?
I don't know.
Shrock? What did you pick up?
13 gold and a spider egg sack.
What?
Anyone want a spider egg sack?
Ooh, a bonus action.
Ooh. Oh.
That's interesting.
Here, wait, Aura, take it. And then maybe you can like hatch it and talk to them like a
Oh, and then I
mother.
pretend I'm their mother, right?
Yeah. Put it in your bag.
All right,
Okay.
more to miss. I'm coming to fetch over 200 gold.
Oh, this is such a cool flail.
Spider egg sack.
What?
How
How
many
do I
times have I
use
had this
this?
conversation with Withers?
You can't use this right now. Oh.
Any resers?
All right, mine is 200.
Did you res?
Yeah, I got him.
Okay.
Withers is eating good tonight. All right, but the three of us, let's go across the bridge now.
Alright.
Are you serious? I can't go down the stairs as a spider? No, I can jump now, right?
If anyone has 200 gold for the next time Mortimus dies, let me know. I'm poor.
Yeah, I have 600.
I'm down to 600.
Oh, we just jump in?
Big job.
Sheesh. Can you use that infinitely?
Yeah.
It's a ritual spell?
Where are you guys? The Risen Road?
Mine's from an item.
Where-
We are Emerald Grove environs to the west.
Can we do a short rest? Maybe? Actually, no, never mind. I worded.
No, we're pretty healthy.
I know, I just have no more wild shapes, so I'm gonna stay a spider.
I mean, I think we got this. I've got an adamantine heavy armor. My AC
Hang on.
is.
There's a
What?
burlap sack here with 3 potatoes. You guys are passing up perfectly good potatoes.
Oh,
And a shovel and a hammer.
3 spoons? God. You can sell this for good money.
Hey, can I try throwing the egg sack?
Sure.
Can someone throw it?
Okay.
Oh, that's a lot of pressure, man. I can climb on the egg sack.
Throw it somewhere.
You wanna... Oh, okay.
Just
Alright,
somewhere.
here we go.
Make it hatch.
No way.
Oh, wait.
You talk
we
to
have
it,
our
talk
very
to it.
own spider.
Wait, it's so cute.
Oh.
You only think that because you're a spider. Oh, there's many.
Oh, it follows
Where are they-
you.
My children.
You feel a chuck.
They think I'm its mama.
Oh, that's so cute.
I'll protect all of you, spider, for the rest of my life.
Yoink.
Ooh, carrot. Hey, respect these dead corpses.
Yoink.
Ooh. Potion. Yoink.
Yoink.
Cheese.
Goblin drawing.
What
Dead
is
goblin?
here?
Wait, Ara. Come look at this really cute drawing. I dropped it on the ground.
Where? Oh.
Goblin drawing.
Drawn in. It's just a description.
Whoa, that's meta.
They should have drawn it. Oh
Uh-oh.
shit. Are we gonna? What about the
I
murder
detected
some
something
goblins?
is waiting up ahead.
What do you think's waiting up ahead?
Let Frank handle this. He's
All right.
charismatic.
Oh, he's talking.
Yes! Oh my god, finally, Frank's charisma.
I know you're there. Show yourselves.
Spotted us. Good. It's like they say. No fun in skewing a pig what doesn't know he's cooked.
What?
There will be
What?
no skewering happening here, I think. Let me pass.
We got you surrounded. Here's how this goes. You take one step further, and we'll fill your front with arrows.
Oh no!
Around, and your backside gets the same treatment.
Oh.
A strange symbol glows marked on their flesh, and something within you stirs in response.
A symbol of the absolute.
Out of my way. Oh, yeah, out of my way.
15.
Any
I can't.
guidance?
How come I can't see his rolls?
Wait, why can't I get any guidance?
I can't give him guidance.
I
there's
don't
no...
need it.
He
Okay.
doesn't get.
Oh, it's 15. You definitely needed it.
No, we're gonna have to kill everyone again.
I don't get it.
Oh, you have inspiration.
You want me to?
We shouldn't use it.
I don't think we need it.
I can't give you a guidance because I'm a spider. Duh. God, I really have 8
This is not worth our
IQ.
inspiration.
It's not worth it.
Oh.
The doy.
5 goblins. That's fine. We can
And we have 5 spiders.
We're not bad people for this. They attacked us.
Not bad people.
We're not bad. We're not bad.
They're all on roofs.
Where are they? Oh, they're all there. How do I get there? Whee!
Oh, you jumped to get hit before all of us. That's very brave of you.
How do I get up there? Well, I have a spider form. So
Ryan, give me your boots.
I don't get it. How do I get up there?
Yeah, take my shoes.
Yeah, give it to me. You're wearing them.
Oh, can I do that right now?
Take your boots off.
I can't.
God
God
That's not
damn
my
you,
turn.
Frank.
Can I dash and go up there?
I mean, come on, those goblins seem like come on, they're so weak.
Let's go!
And they're attacking us. It's not our
Guys,
fault.
we fight!
Okay.
Well, I don't have enough movement now, so...
Can I dash and then use my dash as well? Wow.
I'm so close, but I can't reach. Wait, I can't. Fuck you.
Oh, they only have 13 health. Easy. Oh, there was one at the bottom. Oops.
Wait, they're level
Oh, the
2
spider!
and 1.
Wait, this is so easy.
Yeah, we definitely did things a little out of order. It's okay.
How do we skip all this?
Because we somehow made a beeline straight for the exact, like, very secret location of the, yeah.
That's actually so funny. Is that why all the fights were... All the fights were kind of hard?
I kind of feel like we're bullying these guys.
You think you may have traveled far? Watch Mortimus.
Oh, this mobility.
Luggerly. Oh, there's 2 on the other building as well. And now he summoned a warg. Ow, you got. Nice dodge. Goblin Booyog. Grease.
Grease?
Pathetic.
That 18 AC. Ah, greased. Go, little spiders.
Ah, teleports behind you. Nothing personnel, kid.
Oh my god, you're up there.
Oh, there's more in the back.
Yeah, I think like more are joining in because they hear the noise of the fight.
Dude, we are so over leveled. I feel like one person can kill everyone. When you, I think.
Alright, I can deal with this goblin Booyog. I'm throwing a goblin at another goblin.
Oh, grease.
What does grease to mean?
Lower movement speed.
Where do I go? Where's the other goblins?
Well, these 2 are dead. There's one
There's
downstairs.
some over by me, but I mean, I'll handle them. I feel like I'm popping bubble wrap.
Oh my, I can't reach anyone, man. I can't ever reach anyone.
It's okay, Aura.
How do you go in there? Where's the entrance?
There's a
Where's
hole
the-
you can jump through here.
Oh, I see. Well, I can't get there anyway. Life is hard.
Is there anything I can throw? I need to get
Wait,
like,
what?
javelin
Web?
or something.
I can't believe we keep failing these charisma checks. Like, there's no way.
Throw the arrow of ice.
Ooh.
Ooh, shooting at us through the flooring.
Can you jump through this hole?
Even better. I can jump through this hole. What?
Yeah, it was a pretty pathetic miss.
Don't worry, he's stunned.
Okay.
Good stun. Good stun. My spiders. Oh, my pretties. These spiders are useless.
Are your fists better? I don't think so.
I can't wait for what I get to do next turn.
Is it? Oh, are my fists better? No. Because it's 1d6,
Wait, the spiders
but
are
this
helping
is
us?
1d8.
Yeah.
They're
Really
toast,
poorly.
toast babies. Oh, it's my turn. Wait, how do I?
Really?
Oh, come
Get
on, man.
there.
Come on, man.
Yeah, I mean, there's not much to do. If
That's
just wanna
you. That. Oh,
pass
I
this
thought
to
you
me
were a
and-
bad person. Oops. I don't get it. Where do I go now?
Okay, lads. Wow.
Can't jump down. Oh my god.
Yeah, there's
Where am
only
I
two
supposed to
enemies left.
go?
Can you get this guy?
Oh,
can
that
throw
that far.
a wicker basket at him.
Yeah, throw the basket.
Oh?
Happy birthday.
Oh, you almost killed him.
Oh.
God damn. Can't do anything again. Can't do anything.
Then I can throw.
Oh, aura.
Nah, she's too heavy.
Oh.
I can throw a shield at him.
Damn, if only your spider babies were next to you.
Yeah, throwing spiders.
Ah, I'm gonna enjoy this.
Boing.
Die. Oh, he didn't die. Die. Oh. Die. Huh?
Alright, let's end this the way we know how. Pick him up. Use a goblin to kill another goblin. Yo, can you beat that one up too while you're down there? Nice. Good work, team.
I didn't do anything. God damn
let's
it.
get the teleporter. Yay.
Oh, nice.
Oh,
Oh, there's so many things in this
Wow,
place we didn't.
I can't wait to trade. Oh, wait.
Oh, wait, there's a goblin coming towards us, but this one's yellow. Never mind, it's red.
Where is he? Where is he?
Oh, well, it's only me in combat. You guys can still sneak around. It's just one goblin. Shrock would deal with him.
I don't even know where he is, man. I'm just trying. Oh, I see him now.
Oh. I feel bad.
For the
bullying
goblins?
Goblins, yeah. This is not like fucked up.
They attacked us first.
Yeah.
One
but we
health.
should be-
Anyone
we
can
should be
do
the
one
bigger people.
damage. Go, my little spiders. Oh, good work, team.
Oh man.
Get a
I don't
shovel.
get to do anything. But
Is there anything to do here?
I can speak to the
Oh,
dead.
you used my key. Wait, that's important. Where'd you open?
Haste helm. Let's start combat. The word gains momentum for 3 turns. What is momentum?
Oh, wait, I found something.
Momentum. Increase movement speed. Oh, nice. I like that. A little hat for Sprock. He's ugly though.
Maggie Terrence.
Guys, come here.
Marcus Terrence, Mathen Deitch, Rochelle Kerr.
Guys, come here. What is Ara doing?
Marcus Root.
Talking to a dead goblin. Hold on. Really, really fast.
Okay.
Underdark. Wolfrin. Okay. Alright, you
come over
go
here.
back to being dead. Alright, where are you?
Oh, there's a sleeping bugbear on the right. Careful.
Ooh, bugbear.
Okay, I heard a lot of thumping here. I think someone's fighting. I
Well,
expect a large beast inside.
Should we knock?
Go get him, Ara.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
Ara!
You interrupted them.
Apologies. I didn't mean to interrupt. No. Oh.
Oh.
Oh. Death by snoo snoo.
You cock blocked them.
Ooh, I wanted to try this actually.
Ogre sex? Oh my god. Why are we doing this? We interrupted their sex and then now we're killing them?
Well, they're attacking us first. It's fair game.
Whee!
Watch this.
Wait, one of these guys is so much larger than the other.
She's so sad.
Wait, this is sad.
Oh, okay.
Wait,
now
this is
resurrect them
so
and talk to them.
Okay.
Yoink.
Okay. Bitch.
Yeah, I can't believe you won't talk to the person that killed you.
God damn it, you guys are dead anyway. Did they have any loot at least? God damn it! Did you guys lose Did you guys loot everything?
One person looted everything.
Oops.
Oh. Oh my god, this is like King Arthur.
Oh?
Beast fit
Wait, am I worthy?
Oh, are you?
Notice a
Wait,
Wait,
can I
wait.
get guidance?
protruding from the tough, leathery meat.
Wait, I'm like pulling the sword out of the stone. Is
Wait,
Mitch
wait,
trying to
I
get
can help you, I
guidance
can
here?
help you, I can help you. Wait.
Like, while I'm in this dialogue?
Yeah, yeah.
Why can't they give you guidance?
Well, never mind, go for it. Roll for it.
Yeah, I don't think I can get guidance.
Wait, I wonder why. Wait, hold on, let me
My only
exit.
option is to take a potion.
Yeah,
Alright,
you-
I'm pulling the sword
No,
out of
I
the stone.
can't do it.
It's fine.
Do it, do it, do it.
I'm not strong enough. This isn't worth an inspiration point, right?
No.
No, it's not.
Guys, do you remember what I
Wait.
was...
Why
I
can't
think I'm
they
gonna use an
see your
inspiration
thing?
point for this.
I can't see your actions. Oh, I think I'm bugged.
I'm gonna use it.
Okay.
Oh, you're bugged. Is that why you can't give me guidance?
Yeah, I just like I click on you and it's just you standing there.
Can you...
That is
Okay,
so
it's fine, I'll
okay.
just
Well,
roll the
actually,
dice
I can guidance you. Yeah.
So you can?
Yeah. Hold on. I just can't see it.
Oh, do I have it? All right, I'm gonna roll now.
Oh.
23.
Why can't I see this?
Wait,
Because you generally have to do things before they happen.
Dang it! Can you guys describe to me what's going on?
Yes! I pulled it out!
Oh, okay. Now I see it. Wow, it's so late for me.
Wait, I thought it would be a sword, and
Yes!
How good
I
was
got a dagger +1. It's worth 40 gold.
You wasted
Wow, it's not even a special
inspiration?
dagger. It's
I'm
just
sure-
a dagger.
I'm sure that was useful, like, bigger
Okay,
early game.
I also thought that it was gonna be like something really sick. Like, it was so hard. Like, we're just pulling a dagger out of meat. Like, okay, yeah, I thought it was gonna be like a legendary dagger or something. My bad.
In a piece of
Okay.
meat?
I mean, it could have been.
Oh, there's something west of us.
Wait, you guys
Follow
want
me.
you guys don't want to kill the owlbear or the bugbear?
Where's the bugbear? Oh, it's a scrawny bugbear. Should we kill it for EXP?
Where?
Wait.
First we
Can I?
killed a banging couple, and now we're gonna kill a sleeping bugbear.
Don't you like animals, Lily?
I do.
This breaks
Alright.
my oath. I can't, man. I gotta leave.
On the
I
count
gotta
of
leave.
3.
No,
Okay.
I don't wanna hear it.
One,
My oath.
2,
I'm not
3.
involved.
Smash
I'm not
him!
involved.
Why did we do that? Oh, I think
Morning
the javelin
star.
though.
Gold.
Well, you guys are so fast.
Well, I can throw javelins as a barbarian. Weapon blueprint.
We're not evil.
Further can I go?
Not evil.
Well, we're just kind of like killing things without a real reason.
What's inside?
Oh, I see it. I see somewhere we can go.
I love animals.
Alright, let's gather up. Follow Albert. He's going to the city.
Okay.
The city? That probably
I
has
sort
a
of got.
trader.
If there's a
this
vendor,
village.
I get first dibs.
You first killed us with charisma twice already. That's why we have
That
no
wasn't my fault.
traders. Hmm.
Whoa. There's a guy, there's a big boy here. 3 big boys.
Ooh, let's kill
Right-
them.
Oh, lump, bonk,
Oh
and
my god.
chalk.
Wait,
Lump,
lump, chalk,
chunk.
and fank.
Let's
I'm
sneak, let's
charismatic.
sneak.
Let me. Oh, okay. Are you
Sneak.
sure you don't want Frank to just go in and talk to him?
You think they'll listen?
Yes.
They're
Okay,
yellow.
go listen, go listen.
Uh-oh.
No!
Hi, guys.
What? Why?
Oh my god. Okay, Aura's doing the talking
No,
first.
I didn't. I didn't.
What do you mean you did it? You literally clicked your way inside.
It keeps auto-clicking and like auto-pathing me. I don't mean to go in.
This quarrel sours our
I
face.
promise.
Besides, tastes like pork.
Wait.
Brothers, look here. I have
I see we let him eat her.
No, guys,
All in
please.
favor?
our bellies. Stranger, be you friend or food. The mark is her measure. Show is the brand of the absolute.
Okay, 10 is
10's
doable.
10's easy with
Not
guidance,
bad.
right?
Yeah. Okay.
I'm actually one of their disciples, yeah.
How regrettable the
Oh, it didn't matter, did it?
must go unsavored.
No, you.
Food? Food. Not food.
They talk like Shock.
Friend.
Friend?
Friend? What do I do? No, I'm not. I can't attack.
We
Oh.
follow the sense of blood and gold to all lands fertile, friend. And this land proves particularly fruitful.
Cool. You're very articulate.
Am I not astonishing? A robust robust diet makes for a shrewd mind, you see.
Ooh.
I am a gourmand.
A gourmand.
And you, a delicacy. Were I so lucky?
Cool.
I've no use for the absolute, or any god. I follow two masters only. Gluttony and greed.
Wait, he's kind of nice.
The goblins
Yeah.
understand my appetite.
I sure hope we don't have to fight him.
They sate my
No, I think they're good now because we passed.
and the rest.
Think of what they could be wearing
my
though.
hunger for meat. Boss goblin give gold. We check brand. Good deal.
Deal.
Now talk.
Bonk.
No.
I am, by all accounts, a student of higher commerce and extortion. Make me an offer. Tempt me.
Oh. Wait. Oh my god.
Pay you in the flesh of the fallen. You'll have your fill.
Yeah, good luck, buddy.
Oh, fuck.
Okay.
Holy shit.
I fucked up, guys. I fucked up.
They should really tell you what the number is before.
I feel like they should tell you that I need a
Why don't you
20,
just get a
like
20?
right?
Just get a 20.
I fucked up.
No, you
okay,
didn't.
but how cool would it be if I got this, right?
Hey.
A slip of the tongue. You meant to make a better offer, surely.
Yeah, we don't need them.
We don't need
give
them.
money. That's like 2.5 Mortimus revives.
Indubitably.
As long as they let us go. Oh.
Not so much as a nibble. Food? No, not food.
Oh, nice.
But I kind of want to.
Yeah, we should kill them anyway, right? That's what I think too. But I won't.
It was so nice.
Okay, but EXP. Also,
I
they're
can't
not.
kill innocent people. You guys can do it.
They're not animals anyway, or dead. In fact, if they were
They're
dead, I'd
not
probably like.
innocent.
Wait. You can talk to the tiefling.
Oh right, okay.
Breathe quiet. Move with care. Don't mind if I do.
Oh, they're not good people, guys.
What gave that away?
Wait, they're bad people? I'm coming back. Alright. If they're bad people, Frank is down for slaughter. Let me bless everybody first.
She has no valuables.
Damn.
Who did this to you?
Boom. Alright, everyone's blessed. And
Wait, I can loot. I can loot from them. I can pickpocket them.
oh, you're pickpocketing him? Oh god. Oh, we're bad people. We're stealing from them and then we're gonna kill them?
Your attempt at pickpocketing has yielded nothing.
Why is he
but a
looking at you?
fight.
Mort made a mistake.
Are you serious?
Mortimus may have made a mistake.
We have to kill them too?
Mortimus
Well,
thinks I will.
it is
stun
what it
this
is.
one.
Wait, don't act like all high and mighty. You wanted to
Mortimus
kill
will
them.
stun this one too.
It's just a convenient excuse for you to kill him. Wait, well, I did give you guys all a blessing, so this should be really, really fast.
Oh man, Lump's getting his ass kicked.
I wasn't actually going to kill them.
Me too.
Oh my god.
Oh, they kick kind of hard.
I noticed there's a pole here and a cracked support beam.
I
Hope
feel
this
like
works.
Okay. I feel like you'll hit harder.
IQ may have been too high.
Man,
for
the
you.
32 IQ group never fails. Never fails.
Oh, he's gonna slam me.
All right. Die, Fank. There can only be one person in this house with an F, an A, and an N, and a K.
And we are beating the shit out of Fank. Oh, my pretty spiders bite
the spiders
him.
might do it. Boom! One. Oh, jump.
Oink. Jump.
Oh.
Wait, are you controlling them or?
Yeah. Jump.
Two.
Two.
Down to 2 health.
Mortimus isn't dead, right?
Oh man, I can't call lightning without hitting Mortimus.
No, I can move. Okay. And
Can
then...
you disengage or something?
Yeah.
Can you move away from them? Both of them?
Alright, what are the odds that he gets a reaction striked? And then
I
dies?
don't. It's classed. I don't get reaction strike.
Oh, you got a reaction strike.
Oh, but I get opportunity by the other guy I didn't attack.
It's okay, won't touch you. It's okay, more. You still might die though, actually. Maybe I shouldn't have wasted that. Well,
I mean, at least you saved us 200 gold.
yeah.
Oh, that's big.
Wait, are you resistant? Are you resistant to lightning, Scarra?
Yes.
Oh shit! Wait, that's perfect. Never mind.
What is that perfect for?
I have call lightning every round.
Bonk.
Die.
Bonk.
Reckless attack. Into reckless attack.
Oh, 23!
Now it's just lump. Here comes a spider bite.
I'm gonna say it. These spiders are a waste of time. I'm killing the spiders after this fight is over.
The spiders heard you.
We have to wait a full 2 minutes. Hey!
Yeah, I might kill this. I might kill this spider, okay? Cause it's in the way.
Ah!
Spiders are not pleased. Die, lump.
Sorry, spider.
My
Yo, call lightning is sick. Oh my god.
So, any
Ooh,
heals?
scroll of blur.
A whole chicken.
Wait.
Camp sausage. Warhorn.
There's a warped headband of intellect. It'll make one of us smart.
Nice.
Increase intelligence to 17.
Wait, that's really smart.
That's smart.
Wait, can I see it? Can I see it? Can I see it?
Who
Where is
wants
it?
to be
Oh my god,
smart?
one of us is gonna become a genius.
Methinks.
Methinks.
17?
Methinks Shrock.
Rock
that's
always
so
wanted to
smart
become a wizard.
What is this warhorn?
Wait, who benefits the most from intelligence in our group?
None of us.
It's you. You're the only spellcaster.
Well, I use wisdom mostly.
Yeah, as a druid, they don't use intelligence.
So, which one of us is going to be smart, guys?
Me, Shrock, me become wizard if I get headband. Magical barbarian orc. Barbizard.
Wait, that's why he was so smart. Like, that guy was wearing this headband of intellect.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm gonna go grab it.
Read Maggie Terrans and Marcus Terrans. Twins, perhaps?
Hey, who took Shrock's headband?
Wait, everyone stand still. Oh no, I can't do it until we short rest.
Oh, we could use one short rest.
Yeah. Alright, and then...
Oh, I only need healing.
Thank you for initiating the heal, Frank.
Thanks, Frank.
Right. I'll just manually lay on
Hey,
arms.
Dark Lady took Shrock's headband.
I don't know what you're talking about. I believe we should continue on our journey.
Oh.
Shrock angry.
What's this?
Dirt mound.
Ooh, free chest.
Ooh, 100 gold.
Bear.
Thank you.
All right, follow me.
Bear.
Wait, do you actually want the circlet? I can give it to you. I don't care.
Do you plan to do anything with intelligence?
I don't think I use intelligence anyway here. Oh fuck! I feel stupid again. Shrock.
Hello, governor.
Why did you turn British? Oh, this is not good.
Fear not, friends. I can cast Featherfall, which reduces fall damage.
You do sound smart now.
Ooh, we fly.
Ara.
Oh, what's up? Where are you? I get lost all the time. Sorry. I'm coming.
I need someone who's smart to investigate this well.
Well, that would be Shock now because he has magic circle thingy. But let me see.
Yeah, why don't you take a look first?
Oh, it's only 10. This is just a well, Frank.
Stand back, friends. Let me take a look.
It's just an ordinary well.
Well stands, as it has for ages.
Ooh, plus
Oh my
4.
Thank you for the guidance.
And guidance? Oh my god.
Upon closer inspection, dry stones line the wall, and at the bottom, I see something gleaming in the dappled light. I do believe we can climb down and explore the bottom of this well.
Oh, we click it.
Whoa. Uh-oh.
Oh, wait, don't move. Shrock. Or Frank, get over here. Frank, get over here.
I am over here.
Frank, you are now a light bulb.
Oh, yeah, that's me. I'm a light bulb. Oh no, I saw this in Lord of the Rings.
Whoa.
All right, I'll lead. Everyone stand behind me.
Okay.
Hang on.
What?
Bad guys. Up ahead.
Oh shit.
Spiders.
Wait,
I mean, I think a fight's inevitable, but
there's
maybe
spider
we can try
cocoons
sneaking.
here.
Come on, guys.
Maybe we
we can
can
avoid
make friends
violence.
with the spiders.
They're red. Red means dead.
What?
It would appear that our allies have been caught in their vision.
I mean, it's just
Rock is
Aura, leave it.
flanking for a better position.
No,
Wait,
Aura could
are we
deal
fighting?
with herself.
You got this, Ara.
Okay. Oh man. Wait, where am I supposed to go? Why can't I cast fish?
Ooh, Frank. It is time.
Look, I'm a spider too. You don't want to attack me?
Frank, do you want to do a countdown?
Don't have enough actions.
Yeah, where are you?
I'll wait,
next to
I'll
you.
wait for them to
Oh, you're
come to me.
Yeah. He noticed us.
Aura turned.
What? Whoa,
Wait,
that's a cool
they're killing
spider.
their own kin.
I can't believe that they would kill.
The teleporting spiders.
Teleporting spider. All right, I'll deal with this one.
I'll deal with this one.
I have no more rage charges.
And there's more where. Oh, never mind. There's not more where that came from. I'm just gonna push it.
Aberrations, celestial elementals, fae, fiends, and undead. Monstrosity.
This spider only has 17 HP if you want to kill it.
I'm out of turns. I killed this idiot.
Strong cast Ray of Frost.
Wait, that's me.
Strong's a wizard now.
He just pinged me and said.
Spider? Spider?
No, these are not.
Oh, what a jump!
Big jump.
Ooh,
big
damage.
Okay.
Die.
And last one over here. And here.
I mean, this one's dead in one turn. Deal with the Eder cap. Oh, he came to you. Okay. Man.
You jaunt.
Oh. Oh. Okay.
Oh, he's
he
dead. He's dead.
away
He's dead.
and came back.
Die, Ether Cap. Reckless attack. Into reckless attack. Alright.
Oh.
Well done, team.
Ow. Oh, can mayhaps I get a heal? Ooh.
Ooh.
Wait, we short rested?
Yeah.
Oh no! I wish you told me. I could have used my my free heal first.
I'm infested?
That's okay. Use the long rest heal.
There's more spiders here.
Yeah, in the future, let me know before you short rest, and I'll just use my my oath, divine
Understood.
radiance or healing radiance.
Don't waste us.
I learned that one at Paladin school.
Oh yeah, I see the spiders. This one underneath.
More
us.
spiders. I wish I could just talk to them, you know? I feel like if we talk to each other.
Yeah, there doesn't have to be violence.
Whoa, that's a big one.
Where?
Oh, I don't have this.
Oh my god.
That's not an ordinary spider.
Wait, let me
Ooh,
plus.
which
Come
one?
back.
Where?
Alright,
That's
Oh,
like
it's
that's like a big boss boy. Ooh, the matriarch.
Matriarch spider.
125 health.
Why isn't this part of the... That's
Oh
so
shit.
weird.
Alright. How do we want to engage this?
Oh, it's
Sneakily,
here.
and then we stab it in the back.
Oh, it's turn.
Where is it? Whoa!
It's a big
125?
spider.
Okay, but...
Be
Damn, I wish-
very
Wait,
quiet.
I think this web is gonna break if someone heavy goes on it.
I think I'm okay.
Oh, cause she's a spider.
I'm too heavy. I'm pretty sure it's gonna break under my weight.
Hmm.
Uh oh.
She's coming!
Oh!
What?
Uh-oh.
Are we
You
fighting?
saw Frank. Frank's in initiative mode.
Oh, in
Oh,
phases.
so am I
Oh,
now.
now.
Oh.
Oh, oh.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
Okay, I will...
Alright.
I'll deal with this.
I mean, this can't be that bad, right?
Okay.
What's a spider gonna do to us?
Luggardly. Wow, you beat the shit out of that spider.
And then I go down here. And my turn.
All
Wait, there's
I don't know if I
another
saw that
one?
web. I think I'm gonna fall.
Ethereal John.
See, I see.
Okay, I'll deal with the face. Oh, you got it?
Oh.
Okay, I guess. If I fall, this is gonna suck. I'm going in.
Oh,
I'll
God.
go in with ya.
Mark. Questions, Aura. What do
Oh,
you
you
think
had
would happen
Hunter's
if we
Mark.
threw fire on the spider web?
Please
I
don't do
think
that.
Shrek and I would die.
Oh! Oh!
Ooh, babies.
Oh, the babies can teleport too. Teleporting spider babies.
Oh, look. They're okay. All right. Ow, that hurts. Please stop! Why are they all attacking me? That's kind of messed up.
She's trying to leave. Oh God.
What?
Teleporting spider.
Oh, okay. Okay, give me a second.
Yeah, you're just killing all of them.
Oh.
Yeah, you guys go out ahead. I'll kill the babies.
Concussive smash. Damn.
Oh.
Critical. Okay, wait. I've heard this is the OP move. Power my fist.
That's it?
It's stunned.
Oh.
It's stunned.
I mean, stun means.
Oh, it's stunned?
Yeah, stun is apparently OP.
Yeah, it skips the turn pretty much.
Aura.
I'm fine.
Yeah.
Nice.
Hunt completed.
Loading
I
for
can't
casters.
use that.
Where is it? Ow.
It's for a poison mage.
Oh,
What? Can I see
you
the
closed-
stats? Where is it?
It's
on
in
your
my
inventory?
Spider.
Yeah, you would give up 6 AC for it.
All right. Shruck, Mortimus, come here.
Oh,
Man, I got a sick elf now.
I'm stuck.
Mortimus, come here for
I'm
the heal.
stuck. I literally can't move. Oh, there we go.
And stand still for the part 2.
Oh, I'm good. Oh, I'm not good.
Shock, are you gonna wear your haste helm?
Nah, you can have it.
Don't wear it.
Who has
Where'd we
the
go?
Who has the anti-web boots? I am so jealous.
Oh no, poor spiders. I'm so sorry. I love animals.
Oh, the dark amethyst is down there.
Dark amethyst?
Dark
How
amethyst?
How dark are we talking?
I'm coming to check.
Wait, a breeze? What does a breeze mean?
Oh, you can climb down here. You can climb down here. Oh, let me.
Brock wonders if we can jump in big hole.
Oh.
There's wind coming from this hole, which means there's an opening.
Mortimus thinks
Shall we investigate, friends?
I can jump.
Maybe press the save button, right?
Excellent idea. All right.
Oh!
Whoa!
Big win.
Oh! Ooh.
Oh, we're back here!
God damn
We've
it!
been here.
That's it!
Yeah, but that was a sick jump.
That was pretty sick.
Oh! The boss!
Uh-oh. It's the bullet! It's the bullet!
Oh, we forgot about the bullet.
Get over here,
right.
guys.
Forgot about the bullet.
Blessing!
Thank you for the blessing.
Where's
Reminder,
the bullet?
He's about to come out. Bullet has an AoE attack.
Oh!
We must spread.
Everyone be
All right.
careful! It's gonna blow!
I've
wait.
ended my turn.
Same.
Huh?
Where'd it go? Oh! My god.
It's the bullet. Oh, my
my
god.
Hey, can someone pick me up or anything?
You'll get up on your turn. You're just surprised this turn. Oh.
Oh, here comes Mortimus. What do you got? What do you got?
He's so sneaky.
Miss?
Oh, miss? Oh, it's time. It's time for a turn. Get him.
Beat the crap out of him.
Come up. Fuck you, bullet. Nice. That stun's
Wait, the
big.
stun
He
is
just
so good.
gives his turn.
All right, I'm just gonna whack it.
Please let me go now. Please let me go.
Ah.
Oh.
Earrings.
Oh. Not two?
Ah!
Backbreaker.
Oh.
Please let me
What's
go.
this? Marks. Tries again. Oh, wait.
Beat him up. Reckless attack. Reckless attack.
Mark tries again. Mark tries
Push
again.
the bullet.
One more try, Mort. One more.
Alright, try cast Featherfall just in case.
Oh yeah, in case one of us gets knocked into. Yeah,
I don't want him to run. If he runs, I'll be so mad. Okay. Bullet is dead.
It's Jover.
Ooh.
Nothing?
What is Wrath?
That's
Blood
like
Guzzler
a barbarian or a monk.
Ooh.
It's really good because it's not considered armor.
Oh wait,
Like,
that's
I think a monk
for
can use
me.
it. Yeah.
Oh
Or we
yeah,
can feed it to Gale.
yeah, you should definitely take it.
Do you guys just loot really fast?
Yes.
Yes.
I mean, I
Yeah.
guarantee you, like the frame it's dead, you already know Mortimus is checking out what it has.
Can you like leave it for the rest of us to
The
at
only
least
reason-
read it?
The only reason you might see an item is because Mortimus has decided he didn't want it.
Jesus Christ.
There's something here.
Activations for Mortimus. Wait, did we ever go here? We didn't, right? We went the other way.
Well, you can press M to see the areas we haven't explored. We've gone south, we haven't gone
the whole
north.
section.
Oh, let's go.
Okay. So we
Why don't we
skip
go
this.
right?
We skip this area, right?
Ah.
We skip this area.
So we have to go right?
Or
like over here?
Yeah, to west.
Yeah, you can jump down to Frank.
Oh, Aura is a little far. But thank you.
Wait, which...
Oh, these are the spores.
Where are you guys?
They're down there. Come close
Wait,
for a
what?
jump.
Where is Dad?
Come close for a jump.
Wait, how are you dead again? Wait.
He just touched an exploding mushroom.
The plants seem to explode and push you back.
Oh, she's too close. Yeah, and I'm dead.
More just did that and you just gave it.
Okay, let's go back and revive them.
Oh fuck.
Oh my god. I'm going back to camp, okay?
Alright.
You owe me 200 gold.
Should we long rest?
Yeah, we can probably long rest after the rest.
How much gold
How
do you
much
have?
money have we spent resing? A lot.
Like,
At least 2k by now.
Where's Withers?
I'll rest them. I have enough. Where's Withers?
Oh, I found him.
I
mean,
don't
I'm
know.
pretty sure I can just take the money out of Scar's pocket.
Oh yeah, you could do that too.
Mortimus may have hidden 2,000 in his stash.
Oh my god. Oh, I wish you saw it, Lily.
What?
I saw Scar run in. I ran up and the thing looked like it was about to explode, so I left, and then immediately Mortimus comes in. Oh, what's this? Boom! And then, he's dead. And then afterwards, Shrek jumps in. Oh, what's this? Boom!
That's good. That's good.
Or doing a long rest. If you want to do talking, you can do it after the long rest.
Okay.
Dude,
Hang on.
Wait, something's happening.
Frank?
Frank?
Look at that bulge, man.
Jesus Christ, you're so...
The air is heavy.
Oh no, Frank.
Am I turning into a mind flayer?
Shoots through your fingers.
I think...
Your hands shake as they reach upward. Your forehead remains drenched no matter how much you wipe.
Oh.
Chukil gate vlaketh mazathok. Can you feel it crawling through you? Tendrils squirming in your chest, gripping your heart, piercing your belly. Your bones popping, your flesh swelling. I can. I see it in you. I feel it in me. We are lost. I will be quick with my blade. First you, then the others, then myself.
Your minds intertwine. You sense a touch of uncertainty, a touch of disgust.
Ooh.
I could kill her.
You could just die.
Just die.
No.
All right, no, hang on. If there's one thing Frank can do, it's be charismatic.
Mhm.
Come on, we're just exhausted. Put the blade down.
Oh, wait, it bugged out. I can't see it.
I cannot trust my own mind. So it
Wow,
seems
you
I
got
must
it.
trust yours.
How come sometimes I can't see your rolls?
But know this.
Just press space.
I
I
hit
think
the
it
bug.
goes to the next
If
option.
the sickness does not pass, come
The what?
dawn,
If you press space, it
I
just
will
goes to the
end
next
us all.
option. Like, I missed it there too.
Oh, I see.
So I just
see.
pressed
Okay.
escape and caught up. I roam 510 thanks to someone this. Wait. Me? Oh!
Oh,
Wait,
Wait.
is it you or is it me?
it's we all see ourselves.
We see ourselves.
Oh, okay.
I came just in
What
time.
do you guys see? I see
A
Fiona
woman.
from Shrek.
Oh, I see my twin.
I see a dream visitor. A tiefling?
I know your voice.
Yes, you have.
Saved you before. It's the same character. Oh! Oh.
And I'm here to save you again.
Oh.
Don't worry. You will not become a mind flayer.
Nice!
Not while I'm around. I'll protect you.
She's hot, so of course I accept. Hmm.
We haven't much time, so listen closely. There is great potential within you. It comes from that parasite. Your instinct is to resist the power it gives, but you must accept it. Nurture it. I will keep it from consuming you, but for the sake of the fight for the fate of Faerun, a fight we are losing. You can change that, but only if you embrace your potential. I have to go. Wake now. You'll feel better. I promise.
Oh, you can make it private so no one can see what your actions were. Interesting. Okay, well, let's go ahead and join Aura. A private moment? A
I'm
private...
trying to listen to me and Fiona talk in Mortimus.
Oh, well, I've listened to
We haven't
Frog.
much time, so listen closely. There is great potential within you.
I just want to see what people's avatars look like. Oh, what is...
I will keep it from consuming you, but for the sake of both of us, you must learn to wield it.
Do I trust the person I made to tell me what is good? Or so do I trust myself or do I not?
Ooh. Cool.
What the heck?
That was kind of cool.
He gets a notification to try to watch. Oh, that's funny.
Good rest.
Damn, that was such a good rest. Alright, be right back, rizzing up Shadowheart.
Alright, where's Carla?
Came to me and promised to protect the
Ooh,
parasite has taken
Carla.
root, it would seem.
I'm gonna go raise the dog.
Every promise. It is gate deception. A wise choice.
Okay, the thing is, I'm gonna do this thing where no one knows. I'm gonna start hitting up Gale. Because I want to see what I could do if I start smashing my stupid things into him.
Kinda sus, man.
Seems like a good moment to talk.
I want to maybe give him a lot of my gear and see if he
My
does
apologies.
anything.
Huh. She told me. An uncanny apparition.
I've made no risen progress with
The unique
Tarlac,
quality of our predicament,
unfortunately.
perhaps. Are you inclined to take these visitors at their... Do not dismiss the... Still. Your caution in this instance is well advised. Think of it as... tribute. As long as I pay, there will be peace. But should I ever... I can assure you, the battlefield would extend well beyond the borders of my body. Your enterprising... I do not yet need
I like
to
pain.
consume an item, but keep it close by. There will not be... We all have our burdens. One way... What's on your mind? Your enterprising approach to my problem is... I do not yet need to consume an
He
item.
doesn't need anything. Cool.
Soldier. Depends on the demons. On the other hand, every demon
Okay.
has shark
Sure,
instincts. Anyway, what were we talking about?
What is... Okay, what is wrath? Does any... Like, okay, can I examine? What is wrath? Oh, that's awesome. It doesn't count as an armor class, so I just get +1 to my damage.
Oh, I think that was a good one. Let me talk to this guy.
I don't think my fist count.
Excellent. Now we can see what these tadpoles can do for us.
Take a quick example items.
Nah.
Have any strange dreams of this? It seems like we
Dun,
can't
dun,
escape
dun.
this mess. I know. I felt it.
Wait, let me
Might not
prepare
be
some
possible.
more. Do miss me.
Something the matter? Fine. What's on your mind? You're not the kind of and I
What about
haven't
you? Try to
forgotten
favor?
you saved my
Okay.
life aboard the Night Void.
And more about
already
you?
know my
These are
biggest
good spells.
secrets.
I think these are
What?
pretty okay spells.
Well,
Like night orchids, it can't
Can't
swim.
Can't
Okay.
swim. Is that the sort of thing you meant?
I can put an ally in a
It's nothing
protective
to love.
coma.
No. Quite literally, I mean.
Well, I'm
With
suppressing
my
cat
memory
face.
suppressed, I can't.
burst from the
If I
ground
manage to
and
return to Baldur's Gate and fulfill Shah's mission,
Protection
then
from
of
energy
course,
touch.
it
Act
is an
of
act
faith?
of faith, not to be.
Alright,
You're
I'm gonna
straight
leave
to
the camp.
point at least. But still, I'm not sure
Cool.
you're ready for Shah's teachings. Not yet, at least.
It could help. Mortimus, yeah. Should I take it?
I'm
Look
gonna
at these
start exploring the
columns.
town.
Very well.
Take it.
Oh shit! Wait. Maybe I should wait.
Right,
Ooh.
Lady Shah.
Oh yeah, please wait for. I'm gonna leave camp as well.
We shed those cloaks. Before Shah, we stand.
They look like a
with
boy
those
band.
We destroy. Fault
Oh.
is often suffering.
Okay.
Death
Where?
Is it static?
Alright, I'm going in. I'm
Mortimus,
going in.
where are you?
Perhaps
Oh,
I
I
turn
need
out
to
be
fix something.
worthy
Hold up a sec.
companion after all.
Let's wait for Morty.
I need to fix this.
Okay.
1 second, guys.
Why are you wet? Oh, I spilled water on you.
Uh,
Go, Timmy.
sorry, my audio ended up messing up. I am back.
No problemo.
The help? Where did you guys go?
We're talking to mushroom people.
We left the camp. Okay, Mortimus is here.
Mushrooms.
Whoa!
I am a traveler seeking adventure.
Oh, it's Discord?
Guidance?
Oh,
Thank you. Wait.
Well, you don't even need it.
Does guidance cost anything?
No, it's free.
Ooh. Can I get a natural 20 and then plus 10? That's fine.
Fungal roots weave through your mind.
Descend to me. Let us speak in flesh.
The
Huh?
Okay.
Oh,
He's
okay.
saying come to me. I think he was like flirting.
Oh, mushroom people!
Did not expect to find you guys.
Waypoint discovered.
Fungus and a voice drift.
Leave this one.
Oh, a traitor.
But let
The scholar's brow tenses.
Blurg, proud member of the Society of Brilliance.
Before.
Or perhaps not.
Mike is mushroom.
Your mind is far more complex than that of the fungi. Understandable. My colleague, it's curious to find a surface dweller here. What has brought you down so deep? Truly remarkable.
Okay, I will let him do the stuff. Where I
Oh.
Cthulhu!
A Cthulhu?
Are you looking to have it?
Mind
Yeah, let's-
flare? Die.
Die.
How is this possible?
I have broken free.
Wow.
Oh. He's woke.
I no longer
He's woke.
Yeah. Let me sell stuff.
that you refrain from violence.
Aw. Wait, what a nice guy.
Opinion of my
I'm not refraining from anything. He'll die like the rest.
If that open your mind to me, let us see what lurks within.
Okay.
This doesn't seem very
The
safe.
melon's mind pierces yours. The tadpole pulses with power. It feels 10 times its size.
Cool.
This is most unusual. The incubation period should be complete, as should your transformation. But the larva is infused with strange magic. I can only theorize, but I suspect your transformation would be both agonizing and instantaneous.
I thought it was always agonizing.
Well, yes, but that wasn't my point. Of course, but
Oh, he just keeps talking. Let me trade.
Oh, there may be a way to bypass.
Yeah. Let me trade.
Chemical substance, a tincture distilled from a collection of mushrooms. They have. These are fine.
Oh, you
wait,
have
we just
them.
have it?
Oh, I've been picking up so much stuff.
Let's go.
You must drink the entire draft.
Oh, do you think this will work?
Drink it.
Wait, are you sure?
Yeah, drink it.
You can trust mind flayers.
Drink it,
Wait,
push,
what
drink
exactly
it.
is this gonna do?
God damn it. Defenses around the lava. If I cannot remove it, I may still be able to tell you more about
Can someone else drink it? Why don't you drink it, Aura?
I would if I had the
Melon
option.
watches you with cautious intensity. It expects doubt. It expects
Ooh.
fear.
Guys, my helmet covers my mouth. Okay, I'll drink it.
The potion is disgusting beyond
Oh,
description.
you
Oh.
Constitution.
The mercy is that it goes down quickly.
Not a drop left.
You're taking shrooms.
What's gonna happen to me?
Potion influences your mind. You may find yourself acting irrationally.
Their intelligence is too low.
Try and stay focused.
The world loses its edges. Its
Oh
finer
God,
boundaries.
guys!
You are fluid.
I'm fluid.
But trapped, like a creature suspended in amber.
Oh.
Hmm.
And it should be easy.
Yeah.
You're fine.
I can't fail this.
No way
Wait.
Frank fails this.
Oh God!
Wait.
Wait, the bless.
Oh.
Ah.
Dark holes bite at the edges of your vision. The void cannot draw you in. The tadpole spasms, seizes. It's fighting the potion even harder than you are. Fear pierces your mind like knives of ice. The parasite digs deeper, as if it needs to hollow out your skull.
I'm scared, guys. Oh God!
Oh.
I'm gonna focus on some music.
Yeah, I like that.
Okay. I should roll like a 12. Jover! I'm gonna
Jover,
turn into
it's
a mind
over.
player.
Damn.
Oh God!
Ooh.
Hey, don't waste our inspiration.
I know I.
Hey, help him. He's tripping.
I would say probably just maybe.
Guys.
Use it.
I know that I used an inspiration to reroll that knife.
Don't worry.
That
I used
dagger,
the
but
inspiration
I
for a boar.
What? I could have had another chance at this, but you had to talk to a boar. Okay.
You got this.
No!
Holy fuck.
Goodbye.
You were
I'm
so
trying to
close. Really, a 7?
A
What?
wave of psychic force batters your mind, cruel and calculating.
Oh no.
You are nothing.
You are small.
The parasite swells with power. More power than you have ever felt before.
I'm not small.
It surges and twists, lashing out against that which would
I'm gonna
dare to
explode.
intrude. The parasite in your mind quiets, pleased with itself.
Tried to carve dice at you the second time you said that. Third time I'm gonna ban you.
Is like nothing I have ever observed before. Its power is unsettling. Such an outcome was not in my calculations. There is more to this being than mere stasis.
Cool.
Not all bad.
Yet that power may grow beyond your control.
Oh my God, he just keeps talking.
I have another
I know.
intermediate.
This is a long scene.
If you are in need, I possess a ring.
Ooh. Ring.
It prevents elder brains from noticing my presence.
Huh.
It will not remove the lava, but it will limit
Oh my god, I
its
wish I could 2x its speed.
both positive and negative. I would offer it as a gift, but in truth, the ring is priceless. Is there anything you could offer me in turn?
Intimidated.
Give me the fucking ring.
Imagine we do all this to kill this person. The trader doesn't trade with us. I'm so down.
Bro, he's trying to help us.
I want to intimidate him.
Yeah,
I went
you have.
through. I went through
You
so
have
much
plus
hell.
6. You have plus 6.
Wow, you have. Oh, good luck.
Wait, I can give you.
Give me guidance.
Oh, you are fucked. Wait,
That's
you have
a-
plus
That's
everything.
like plus like almost 10.
Minimum 7, yeah. So you need a 13 or higher.
Bring it on.
Don't tell him the odds.
Oh! Put 3, 3, 3!
Oh!
Get the high roll.
Oh my god.
We shouldn't cause trouble, Omeluum. There are enough threats down here in the Underdark.
Very well. I abhor violence.
Wow, you're a dick. This guy's trying to help you.
He infected me.
Oh, yes.
He tried to cure you with a potion.
And what happened? It grew bigger. The tadpole got an erection inside of me.
Yeah,
How did you deal with
you're
that?
you're an asshole, yeah.
You're a dick, bro.
Yeah, but free ring. Got a free ring.
Of its growth.
God, that was the longest conversation ever.
But
The scholars.
Now sell me stuff.
I do enjoy a good bargain. If
Oh my
anything in
god, he has
private
so
collection
much.
Is to your liking.
Wait, god damn it, Scarra, I can't talk to him.
Ring of Mind.
Wow, I wonder who would be
Hey, it's
talking to
worth
him.
70
That's-
gold. He said it was priceless.
You have advantage on saving throws against Charmed. That's okay, yeah, I guess.
It's alright.
Do you not want it?
I'm gonna sell it.
Wait, no. Can I have it? Or give it to Shrock. Shrock has no rings.
Rock no need ring. Rock intelligent.
Can I please sell stuff?
Bro, I'm in line. I think I'm waiting for more.
I never get to sell stuff. Like literally
I'm third
never.
in line.
No, I'm second. I'm second.
Hey, she's trying to cut.
Don't worry, I'm almost done.
Hey, wait. My ring's missing.
Huh?
Huh?
My ring's not in my inventory. I just had it.
That's funny.
It looks just like the one Lily's wearing. Ring of Mind Shielding. If you see another one, let me know.
Yeah, no problem. I heard there's more vendors here, actually. I'm gonna go look for it. Where? How do you know who's a vendor and who's not a vendor?
It'll say trader.
No. I almost attacked this one. Okay. It'll say trader?
Oh, he has they start selling rare stuff.
Oh yeah, there's another trader here.
This one gives you, what is this? Wait, is this? What is this?
Babe. Show me your wares. Yes! Finally.
Oh. Wait, the gear is so good.
Hmm?
It's blue. They sell blue gear. I'm getting off. You can check. I'm getting off. You can check. But it's like caster blue gear. Like, it's not for me.
Oh.
I do enjoy a good bargain. If anything in my private collection is...
Actually, shovel seems important.
Short sword.
Potion plus soul coin. Do we still need soul coins?
Hold on to them. They might be important later. They're like a very weird and rare item.
Magic missiles? That's lit.
Okay.
Ooh, Frank.
Fragrant spores waft through the air.
Oh, Frank will tell us.
Wait, I should keep my bedroll, right? Yeah, okay. Poison. All the rest of the
Huge courage knows
things
us,
look
but you didn't see a dwarf on your travels,
Stealth
did
plus
you?
1.
Balin's his name.
Adamantium. Balance? Whoa.
Wait, he's dead.
Yeah. Wait, are you watching the cutscene with me?
Yeah.
They told me to kill the Durgan, and we already did. So then they're like, "Great job."
Yo, tell him, yo, bro's dead, man. Aw, man. Do you think his head is still there? Says
Wait, I
probably
have to
still
bring
there.
his head.
Yeah, he wants his head. Yeah.
Okay. Consider it done. I'll bring the head.
Let me teleport there and bring it over.
Wait, mass healing word seems good.
Wait, so we already won? Oh, we already completed the quest.
6 allies. Wow.
Surely his corpse is still there.
Yeah, unless somebody did something with it or decomposed.
Wait, this is me.
That's so kind of want this. Can I take it? How do I do it? 400 gold.
Yo, give me
I
your
don't
head.
want it anymore.
It reveals it.
It does sound good, right? I kind of want it. I want it. I'm getting it. 400 gold, though. That's a lot.
Yeah, I got this.
Light crossbow. Halibut. Anything else?
See it for myself. Lead me to the rot.
Hail of thorns.
Oh, I got a temporary ally. Have you sold the Albert egg? No.
Going back with the head.
Oh, you have it?
Yeah.
So I have
Here you go. Here's the head, you freak. What are you gonna do with that head, though?
Ooh. Excuse me.
The drow sought to shatter our circle. Now his flesh may feed
What?
its growth.
Why
Wait,
did it?
I need someone smart to
Oh.
come here.
Oh, I see. Split.
This circle life, and thus we name
Knife Chanter.
How did I split it?
I need
Oh.
someone smart.
That's
Why
that's
can't I split it?
Shrock.
I don't get it.
Voice of the circle.
Wait, balance.
Yeah, what's up?
Oh, I see. Barter.
Come here.
Oh, I understand now. Well,
On my
I'm gonna
way.
lie to you.
How can I be of assistance for Frank the Fighter?
On this body, there's a
Husband.
book about sex, and I try to read it, and I can't understand it, but maybe you can.
1,000 gold.
Lump mating ritual.
5 Mortimus reses.
Oh, you look so sophisticated.
You see a fella on his own on your way in. Dwarf. Balin's his name.
Oh, Scarra.
Hmm?
Here. I'm gonna drop something. Maybe better staff?
Oh.
Hmm?
I'm not familiar with
Is this
sex.
the snare?
I am a virgin.
I don't know. It looks like.
Oh, I
What?
think it is. Ooh.
What is this?
Ooh, thank you.
You can do it,
So
Shrug.
better.
I don't want this.
Okay.
Ooh.
I don't want a
Now
glass.
that I
shoes.
think about it, though, I do recall
Combine
this
with
title.
that. Can I do that? No. How do I do this? How do I combine it? Oh God. Combine with.
It's an illusion.
Did it work? Did it make it pink? Oh, I think it worked.
Wait.
Wait, we know how to
Wait,
forge
we already did
adamantine.
this.
God damn. We did everything in
Wait, isn't
reverse.
this really good?
Oh.
It's just free 2 damage. That sounds sick.
Raw
Okay.
metal or proper mode. Yeah, we know this. This book is fucking useless.
Oh, we read a book on sex for that.
Bludgeoning.
This upsets Strock greatly.
Yeah, break these stones.
But I
Yeah.
can't even use that. Amulet of Lost Voices isn't.
Kid, I'm worried about
Lilac
breaking this
Bodies.
one. What would
Okay, actually
happen?
just did by type. I'm gonna put that over there. Okay.
Mortis must made a friend.
Oh,
Sovereign
now I
group.
can. Now healing word is part of my spell, so I can have one more spell. Poggers.
Oh, what did you get for bringing the head to the guy? Anything
Daylight?
cool?
An amulet that plays a song. It's in my.
Oh, no, doesn't count. I'm using quarterstaffs.
Envoy's amulet.
Wait, find the mushroom picker? Do you guys see that on the map?
Wait, where is it?
Water. Great. Destroy water sounds kind of cool.
Oh wait, I haven't asked. Nope.
Mass. Oh, I can have both healing words.
Hey, I got a rare helmet for that is light armor for like a thief.
Ooh, keep healing word.
Oh, light
I don't know
armor.
if that's useful for anyone.
I cannot wear armor, but I would.
I can wear light armor. No, wait, I don't need armor though.
Oh, wait.
Yeah, I don't think it's useful for us.
Whoa.
Class action shattered and shadows.
Shrock, take my pendants.
Cool.
At the bottom of my inventory. Take that.
Ooh, that was fun. Finally, I sold stuff. My inventory feels so much lighter.
Wait, actually, can I equip this onto you?
I don't believe so. I'm in a conversation.
Okay.
I want to see what you have too, though.
I'll put it into your inventory.
I come back 30 minutes later, there's still a line.
Oh, there's 2 traders, so you could choose. Wait, actually,
yeah.
Wait, this one sells a lot of blue as well.
Wait, that's so good.
I think
475. God, that's so expensive.
I think Shrock needs to go here actually, not
Scorching
not
Ray?
you, because this is all blue like here.
Damn, level 2 evocation. The Baneful? Oh my god.
Yeah, but try this, guys. So what did Lily's staff do for me?
Gnome gave me special boots.
Oh, it's +2 acid. Perfect.
Boots of speed. Click heal.
I definitely stole Lily's thing, and I was gonna sell it, but I realized I can't because
I thought this was a staff.
I could. Wait, I could change into
It's a
that
short
later.
sword.
In case I want stealth. So I'll just put it away.
Dude, this trader has like the weirdest shit. Like a bunch of spears, goblin bows, short bows, great axes, leather armor.
The flail on him is really good, I think, but you need a shield. I don't know if you're doing shield.
6 to
I
13.
don't think it'll. Yeah.
Is that kind of low?
Oh, maybe.
Is this
But
worth it?
I'd be down to do like Wait, what's this ring of jumping? Can't everyone already jump?
I think it does.
Does it make my jump better?
Is this worth it? It's
Okay.
not worth it.
Question: do you guys talk to this guy? Do you guys know what the Draugr is? You need to take him to it. He's following me. I can't let him go.
We killed a lot of the
I'm eyeing the
droppers
boots.
Yeah, those are like the people we fought earlier.
by the boats.
Oh, well. I think I need to go back there at some point. We can go later.
I don't need that.
You're gonna go find the mushroom picker?
Yeah, I'm down.
Oh, no.
Let me just take a look at the shop. I've been waiting in line for about 40 minutes now.
There's 2 shops in one.
Oh, there's 2. There's 2.
Yeah, but I want to see what he has. I already looked at the first one.
Oh yeah, I need some better gloves.
Oh.
Damn, talking to traders are so nice when we don't kill them all.
Oh, there's a monster.
I see it. Guys, we are west of you, okay?
Okay, I'm on my way. Okay, am I going the right way? Yes, I am.
Fuck off.
Whoa, that's a lot of poison.
I think I can bypass it with this.
Ooh. What's our ally going to be though?
Whoa. Can I?
I see the mushroom picker. Scar's in a convo again.
Oh. Oh.
You recognize
I did not see this.
a mushroom that releases dangerous
Oh.
highly flammable.
This is quite a predicament.
Scroll. Escape. My bag, please. I've dropped it somewhere. Yes. That's. Yes.
Here's a scroll.
Throw it, throw it, throw it.
+1?
Don't worry. Oh wait, I can't give you guidance.
Sure, no problem.
You got this.
Oh!
20. Whee!
Oh, I'm fine. I just have to.
Oh, I'm here.
And then here.
I'm smiling. Oh, we found
All right,
it.
I'm here. Let's go find the mushroom picker.
We got it.
Oh, there he is.
Someone talk to. I
My
don't
work
want to.
here
I
is
don't want
done.
to talk. I don't want to talk.
Oh, I got it.
Ah, right. As
Oh, he's bald.
Right, he's
What
bald
were you
and
saying?
short.
That's the first thing you noticed.
I must need to go. Ta.
Ta? What? Oh,
Ta.
okay, bye.
We did it, guys. No level
We
up.
saved the mushroom picker.
All right, now what?
There was an area back on the surface if we wanted to go, or we can just continue.
Oh, the goblin camp. Right, we got distracted.
Yeah, let's go back up.
Oh.
Wait. I need to
Right.
lead this guy to the place we killed those people. Oh.
What?
Oh. The docks down here?
I think the
we
rest
can
of
just
us
teleport
yeah.
there.
Can I teleport with
Yeah,
him?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you can.
Okay, teleport. Where's the dock?
Teleport beach, everyone.
Wait. Okay.
Oh,
What-
beach?
wait.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wait. Where does it say? Oh, I see.
Oh, he's here. All right. What do you want to see? Like I literally told him it's dead, but I'm gonna talk to him.
Oh, he just got big. Hey, Ara, while they're doing that, you want to go with me on a side quest?
Yeah, sure. Let's go.
All right, come to the Risen Road.
Prison Road.
Oh, I'm sorry. I meant Blighted Village.
God damn it. Where? Blighted Village.
What?
All right. I'm sure
Yeah,
the
it
two
seems
of us
like
are
you got
fine.
this.
Yeah, we got this.
Oh, I see it. I see it. Feel free to come join us when you can. We're gonna go explore the Goblin Village.
Okay.
I heard there's traders there.
Ooh, traders! I do love traders.
Make it worth my
Oh
time.
shit. The Goblin Camp.
3
Alright.
strolls in all.
Let me. I will talk to them.
Okay, Frank.
Guys, I'm being offered a choice to help this guy or and kill the traders we were a part of that we just found.
Uh,
I have no part of this.
Its delicate harmonies tend to
You guys didn't leave me, right?
funny thing about that.
Oh!
Well, we're all talking to a warg right now.
Certainly you guys didn't leave me while I was talking.
Oh, wait, I had all those bonuses.
Again.
Well, you had to. No. Claw.
Oh, luckily I have this fucking stunning strike, which is fucking broken. No problem, guys. I will
Minthara?
kill it by myself.
Wait. Minthara!
Minthara?
Minthara!
Can we...
That's the drow mommy.
Can we
Wait, but Scar's not here. Mortimus is not here.
Mortimus is fighting a boss right now since you guys all left him.
Should we help him? Okay, Shruck and Ara, you guys go explore the goblin. I will help.
Not a very friendly pupper.
Oh, these are really mean. Jesus, okay, alright. I won't touch you
Alright,
then.
Mortimus, I'm coming to help. Wait, wasn't this the guy that we were, What happened?
He gave me a choice to either kill the entire thing we came from or not. I said no, and he wants my blood.
Wait, why does he want to kill them?
It's like something, and I don't remember.
Okay.
Seems about right.
I mean, I'm proud of you for saying no, though. You can run to me if you need help.
I can't. I'm in 2 of their.
Oh, this isn't the
2?
camp, right?
What do you mean 2? I see 1 guy.
I want to explore this place. Not many things.
Wait,
here.
is this not like a corpse over here?
He resurrected it.
Shouldn't there be more
what the
people
heck?
here? Am I just going the wrong way?
I see something off in the distance that looks like a ruined castle.
Oh, that's interesting.
I'm here. Please heal me.
I think I have to wait one turn.
Oh.
No
There's
way.
a
He's
lot of
tank
goblins
here.
here.
Oh, hey, it's you.
This is sad. Oh, this is sad.
He moves so fast. Whoa!
Oh.
Oh, he has 29 health.
I'll just finish him off. Oh.
Oh no.
Uh-oh.
Oh, it's 6 life. 6 life. This one's 23. Oh, what if?
You want me to heal you, or you want me to go for the kill?
Can you kill him?
Let's check. 7 to 17 twice. Okay, I'm gonna go for it. Okay, I'm gonna go for it. I got this.
Oh, nice miss.
Ah!
Oh, okay.
And then, can I do any more damage than a basic attack? Oh yeah, here we go. Yeah.
Oh.
Okay. Don't worry, I'll come pick you up next turn.
Oh, this is so sad. He's like doing stand-up comedy.
It's like improv night.
Oh no. No, come on, dude. Ooh, we should rescue him.
All right, get up.
I'm
Get up,
so
Mortimus.
sorry.
We gotta beat up the minions.
Ooh, I see someone with a...
Why are you trading? You literally just traded. I'm gonna trade with him so you can't trade with him.
Oh, you're trading with him?
I'm trading with him.
Okay, well after you're done, I'll trade with him.
You just traded for 30 minutes.
Thank you.
I want gloves or something.
What do you think this guy has?
Scrolls? It's just a bunch of scrolls.
Oh, this guy does
are
sell
they
gloves.
cool? You take it all. Just take it all.
Can you hurry?
No, I'm gonna buy the
Okay,
gloves.
wait. I have.
Why would you do that?
A separate thing.
A separate thing?
Can you come with me to the Grim Forge?
Oh wait, it does.
Oh, okay. Oh my god, dude, this is a filler episode.
Now watch, come down here. Wait, is it here?
Great club.
It's.
Is
it here? So
Returning back
wait,
home weapon.
wait, no, it's not here. Wait.
This weapon will
I
return to its owner when
unlocked
thrown.
a super door, and we
A super door.
a super door. Oh, it is around here. Where is it? Oh, it's here.
It's only 169 bucks.
Okay, there's 3 slimes with 50 life.
I mean, the two of us can beat it.
Oh my god, hurry up.
Oh.
Go find something else to do. I'm busy.
You go
Oh
first.
my god.
1.
Alright.
1, 2, and the third one is like way far away.
Okay, well, I'm just gonna... Oh, what? Oh. I screwed something up.
Another day.
Alright, I'm just gonna bless you. Wait, let me bless you. Oh.
Oh, okay. I'm waiting. I have like 4 attacks. Huh?
This. Oh, it's pretty. I mean, it's better than what I have.
Is this guy okay?
What's taking you guys so long?
Mark got sent.
He asked me to come on him with on a side quest to check out like a vault.
Keep going.
Happy birthday to the crown!
Hoggers.
Good. Again.
Oh, waypoint.
Oh, you're here. Oh,
yeah.
Thank God.
Okay. Oh, I can just come back. Okay, where are you guys?
Forge.
Ancient. Oh, Grimforge.
Yeah.
Got it.
Oh,
Oh.
I missed.
Jesus Christ. Stunning hits.
Oh, there you are.
Ow! You guys just left this slime at 6 health?
Oh, I thought you had it.
I also thought you had it.
Oh.
I joined the fight. I don't have action.
Oh no.
I got it.
Yes. Oh. Actually, I stunned this one. Hello, level 5 turbo. That is nice.
Beat it up. Beat it up. Nice.
Oh, wow. I'm here to help.
Oh,
but-
it's good because okay, I found this door. I opened it, and it.
I'm gonna short rest.
Okay.
Okay.
And it is like an entire underground area.
Oh? Okay, back at the goblin camp, I want to save the bard.
Okay, we can save the bar.
Okay, well, there's a chest down here. Hold on, I'm gonna open it. Lockpick it? Do I need to lockpick it? Oh,
What's in
it's
the chest?
Nothing. It's a amber.
Fire amber.
Oh.
And a crate of wine.
God, you loot goblins.
I didn't loot it. It was Scarra.
Absolute loot
I
goblins.
don't know what you're talking about.
Mortimus, or like Ludimus, fuck.
Lolt's candle.
What's Lolt's candle? Oh.
Oh, don't slip.
What's a door? Oh, it's an intricate door. What does that mean?
Oh, leave it.
Oh, can I?
Guidance?
Yeah, can I please get guidance? Oh, okay.
Shrug, aren't you supposed to be smart now?
The best way through.
Oh my.
Is forcefully.
Okay, got it.
I think it's weird that we haven't found a better weapon than the starting weapon.
Yeah.
That fire sword.
Blood was once
Oh, I was
More?
wondering who's making that
More?
noise.
Is
More?
It's his
is that my
necklace.
amulet?
Amulet, yeah.
Oh,
It's the ghost talking.
it's up here. The hiding spot. You see on the map? Is it this guy?
Sharon's journal.
Is it a skeleton? I think I have to talk to it. Hold on, I'm gonna talk to it.
Thou shalt return to me. Thou shalt have my blessing.
I'm gonna wisdom check it. Oh, gotcha, bitch.
Beneath the rampant joy you sense the monk's
Doesn't wish to harm you, but doesn't mean he won't.
sincerity. He doesn't wish to harm you.
I shall walk with thee. I shall.
You feel a chuckle.
Okay.
Little means hiding spot. Oh, she ain't
How
here.
do we get the hiding spot?
What do you mean by hiding spot?
Do you see the map? Look at the map.
The map like described the location, but
Is this what I think it is?
All right, Goblin Camp.
Yay!
is that all
I'm
that
going
there
to-
was to this place? Yeah, we can go to Goblin Camp.
I think we were supposed to do something right here.
Goblin Camp.
I'm going to rescue the bard, because we love bards here. Where do I go, though? Whoa. Slightly drunk. Damn, everyone's so rowdy. Damn.
How do I
Okay.
find
I
it?
swear we're missing something here.
Let me read it real quick. Hold on. It's called. What's it called?
Damn, everything is, alright. You can't steal anything here.
Is it the Pale Elf? It's
Where
called
is Volo?
Philomene's
Where
hiding
did he
spot.
go?
I thought they brought him inside.
Oh. Heavy oak doors. Can I go through? Oh.
Alright, I give up. Whatever. Wait, really nothing here?
Oh.
Oh, this was the start of the monkey amulet?
As long as you're not rolling a 1. Nice.
This is like literally the edge of the map.
Okay, thanks.
Nice.
Whoa, this is cool.
Look, it's Priestess Gut. She has
Where?
the cure for us.
They are,
True.
where are
Oh my
they?
god.
Where are you guys again?
Goblin camp
Goblin camp.
inside the big building.
All right. Happy to know that we are most likely not causing a genocide.
Let me steal from some people before we make that statement.
Wait, what's happening?
Oh! Oh, okay, never mind. We're good.
Wait, I don't want to be branded. Oh,
Wait, what's going on?
I'm talking to a priestess, but she wants to brand me with the absolute thing, but
Like a tattoo?
I guess. I'm saying
Exactly
no.
like a tattoo.
Wait, you don't like tattoos?
Ooh, she has a parasite.
Ooh, a traitor.
that the jing already turned quite... You recognize the crest she bears.
Oh.
The winged serpent of the Zentarim.
You know, it's no ordinary
Right,
trader.
sharp eyes, weapons, and no judgment, no right and wrong, just good deals and bad. That a problem for you?
Do I push deeper into her mind?
That is your choice.
I believe you. Not really.
Oh, okay, we're all good. No problems.
Never much like
All right.
Scarra, but the Black Network pays light for light. But for now, I see no reason we can't make a civilized trade.
Wait, I shouldn't have told her that.
I reckon you'll be wanting some steel.
Oh. Little too honest. Oh shit. I get. How much
the true
damage
soul
is
someone
this?
who has a tadpole?
Is it just one?
Yeah.
Wait,
Is
so
this-
like she's gonna
how
turn into a
much
mind
better
flayer,
is
basically,
this?
right?
Yeah.
This looks kind of good.
She's very chill for someone who knows they're
What's
gonna die
weapon
soon.
enchantment +1?
Oh, she's gonna remove the tadpole. Follow her.
Wait, really?
Okay, but the bard, we need to save the bard.
Oh, this trader sells blue.
Reckon we've said all there is. Reckon we've said all there is to say.
Oh.
All right, we'll go through. Okay, I'm down.
Wait, I mean this.
In a restricted area. A swift exit may
Classic
be in
word.
order.
Oh.
What's happening to Aura? Wait.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Oh.
Oh, sorry, guys.
Okay.
Alright.
Guys, go find
Good luck.
Volo.
Yeah,
The
I'll close
bard.
the door.
Find
Good luck with that
Volo.
tadpole
Guys,
removing.
guys. I need.
You've wandered into a forbidden area.
Oh.
You sense it might be time to leave.
Yes, I'm ready.
Guys.
Zentarim.
Guys, I may have told them we killed their friends, so we need to kill them. I'm not even kidding. We need to kill them.
They don't seem that upset.
Wait, before we kill them, I need to look at their store.
They have so much good stuff.
Yeah, wait, heavy crossbow?
She has like 10,000 gold of stuff.
Oh, bow of awareness. Aware.
Sorry.
No, but and what's behind this door? It could be anything. Okay. Aura, get over here.
It's just me, or does Mortimus always find excuses to kill people?
Okay.
Especially people with a lot of money on them.
Okay,
I noticed that.
I just want the staff. You guys get everything else, okay?
Wait, Toast, I think that this blooded great axe is kind of sick.
Yeah, don't pay for it. Just kill her.
Wait, will it drop if...
Where else
I
is
think
it gonna go?
I think you have to knock them out and then you can loot them.
Oh, okay. Look, can we do that?
Wait,
well,
so...
there's a lot of goblins in this place.
You don't think they'll aggro, right?
You're sure I could just pay for it? I've saved up my money. It's a nice axe.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe you just pay for it. I can't talk to them again. So can you?
I'm just gonna buy it. I'm not into killing innocent people. That's against my oath.
So I told them we killed.
Oh, a tentacle tart.
Should mind my step.
Okay.
All right. I bought myself a sick new axe.
Ooh, why is that surgery taking so long? You taking a piss?
Wait.
Did Lily go to the bathroom?
I'm gonna not listen in. There's probably some private stuff going on there.
Yeah. You definitely went to the bathroom.
Oh! I have an idea. You know
What is it, Mortimus?
the secret room they didn't want us to go in. Well, there's a little thing on here.
Oh!
I see a lot of explosive barrels back there.
I can't jump though.
You need maximum strength.
Wait, I actually can't do it.
Wait. Yo, Frank, stay up here. I'm gonna toss this to you.
Hello,
Okay.
Tess? Why is my sound not working?
Hello,
Okay,
you're back.
Wait, be careful, be careful! There's so many explosives!
Catch. It's a heist.
Oh shit.
It's a heist?
It's a heist. What do you think's in this box? Oops, sorry.
What?
Wait, can I pick up one of these explosive barrels for later?
What? Mortimus, get out!
Why?
You interrupted our little session.
Bro, more.
Close the door. Close the door.
She won't talk to her unless she's alone.
It was so funny because my dialogue just gets cut and I see Mortimus going inside the room.
Toast, don't move. If we walk in, it's gonna interrupt.
Kate, all day 90.
We have to stay here while Lily has her private session.
Maybe I need more pockets. If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine.
Reckon we've said all there is to say, eh? But don't worry. The network will be in touch soon.
Alright. I'm gonna get our team killed.
Wait. Oh, shit, what do I do?
Do you trust her?
I don't know, I'm scared.
Do what you would do.
Telling me you don't trust the one-eyed priestess goblin?
She's kind of sus, don't you think? Just in case, can we save?
Whoa. Yes, but
Do whatever you
stick
have
with
to.
Your gut.
Just get rid of
Yeah,
it.
it's safe.
won't regret this.
I want to know what happens.
True soul. You know the Absolute don't like to touch nothing unclean. So drink this. It'll purify ya.
Oh.
You're right. She is kind of sus.
Flecks of werejackal blood. It's a potion of sleep.
Uh-oh.
Oh, it's a drow specific. Well, I mean.
Why is
Wait,
it drow
drow
specific?
are immune to toxins.
Wait, really?
Ooh.
Oh,
It says drow.
Yeah.
Drink it. Yeah, drow.
Okay.
Are you a Saluna drow or a Eloth
She thinks
sworn
it's
drow?
working, and she's like, huh?
Lost sworn.
She doesn't know.
This could have gone easy for you.
What?
Not now, though.
What?
I'll tell you.
It's because you're a Loth drow. It won't put you to sleep.
Huh?
She realized you couldn't be put to sleep, and now she's attacking
Yeah,
you.
she was definitely gonna do weird stuff to you.
Oh, she was. I trusted you, you poop hole.
Get her!
Ah!
Wait.
I'm throwing the chest.
I can't.
I'm throwing my body. Beat her up.
Beat her
up.
We're just really all beating her up, huh? Oh no.
Oh no, she's calling for help. And she heals?
Oh.
She's a priestess after all.
Jumper. Oh, the whole squad is showing
Are
up.
you
People just join the fight.
Are you serious?
Classic aura.
I can't.
I thought she was trying to help me.
All right,
Can't
time to die,
believe-
true soul. Ooh, what's in the chest? Oh, it's locked.
It's locked. We got goblins coming.
Oh,
Uh-oh.
okay.
They're
Wait.
doing stuff outside.
I want to ice knife all of them. Oh my god, please.
I mean, at least
perfect
it's a
time
nice
touch.
choke point.
Yeah, that's a great choke point.
They're coming! I said no genocide, guys!
I didn't know, man.
Oh
my
shit.
Holy 23?
Nice try.
What's our options?
Dumbass.
I don't have moonbeam. Damn it.
All right, you guys ready? Let me bless you all.
You hit one person?
No, really? Oh wow, no one else got hit. That sucks. That wee sucks.
All right, let's go.
Does anyone here do electricity damage?
I do.
Alright, do
Why?
you have an electric move?
Not right. I just used my attack, so no.
I do. Why?
I can drench them in water and then we can shock them.
Ooh,
Okay.
let's try
And
that.
we
That sounds
pulled
fun.
more people.
Are you serious? Oh no!
We saved, right?
Drench him.
Alright, I'm gonna drench him. I'm gonna drench him right now.
We're not bad
Drench.
people.
And then I'm gonna get close. And then this little piggy.
Oh, I'm just gonna kill him.
And then I'm gonna rage.
I'm gonna kill him.
Nice. Alright,
One
you
down.
kill him, I bring him over.
Ooh.
Alright, I'm chilling.
End turn?
I can still do stuff, but it's like impossible.
End turn then?
That sounds like you can't do stuff.
Yeah. Oh,
Oh,
he's flanking. He's
just
flanking.
sneak around?
Oh shit. Well, that's dank.
Wait, are we gonna have to kill this entire castle?
Alright.
No. I didn't cut. Damn it. Wait, guys.
Yet
Oh,
again.
we're gonna have to kill it. For the trader, make sure you have non-lethal damage.
Yeah. She has so much good stuff.
Wait, but she won't sell to us, right?
I'll pick it off her body.
Wait, she's a halfling, which means something. Okay. All right. How are we gonna do this? I can pick. Oh, he's dead. I can't pick him up anymore.
I'm sorry.
No, killing him is good. All right, don't worry, Mort. You stay right there. I
don't do
slipped
anything?
on some. I slipped.
Okay.
Help! Help! I've fallen. I can't get up.
Yeah, it says he's prone.
I'm gonna lose my rage. Pick me up, Mort, please.
Wait, I'm already over here.
I don't have enough actions.
If only somebody didn't make the floor icy and slippery.
What if I do this?
Oh, my eye snipe. My bad.
What do you mean? Oh, it's in the description.
Oh.
Oh wow, you turned him into barbecue.
Okay, Thal Day 90. Oh my god, that's a lot of bits. Hold up a sec. I was on Toast Stream, he ignored me. Tell him to eat it. What the fuck? He donated to insult him? Wow,
Straight into
you
the
are...
dirt.
Thanks for the bits, man. What the fuck?
Frank, you must do me a favor.
Yeah, it's up.
We're in the middle of,
You
of,
must
a
hit
fucking
me.
thing, and you're pissed that you didn't get attention.
Why?
That's so...
To preserve my rage.
Prone.
It's gonna do a lot of damage.
Ha!
Are you sure you want me to like attack you?
Oh, do you have any other action?
I can shove you. I don't know if that counts.
Nah, it needs to be a hit. Yeah, maybe you could just shove.
All right. Yeah.
Whee!
Okay, wait. I'm gonna turn on non-lethal in case I kill her.
20 damage. Oh my god, that is... You're hurting her. Alright, make sure you turn on...
No!
Oh no.
Guys, we
Make sure
can
you
load
turn
this.
on non-lethal attack because she's
It's
about
on for
to...
everybody. It's on for
Oh,
everybody.
God. That's good.
Wait, gathering drum beat. Is he gonna?
Uh-oh.
Wait.
Wait, she's just
Oh.
leaving.
Oh,
Wait, I think
no.
they're gonna go get.
They're gonna get everyone. You wanna... We can reload, guys.
Nah, don't worry, I got it.
I just saw 5
I just saw
people.
everyone.
The whole squad is rolling up right now.
I'm turning off
the whole
non-lethal
gang.
attacks.
Oops.
Wait, what happened to the traders? They just left?
Yep.
Yeah.
Don't
I'm
worry.
also on rage charges.
I can't go there. I can't go there.
Returning pike. I throw this pike, it comes back to me. Pew!
Oh my god, we aggroed.
Why is it equipped? What? It gets equipped? That makes no fucking sense.
Where did the traders go?
They ran.
Wait, that's fucking sick.
You just hit many of them.
Yo. That's insane.
Oh, I should have just.
God.
I can just throw this?
Fine, I'll kill these guys.
Pew! 13? And then I can do it again?
Actually, I can do this. Oh no, I don't have actions. Okay, I'm good.
Yo, this shit's broken. Just spam this.
That won't work.
Nice.
I'm
Woohoo!
inspired. I got a key.
We're the good guys.
We're the
We're
good
the
guys.
good guys.
We're the good
Okay,
guys.
where is this woman? Oh,
Wait.
she's running.
There's a chest.
Wait, she's not
Oh, hey,
running.
she's right here.
Where?
Hey.
Oh, hey there.
What?
Alright, everyone surround her, turn on non-lethal, and on the count of 3. Alright, I'm turning on non-lethal. It is now turned on.
Wait,
Okay,
I can
everyone
trade.
ready?
I can trade. Wait, I can trade. I can trade.
No, you don't have to trade. You can just get the stuff.
Oh.
We are not the bad guys.
As a paladin, I can't look at this man.
Yeah.
It's non-lethal damage.
I
Alright.
can't look.
Do
Just
I
tell me
have
when it's over.
non-lethal on? Okay. All right.
Everyone has. Oh, wait, she's trying to go. She's trying to go.
Sort of fine.
Get her! Or the good. Okay, she knocked out.
Okay.
You can get the staff or the glaive.
Can we not get both?
Someone took it. Someone did an extra attack.
Who just killed her?
Wait, she dead?
Wait, why did?
Someone just killed her!
Wait, what happened?
Mortimus killed Roa Moonglow because he applied fly trap.
That's the weapon Lily gave me. Thanks, Aura.
Oh my god, we're the bad guys! My boss is gonna be so
Someone, I
angry.
just saw someone take the staff without saying anything.
Why do you guys do this? Why can't we share? Why are we like this?
Oh, the staff is excellent. I need to hide the murder weapon. I placed it on the ground. Goodbye.
He took the staff?
Interesting.
I don't want
Host
the
is
staff.
dead, but the parasite is still alive.
Okay, but now we have the key for this. Ooh.
Huh? What do you think? Oh, key for what?
Do you see this?
The rock?
There's an illithid parasite in that corpse. You should take a look.
Oh, that's a Aura thing.
Can I have the next staff?
Wait, Aura.
Hey, Lily, you can loot the priestess glute.
Ooh,
I
does the
think she might
priestess
have
have
some
stuff?
Parasite in that
Oh.
corpse. You should take a look.
Ooh.
Go get it, Lily. Eat the tadpole. Embrace the power.
What?
Got a shield and a talisman.
Oh,
Oh, anyone use any of these?
I need the shield.
Who's gonna know?
Take. Open up. Wait, do any of us bear the Absolute's brand?
Well,
take all of
Lily
these.
was able to get a tattoo, but she refused it.
Oh
Classic
shit.
Lily.
Wait, dude, does anyone else... What do I do with this? Do I open my mind to
the
this?
tadpole.
Open your mind.
Okay,
to
I'm
the
gonna do it. I'm gonna do it.
Oh, you're actually doing
That's
it?
fucked
You
up.
said to eat the.
Oh my god.
I'm so confused. You guys
You
give
have
me.
one parasite in your brain. You want a second one?
Yeah, maybe it's like those tapeworms in Futurama.
Oh no.
Oh no.
You have grown your.
Lily, have you seen Star Wars, the original trilogy?
Do you get any abilities?
I don't know. I don't know what that did.
Wait, you have a new feature now. Wait, is that the new feature?
Doesn't seem like anything changed.
Guys, click on the thing on the top right. The
Oh.
red circle.
Whoa, wait, what is this? I've never
power.
seen this.
Oh.
Choose
Wait,
an
do we
area
have
of
it
your
too?
mind to
We
evolve.
all got it because Lily chose. Good shit.
Oh,
You infected my brain.
Good shit,
Let's
Aura.
go, guys.
I don't know how I feel about putting these brains into these parts of my brain.
Wait, this
of
is
these slugs.
awesome.
I don't know. I you guys can do whatever you want, but I'm a paladin. I'm going to keep my brain clean.
Too late. I think she ate it on our behalf.
What?
Target was concentrating.
It's in our brain.
Wait, no, it's in her brain. It's not in mine.
I
Right?
don't know, man. I think it is in ours.
Wait, did
Because
anyone
it says
use it
my
yet?
name on the top left. It says Shrock, and I have 3 illicit potential.
I think we all have it, guys.
Well, I mean,
Sorry, bad for Discord, my bad.
sure, if
Hold
you
on.
put one in your brain,
Why does it keep doing
like it's
this?
yours, and like, well, someone put one in their brain right now. All right, Lily.
All right. Let's see. Wait, these look so good. Oh my god, what is?
I know stream. I just want to play my paid comments getting ignored by these entire people. We're in the middle of a fucking encounter, okay? You couldn't wait till the end. You donated. You donated. Got pissed. I didn't say anything. I read your donation and it says you wanted me to tell him to eat a dick.
about favorable
You think
beginning?
that's
looks good.
entitlement from
The
me,
first attack roll
or do you think that's
is
entitlement from
bonus.
you?
You get bonus.
Like, come on, man.
Cool.
Yeah,
When you make
go
a
ahead.
successful attack roll, you can change that to a crit hit. God
That's
damn.
pretty good.
Okay, yeah, I see it. One of the tadpoles is gone now.
Oh, so we share it.
You can have all of them.
Okay.
Yeah, you know, honestly,
You can have all
let's
of it.
put our eggs in one basket here.
Well, no, you guys should use some too.
I'm
you
good.
can
I'm
have
good.
one
I
of it.
think at this point you're kind of crossed the line of no return.
Yeah.
Just go
But
ahead.
you want me to use all of these?
Yeah, go
Just
ahead.
go ahead. Yeah.
Okay.
That'll make you super powerful.
Yay!
Oh my gosh, you wriggled another one in there.
Ew. How do you know?
We have one less tadpole.
Is this good? You must be concentrating on another spell to cast this. But the target was concentrating.
Some of them are so good.
20 different active buff.
You could change that. When you make a successful attack, you change it to crit. That's insane. What?
Keep your eyes open for more tadpoles.
That's so cool. I feel so buff now.
He's gonna help him finish all. No, me.
Yeah, burrow into my brain.
She
Okay, I
actually
used all.
Oh, you like embraced it. Okay.
Yeah. I feel smarter.
All right.
No. We need Aura. Do your
I'm
cat
coming.
thing. Do your cat thing.
Oh.
Give the key. Yeah.
Meow.
But what door does it open? It's the one.
Meow 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 meow.
Is it this
Defile
one?
temple.
Oh, it's this one.
Where is that?
Where am I? Oh no.
You're sneaking around as a cat.
That's a bodyguard of the high priestess. Okay, maybe I shouldn't go there.
Wait.
Oh.
Wait,
What?
guys. We have the key to where that is.
Oh yeah, you guys should just meet me,
We
right?
just meet me there. Or meet
Wait,
her
wait,
there.
can I just go with you? I don't want to be by myself. I'm coming back out. Sometimes my dogs bark at nothing and it scares the shit out of me.
So,
See if-
Lily, how powerful are you now with 3 tadpoles in your brain?
I feel pretty powerful.
Technically
feeling?
4 if you count the original.
Guys, I'm still
Let's-
the same person.
Let's put that tadpole to use. Let's see if you can kill this.
Where are you? The cat goes up the ladder.
Oh.
Oh, wait.
Oh, where be?
Oh.
Wait, where's Frank?
Oh,
They're in a fight.
Oh, I'm really sorry
Oh,
about
go
this
back and help them.
young one.
Okay.
All right, look away if you want to keep your heart morally intact. Oh.
It won't work.
I missed anyway, sorry.
Look away.
Okay.
I'll make it quick.
Wait.
Oh no.
Wait, guys, the other way. Back here.
Oh, upper. Oh shit. Okay, we have to go to them. Let's go, Frank.
Wait.
This was the key that we found off the boss.
You guys go on ahead.
Oh, there's
What?
like a bodyguard.
He's
that-
talking to someone.
Wait, where do I? Oh, I see. I'll go to Mortimus then.
Oh, he doesn't want to talk. Okay, bye.
Okay.
Hello?
Bye.
Defile Temple. Ooh, okay. Oh yeah, this is the place. There's the big person.
So
I'm
we
gonna
already
free you-
killed the
I'm
high
gonna free the bard.
priestess. So, I say we just.
Softer than a whisper.
Come on. Use your new tadpole abilities.
Oh, I need to prepare the spell. Hold on. Pain dust. I guess heat metal. I need moonbeam. There we go.
You do a long rest to get out of
Concentrated
rage charge.
blast. Oh, that's so interesting. So if I concentrate on a spell. Okay. I'm going up these
You don't have
ladders.
permission to be here. You're about to be ejected.
Uh-oh.
Shoot.
So sorry. I thought this was the way to the latrines.
Should we attack her?
Oh, it worked!
Oh, so we're not fighting her? You gonna fight her? Oh, got her.
Alright. Kick it off, melee monk.
Are we fighting? Oh, no. I can't hide. Where do I hide? Where am I supposed to hide?
You're hiding. You are hiding.
I failed.
And then you failed. Alright. Let's go. This,
You guys are
Why
kind
is
of
it-
far away.
Oh, this is easy. This is an action. Oh, that's kind of sick. Wait, hurry up. I want to try this new spell.
Okay. Alright, let's see it.
That's it.
Is it supposed to do anything?
It
Besides 11
is-
damage?
Oh, it had supply camps.
It said 6 to 36 damage, and I did 11.
Oh. Oh, there's a key.
Does she have anything?
No, she had literally like camp supplies. Oh, but you guys might like this. This necklace.
What are you guys doing down there?
We got everything. You don't need to come
We
here.
killed an ogress with huge titties.
Lily,
What
can you come here?
necklace? Oh, Misty Step.
God, you can see her ass if you examine her.
Lily,
If
can you come
anyone
here?
wants an amulet that gives you Misty Step, that's pretty good. Oh, yeah, where are you?
Oh,
Over
I'll
here.
take an amulet that
With
gives
the
you
bard.
Misty Step.
Okay. I'm gonna drop it.
Okay.
is it?
Okay. Amulet of Misty
Wait,
Step.
I don't see Frank on this map.
He's in the
Probably got
map
off
before.
a bit, yeah.
Did I get a padlock key? Oh, what key did I get?
Here?
Oh my god.
Yeah, I see.
I need okay. I need to find the padlock. That's no problem.
Oh, you found Volo.
Oh, Volo! We have to free him, so he may sing us songs.
Yes.
Hold on,
Free
I need
him.
to-
Volo! Oh my god!
Oh, you guys. Where did you guys go?
We are freeing the bard.
There was more of that room.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Go to my camp! Yay!
If I aggro something, guys, I'm gonna run to you.
Should we tell them everyone's already dead?
Huh?
Aw, I was hoping one of you guys would click on the smoke powder barrels.
He went
There's
invisible
still
and just
the,
ran away.
Goblins outside.
Alright, I'll take
I
these
mean, might
barrels
as well
back.
kill all of them, right?
Jesus
Ooh.
Christ, you puts you take 3 tadpoles and you just think about genocide.
I'm just saying, I like dead people anyway.
Good idea on that smoke powder, though. We could use these.
Yeah, I was hoping Lily would kill him.
Oh, I wanted
I
him
can't
for...
kill him, I'm a paladin, but
I wanted
she
him
could.
for our camp.
That's curious.
Where do we go now?
I think we just leave. Have we? Oh wait, did we do everything?
Mortimus, where are you?
Go back
Wait,
downstairs.
we can still go up. Oh wait, that's not up.
Go back downstairs.
I
Where
think there's
did
something here.
I get the perception check.
We should group up.
I agree. Or I don't know where Mortimus is. Where's downstairs again?
Come on, Mortimus. Yeah, it looks like there's more.
A flick of the wrist.
Ooh, there's a person there. How do you ping?
Alt right click.
Oh, right click. Yeah, there's someone right there.
Alright, do it. I know what you want to do.
I do. I want to do it
Use
so
the
bad.
power of the tadpole.
Huh? What are you using with the power of the tadpole? What are you doing? Looks like you're just holding out a crossbow.
I just want to shoot him. Can I shoot him?
Oh. Yeah, I mean, he looks aggressive.
Alright.
As long as you're
Is
not
that another?
walking. Luck of the Far Realms. You do have illicit tadpole abilities. Monster.
Wow, that was sick. Good job, guys.
Oh, there's another one.
Where?
There's a lot, actually. You can kind of see them through the walls.
Sneak.
Oh, we should sneak. We should sneak.
Key.
Do you have any? Not like I would know you guys loot so fast.
Okay. What do you say
true
we
soul.
open this door and then charge in?
Okay.
I see a true soul. True soul!
Where? Oh, drawer ragskoolin.
Drawer
Okay,
ragskoolin.
how do you want to do this?
I don't know. We're still missing one person.
Oh, guidance works.
Guys, wait. There's a puzzle. Wait, I'm thinking about how to.
Oh, that's so fun.
Honestly, the 3 of us can just do this.
The puzzle should be
Take on a true soul?
3.
Well, we do have Lily, who has 4
We
tadpoles.
got 3 tadpoles, yeah.
Let's go!
All Wait, let me bless this.
I would
come back.
say.
Oh no, I'm gonna get. Ah!
Alright, I'm gonna bless everyone.
Alright.
Alright, I'm walking in.
Wait, hang on. I need a. Can we long rest?
Okay, wait. Where are you guys? I'm coming out.
You can press M to see everything.
I'm so far away, I can't even see you guys. Okay, hold up. I'm coming.
Yeah, we can long rest. I'm out of spells.
You're not on the same map as us.
Do you want a long rest and meet up first? Because group. Okay.
Good idea.
Oh, and we can see Volo, guys.
Alright, we're gonna go straight into sleeping.
But he's right there.
You can talk in the morning
Okay.
if we're deciding to talk in the morning.
Okay.
Oh, here we go again.
It's me. Oh, it's all
I
of
think
us?
it's everyone.
It's
Again,
because
right?
Lily ate the goddamn tadpole.
Fiona.
It's so funny.
My thing broke. Guys, I don't see anything.
For now.
Oh.
I promised I'd be back. Don't worry. I have things under control. For now, I see you've been using the powers the tadpole gives you. Good. But things haven't gone as you expected.
She's kind of scary.
Desperate to be rid of it. Understandable.
But you're looking for
But you're looking
solutions
for
in the wrong
solutions
places.
in the wrong places.
Okay.
There is. But you'll need to think beyond local healing. Your parasite is unusual. It is wrapped in magic that prevents until the source of the tadpole's magic is destroyed. Any attempt to remove it will kill you.
Oh.
You were lucky that Umeluum realized this before he attempted a fatal extraction. The parasites are merely a symptom of a greater sickness in Faerun. I am not sure yet. To find the answers, we must first find the source. These parasites are more than illicit spawn. They are vessels. The infected hear the voice of the Absolute and believe it to be a god. That is how the cult of the Absolute is spreading. The highest of their rank, the True Souls, carry a tadpole just like yours. It is how they receive their orders. It is what makes them obey. When the order to transform is given, it will not be a matter of days.
My players
Were it not for my protection, so would you.
Who are you?
It's complicated.
An adventurer like you?
Just like you, I was infected with a mind flayer parasite.
So you guys need to be free of it
I've been
and try to
trying
escape
to
this
escape
evil.
from this evil for a long time. Once, I almost succeeded. Now, through you, I've been given a new chance. You can go where I cannot.
I'm so curious who this
And I
person
can
is.
protect you if we work together.
Let me turn this around. They need me.
They need
Let's
me.
go.
I have to go.
What do you need me to
The
do?
power I used to protect you, I stole it from someone.
Okay.
They want it back.
That's fucked.
I will hold them off for as long as you must discover the source of the magic that can follow the cult. Use the powers your parasite
cultist
gives
trail.
you to convince them you are one of them. And when you find the source of their magic, destroy it.
So is it the entire party
Go.
shares the tadpoles? Interesting. Okay, so like you can literally giga buff one person.
Cool.
I look at this, I think awesome. I do 3 attacks a turn that does 1 to 4 extra.
Oh, everyone's sleeping.
Stop trying listening.
Oh, it's the same thing. Okay. Cool.
Mm-hmm.
Phew. Phew.
Really to concentrate blast.
I'm looking at the gear and there's definitely discrepancy. What don't you like about her?
She's a little sussy.
Ooh, that was a good
All
rest.
right. Are we talking or are we fighting? Lily has made that decision.
Okay,
for
no,
us.
we can go.
Okay, where?
Leaving camp.
Where are you guys? What about TP to the Goblin camp?
Okay.
Oh, thank God they're not all against us. Just so we're not alarmed later, the trader we killed was a part of a group that we killed before, and the people who ran away definitely are telling people from her group that we killed them both. I think.
Are you coming in here?
Wait, where are you?
Or in the Goblin camp?
We're eyeballing Drawer Rags Gulin.
Okay, where do I go to beat you guys? Okay, hold on.
You just go into the entrance.
Ooh. Wait, Shruck. You wanna sneak up behind him, like over here? And then here?
They're all against me.
Oh.
Cool.
Oh.
They all.
Wait, I wanna.
That's a bard clothing.
Okay.
Oh, we had to go help Scarra.
Nah, I kill all these guys. It's fine.
Is that the entrance?
Oh, but I need all of
Yeah,
these.
Shruck. I think we should just set the fight.
Yeah,
We're
you
strong.
don't. You don't want to help Scarra?
I mean, he can handle it.
All right.
All right. I'm gonna walk in.
Okay. Don't touch them. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious.
Oof. Okay, I'll kill some stuff. Where are you guys? Goblin camp?
At the same place we've been.
You
can just leave camp.
Wait, what?
I'm getting high ground. You can just press leave camp.
Oh, oops! I accidentally teleported to the Goblin camp.
Oh, you're gonna
I'll
love
just go
the
back
fact.
I didn't fail. Holy shit! You're gonna get us fucking killed.
Oh.
Or we're gonna meet. You're gonna meet some people.
Yeah, I'm on my way.
What do you want to do, Shruck?
There's
Wait,
a lot of them for the
initiative?
two of
Wait,
us
what?
to take.
That's what I just said. We're gonna meet.
Because
some
Tweedledee D and Tweedledum didn't walk 5 steps to a door and decide to TP outside. God.
Understandable. Oh no.
You think we can kill all these
Oh.
people? Yes. Yeah, you're giving me a lot of confidence.
That's my action. Oh, I see. That's how it works.
Okay, tell you what. Why don't we stay up here, and then they all climb the ladders, and we just kill them all as they come up?
Well, if they start using ranged weapons.
I mean, they'll never hit us, right? They have massive disadvantage from such a high difference.
Okay, how do you want? Okay, I'm thinking we start this off by hitting one of these things, dropping the fire on them.
Oh, I'm down. Why don't you hit this one, and I'll hit this one, and we start the battle like burning all of them.
Okay.
All right, on 3. 1,
Okay.
2,
2,
3.
3.
Swag.
Did you miss?
I think I missed.
Oh, now I can do it.
Don't worry, they'll never hit us up here.
Wait, why
Did
can't I?
you try to shoot the actual fire or the hinge holding the fire?
Oh, tadpole powers are sick. Wait, guidance works with it.
Okay,
That's actually
I'll
really
shoot it
fucking
now.
cool.
All right, let's stay up here.
I was wondering why you went up here, and it's because you're looting.
Yo, wait, this is broken. You do so much damage throwing this pike. I'm chilling.
You guys are
They'll
so
never
far
get
up.
us up here.
You guys are so far up ahead.
They'll just like come up one by one, and we just slaughter them.
Oh yeah, the trousseau is looking to come up.
I mean, then we just push them off. It's so easy.
Huh?
Who's this?
that's Lily.
Wait, I'm so sorry. What? I don't even see anyone. Where is everyone?
Classic aura.
Wait, I'm sorry. Where is everyone? Where are the bad guys? Oh, I see him now. I'm coming. How do I get over there? Dash. Ooh, I'll go here. Yeah, I think I'll end my turn over here.
Oh,
Okay,
he's
here he comes. Here he
coming.
comes.
Whatever you do, don't let him push you off.
I mean, I'm unpushable.
Ooh,
attack of
Oh
opportunity.
my god, you guys are up there.
He's angry.
I'm huge.
Oh, he's buffing himself up.
All right, let me get a couple good swings at him, and then I'll shut him down.
Try something else.
Alright.
Boom.
45.
Oh.
Hiya!
Oh my god.
Nice. From here, I can have height advantage. Throw spears at him. Never mind, it's too.
Oh, maybe I should let you get a few hits in before I... Oh.
No, I can throw. Wait, he's right below me. I can't throw stuff at him. I can throw.
Alright,
stuff
so I
at
go
other
over
people.
here. It's friends of the merchant I killed. Wait, really? Uh-oh.
Yeah, you can probably hit anyone from here.
Like, the wooden beams are blocking a lot of my...
Oh.
God damn it. Like, I can't throw shit because this all this wooden... Oh, wait, I can hit this guy.
Oh, nice shot.
Oh my god.
Like spearing fish. Oh, there's one over there.
Wow.
Oh, what a shot!
Anyone else? This one. This
You can
one.
throw 3 times?
Yeah, but
Yeah, this is crazy.
I'm out of things to hit. I can't hit that one.
Okay.
Yeah, just end your turn.
Sure.
Wait, this ceiling strat's amazing. They can't.
Whoa.
Wow. Big
What?
damage. It's your turn. What you
Oh.
got?
What you got, Tadpole Eater?
Yeah, show us some of that tadpole power.
I have to do this first.
Here comes Aura.
No, I just
Guidance?
I can't do
You
anything
used your
else.
turn
Sorry.
to guidance yourself? Are you
I
gonna
have to do
persuade them?
No, I have to do a concentration spell in order to use the tadpole power. So my next turn. Bye.
Oh.
Oh, he's coming back.
Oh.
Oh, round 2.
Don't shove me.
Holy shit!
Oh my.
Oh!
Oh!
Okay.
What a shot!
Hog, what a shot. Hog. Alright, don't worry, I got this. Happy birthday to the... Oh, he's strong, he's strong.
If I have a healing
Piercing strike.
potion...
With reckless attack. Uh-oh.
Damn. Wait, he's gonna push you next turn.
On my way.
Oh, I can't believe. Hopefully he just pushes me onto the beam.
Oh,
Yeah, you have like a good angle on him.
Oh, yes.
Oh, here it comes. Tadpole lady.
Oh!
Yeah, that is creepy looking.
Jesus Christ, you think you know a girl.
Alright, what else you got?
Not much else. I'm just gonna
Maybe
heal.
he'll res this? Oh!
Nice heal. AoE heal
Did
to
it-
bring up Frank.
Did it res?
Thank you.
Francis?
Yeah.
Nice. I'm good. Wait. Yeah, I'm good.
Oh no, here comes!
Oh, 12.
You survived.
Oh. Good, I'm good.
Oh!
Oh. Alright, I'm gonna try and push him again.
Okay.
Happy birthday. Oh, bitch.
Can I beat him up?
Yeah, you beat him up.
Wait, that's sick. I can just do. I can heal every bonus action. I don't use spell slots. That's nice.
Catch.
Oh wait, we have this. Just him?
Yeah.
Hold up.
Catch again.
Try something else.
And the good news is, if we kill him, that's another tadpole.
Ooh.
He's a true soul. He has one in him.
Jesus Christ.
Nice.
Wahoo!
Another parasite. Collected. It might.
Oh, he has a faith breaker.
Wait, what's a faith breaker?
It
This
is
is
a
basically
hammer.
free then.
Oh wait.
Oh, one-handed?
Wait, are those those things specimens?
Oh my god.
Yeah,
I
those are
can
tadpoles.
Oh, it.
Wait.
Long rest. Never mind. I see it now.
Oh, have we seen those elsewhere?
I sold one.
You
Why
sold
would you
the
sell?
tadpole?
Why would you sell an orange item?
I don't know if I sold it. Something happened. Wait, take it.
Maybe it's in
Aura.
your stash.
Take it, Aura. Okay, there we go.
Guys,
Or
doesn't
maybe.
someone else should
Ooh.
try using it? It's pretty cool.
Wait,
I'm
Underdog's
okay.
bravery.
I'm okay.
Are you sure?
Wait, Underdog's bravery is crazy here. All of these. What's Saloon's?
What's
dream?
Saloon's dream?
Wait, Toast, you'd probably really like Gloves of the Growling Underdog. Gain
Interesting.
advantage when you're surrounded.
It is decent.
Oh yeah, that's pretty good.
It's either you or me. I already have green gloves, so if you don't need it, I'll use it.
Ooh.
It's okay for me.
What about these boots?
I don't.
You can have it. When the wearer dashes, they gain
I'm
momentum.
so excited.
All right, someone else can take the Saloon's chosen. I don't really care about that.
Wait. Do you want it?
Not really.
Just
I
take
don't
it.
think it's very
Just
useful. I'll
take
just take it. I'm gonna
Now
feed
that I
it to
think about
Gale.
it, I could have sworn we had an extra tadpole somewhere.
Guys, someone else should try the tadpole. It gives you cool powers.
I'm good.
We should use a short rest if you want to use your heals, Albert.
I did
How
during
do
the
I
fight.
get these?
Okay, I'm gonna use one.
Better than nothing.
Oh, that's
You don't
so
dash
sick.
a lot? I'm like, oh yeah, I guess it's true. Oh wait, I don't dash a lot. Can someone take these?
Cole the Weak.
I see her. I see her.
I guess I dash okay amount.
You see Drow Mom? Drow Mommy?
Minthara.
Gibbs.
How do we
We can't. We're already aggroed with the goblins. We have to fight her.
What?
What if we just knock her out?
The feeling of a drowsy. That stands for drow pussy.
Wait. Oh my god. We're. God, I'm always lost.
Yeah, she's in red.
Okay, we'll just knock her out.
I tried that. It doesn't
What do
work.
you mean you tried that?
I knocked her out before.
Oh,
Once.
you mean in another lifetime?
Yeah, no. If you're planning to recruit her, I think the only way is if you just completely ignore her.
What
But
if,
it's not like it matters for our run since it's always the four of us.
what if we kill her and then use a scroll to resurrect her?
Nah.
Interesting.
You just kill her for the tadpole at this point.
She has a tadpole?
She's a true soul. All
I'm
true
going in.
souls have tadpoles.
Lily needs her.
Wait. Are you sure you guys don't want to use another one?
No, well, yeah, that's all you, buddy.
Oh, okay.
Honestly, I want to see how many worms you can fit in your brain.
Alright, I'm
more.
going in.
You're more worm than brain at this point.
Actually, let me bless.
I'm in the flanking position, so let me get
Alright, I'm going in.
All right.
Don't worry, guys. I'm ready to. Oh, can't help from here.
I can't. Well, I can't do anything.
Is this hole not big enough? Oh, it's a pretty
I
small
did my
hole.
action.
Dig
That
it.
was my action. Okay. Well, bonus action. No.
What path lies before me?
chest here?
It's the one that
Don't
pushes
have
them
enough
back.
movement. I'm gonna wait.
Can I jump up here? Not enough space there. Oh, from here.
What is this eye that's coming towards me?
Oh.
Oh. Oh.
How does she see me from up here?
Frog. Frog, I need you.
God damn it! You
God.
broke my concentration. I hate this.
All right.
Mortimus. Oh.
Stand very still. Everyone down there needs to stand very still.
Okay.
Happy birthday! Okay, now wait a little more. This might hurt. Oh. Alright, that's all I got.
More hurt.
And don't stand near ledges because they might push you.
Oh, can you not? Wait.
Mortimus, you're
This
immune
might-
to lightning, right?
Yeah,
One
he's a
sec.
lightning. Do not shove Minsara into the pit. Oh. What's that?
Are you immune?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
No.
He's resistant. Not immune.
Oh,
He takes
I
half
see.
damage.
Oh, never mind. I don't want to hurt you. Okay. Okay, I'm chilling until next round.
Help! One of the guards is down. The whole castle's dead, Minthara.
We're not the bad guys though, because these are the bad guys.
Well, we didn't really talk. Well, yeah, they tried to kill us for our tadpole.
Exactly.
Don't worry, I can handle her.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Not. Are you? Oh, thank god.
All right, you guys ready?
All woman. No one can handle her. Ready for what? What are you gonna do to her?
I'm just gonna attack her.
All right. Dude, I changed my mind. Turn on non-lethal damage.
Again.
Alright, I'm turning on non-lethal. I can fix her.
Or what about her tadpole?
Fuck, you're right. Maybe we can get the tadpole without killing her.
Yeah, just ask her politely.
How is that possible?
Huh.
Wait, who's this down here?
There's people through that door. It looks like. Is she shooting? Oh, there's a tiny crack.
So we're not killing her?
Well, let's knock her out for now, and then we can discuss later.
I can't hit her, or so I'll kill her. I have weapon enchantments.
All right. Someone else deal the finishing blow.
All right, just she's at 2 health. Just whack her.
Okay.
Well, he's saying that his thing is gonna kill her.
No, his thing's gonna kill her, not her thing, right?
Oh yeah.
Keep going.
Okay, she's alive. Okay, don't kill her. Don't
Minthara's
hurt her.
underwear? Yoink. Boots of striding. When you gain momentum.
Oh, can I have the boots of striding? That's actually
Yeah,
really
take
nice.
it.
I will take that.
Spider silk armor. That's a sick light
Oh,
armor.
I can't do that.
Oh my god, look how far I can run. Never mind.
You just climb up and climb down.
Never mind. There are 4 people in there.
Good for Shrock to
Wait.
deal with. I broke the ladder jumping.
Sorry, I looted her armor and she's completely naked. Feel free to not look at her.
Ah, yeah, I can see her boobies. Oh no, the huge manatee. Oh wow, you can see everything.
Yeah, you can see completely everything.
Oh.
Look at your own discretion. I was just,
Oh yeah,
just
yeah.
looted
I feel
all.
bad.
You're a sick freak, Albert.
You're
You're
fucked up.
sicko. That's rude, making her naked and stuff for me to look at unwillingly.
Can we get a heal, please?
Are we supposed to fight these guys?
No, you go up here.
You go up where?
You see this the thing?
Oh, like we have to jump up?
No,
there?
there's like a thing, but you broke it when you jumped.
What the fuck?
Yeah, I'm asking what we do now.
Oh, you have to jump up here, and then you jump over there.
It's the path is
We're
interrupted. It's too high. I can't jump up there.
You need to back up a little bit, because I think it's based on if you're like over here.
There's no way. No, I can't jump up there.
Give yourself your jump buff.
Yeah, I guess I could do that. But that's a level 1 spell slot. Okay. Jump. It's still too high.
Yikes.
Ah!
End your turn.
Path is interrupted. I can't get there. How am I supposed to get there? Okay, what about I go here, then I jump here? No, you can't go.
It looks like you have to go all the way around.
That's crazy. That's crazy. Well, I can't. I'm just gonna end my turn.
Maybe if we lure them closer.
Frank, can we get a heal?
Yep. On my turn, I'll heal you.
He's just in the corner, naked.
Is this guy okay? He's lagging.
You can shoot through there? What?
There's like a small hole.
You guys are weak. Here. Alright, don't worry about this one, Frank. I'll give it to them to deal with.
Okay.
There you guys go. You can kill this one.
Oh.
Yay!
And then we can deal with these in the back. Jesus Christ, man.
God.
That's a bit of an overkill.
Powers.
Yo,
Yay.
can you put the clothes back on Minthara? I can't loot her without seeing her vulva.
Ooh, is there any loot left? Ooh.
Alright, let's talk about what we're gonna do with her.
That sounds...
and not in a weird way.
Mm-hmm.
Look, this would
Hang
be
on,
more...
hang on. Don't look at her yet. I'm coming to put the underwear back on.
This would be more okay if she wasn't completely naked. Now I just feel like uncomfortable.
Maybe we can...
Like she's knocked out and naked.
Yeah, she is literally naked, yeah.
Yeah, this is not right. Put the clothes back on her if we're gonna kill her.
Okay, there.
She's not wearing it, you sick fuck.
Why won't you put it on?
And also, that's not her underwear. You gave her your underwear. Where's her underwear?
Wow, you are sick.
Jesus, you're gonna make her wear it.
You're wearing her underwear.
You guys are sick. Sick.
I don't know.
Okay, I put it back on her. She's not putting it on.
Look.
Oh,
I don't think we can bring her with us, even if we leave her alive. I feel like we must do what we must have to do for the tadpole.
Alright. I understand.
I'm gonna turn my back and not look at what's gonna happen.
I'm gonna loot the armor.
Yeah, you can take the
So
armor.
we killing her?
Ooh, Aura.
She has. Does she have a tadpole?
She does have a
Yeah,
tadpole.
true,
I'm gonna walk away. I'm a paladin.
If I kill her, will I get her tadpole?
Yes.
Another parasite collected. It might
might be useful.
Oh my god.
Yeah, did you take... Why is the 21 camp supply here?
I think she starts with it. No, yoink.
Yes, more tadpoles.
Alright, I'm going to pick up the body.
What?
Huh?
To resurrect later for her to join our party. Jeez.
Psionic overload.
Oh.
Now I'm gonna give her the burial she
Damage every
deserves.
turn. Nah, transfuse health. Maybe psionic backlash, right? When
You
an
were
enemy
too
within
good
9
for this
meters
world,
casts a spell,
Mintara.
use your-
Maybe an... Man, no. We can res her. We can find
tadpole.
a priest and have them cast resurrection on her.
Yes.
We
Okay.
can literally fix her. Nah, I'm gonna do what I have to do. Goodbye, my love. Goodbye, my love.
Wait, do you want me to, like, I don't know, talk to her?
Oh.
Oh, yeah, try talking to her.
She might not.
Wait, didn't you kill her?
Tell her that I have feelings for her.
Okay.
Wait, Mortimer, stay here. I'm gonna do a group heal.
Yeah, no, she ain't talking to me. Because we killed her. I guess that makes sense, huh?
Yeah, I wouldn't want to talk to my killer.
Yeah, honestly, that's understandable.
Alright, everyone get off the bridge. I'm gonna give her the burial she deserves.
Okay.
Goodbye, Mintara.
Goodbye.
Do 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 do.
That was sad.
Do do do.
Nobody talked to me. I'm depressed.
Alright. Wait, there's still someone... There's still a red dot.
Sharp eye. Oh, we did non-lethal damage to that person.
Oh. Alright, allow me.
Wait, there's a ladder here? Where does it go? Oh, interesting.
Did we kill everyone here? Feels like we
Not
did.
yet. I'm gonna finish off the last one.
Oh, sharp eye Nash. Are we killing her?
Oh.
Damn, that's overkill. Oh, rat.
Oh, speak with Rat.
Ooh.
I think we've done everything you can do here.
Ooh.
Oh, you can't really do anything.
Oh,
Alright, goodbye,
can
rat.
we do my amulet thing quest?
What does it say?
I have to go to a certain area.
Where? In here?
Oh.
Whoa, where are we?
Where are we?
Wonder if the gods are watching me.
What the heck is this? What is this place?
That's a good question.
Should we go back?
Oh, it wriggled free.
Oh,
Wait, this is kind of, they got a lot of chests in here.
okay, I guess we are going in here.
Are you guys?
Oh, wait, there's a lot of goblins down there.
Yeah, maybe someone goes first.
Oh, I'm charismatic.
Frank,
Let the
go.
paladin go.
Negotiate with them.
Yeah, let's try not to kill anymore.
Yeah, I'm turning over a new leaf.
No, they're not.
Oh, they're not aggressive at all.
Great going.
What
Wait,
just happened?
what?
Well, you know how we killed a lot of the goblins earlier?
Oh, come on.
What happened?
Guys, look. It's baby goblins. These are like child goblins.
Anakin, no! No, Anakin!
Oh God, you monster!
You wanna
Wait, we're
fly?
killing oh no.
Frenzy Drake.
Ooh, I wanna...
Goblin wanna fly? Oh God, we're just killing kids now, huh?
I mean, it is what it is.
That's what it is. Okay,
Oh, I can't look.
okay.
No, he threw her the child!
Oh, she's still alive. I'll remedy that.
I can't attack.
Them kids.
We're goblin slayers.
Scarra just kicked a child.
Yeah, I saw that.
Had to be done.
Ooh, following in the spider.
Oh, hunters.
Huh?
Ionic
shit, Sonic.
backlash.
Every time someone casts a spell in my vicinity, I get to do that.
Oh.
Pink tadpoles.
Wait, what is this?
Tadpoles
Do?
OP.
I'm sorry. There's 5 of them in my brain right now.
There's a child
The
trying to
kid's-
leave.
The kid's running.
No!
Kill them all!
Oh, I'm all greased up.
Which one's running?
I'm trying to hit the lever.
This one.
Got it.
Can. Oh.
Oh, it's a bear.
Oh my god.
And it's angry at us?
Wait, what? Wait,
Why's the
wait.
bear angry at us?
Oh,
Kill the fucking bear.
No, 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 no.
Cave bear.
They
I'll go
have,
for-
there's bears and wargs. Oh my.
I'll go for the bear.
Or I'm gonna AoE this so. Oh, he just left. Oh, never mind.
They can't really do much. They're stuck in there.
Stupid dogs.
But bear's
Oh,
coming
no.
out.
I freed you! I freed you!
Oh, fuck.
This bear doesn't understand the appreciation. Kill it. These kids are trying to leave and it's pissing me off. Come here.
Oh, Truck, what are you gonna do? No,
I'm
don't
gonna
throw
use
her.
a kid to kill another kid.
Oh, what the fuck?
Ah!
Ooh.
Can't do anything else, right? Yeah.
I hate them. Not just the men, but the women and children too.
Do I have something I can?
Alright, don't worry, the kids have been dealt with.
What? Wait. What if this bear's like, we can talk to the bear?
It's a bear,
me.
kill the bear.
I'm sorry about this.
Oh, wow.
Huh?
It's
Oh, it's a
not a bear.
person.
Alcin?
He's a druid,
Well,
right?
Oh,
He
we,
has to
now
be a
he's
druid.
angry at us.
we hate druids.
Oh, he might have a tadpole in him.
Oh.
Oh, no!
Tapple?
Wait, now that I think about it, all of our friends at camp have a tadpole in them.
No, 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 no!
What did you say?
They each have a tadpole.
I
That's how
do
we're
love
talking.
tadpoles. Wait. He seems important.
Well, he does not seem happy with us.
Damn.
He can turn back into a bear.
Okay, well, you know what? 2 can play at that game.
Bear on bear?
Why wouldn't I saved him? Why is he so angry? Shouldn't he be happy?
No, I'm encumbered. Okay.
I don't want to fight.
No, I need to sort by weight. Hold on.
Oh. Maybe we can do non-lethal?
Oh, he's
Okay.
down, he's down.
What if we do? We just, you know, talk to him.
It's a little late for that.
Okay, I'm
Look,
gonna
before you
knock you out. Okay, Helson.
Oh, you're gonna do non-lethal?
I'm sure we can all come to an understanding.
So are we?
I'm sure we can all come to an understanding.
Okay, he's knocked out.
Oh, he's knocked
now.
out.
Alright, that's fine. These dogs are coming through.
Oh, what? From how?
They broke the door.
Oh, I see.
Scarra, can you make a move?
No, I'm going to them.
Should be one more dog in there. Nice. That's a word with Halson. Oh man, this guy is looted.
Wait. I just want to see. House's journal. That's an orange.
You can take that. You can just
I'll read it.
He
Wait.
doesn't have anything that.
Oh, he's definitely for your camp.
Because he has a camp supply sack.
Well, we just got a journal update that said like
Alright,
rescue Halson.
Well, I don't think. Okay, heal him. Maybe he'll talk to us.
Yeah, like we're supposed to rescue this guy. I freed him.
Yeah, get up.
So
dude.
why don't you join us?
How do we? Should I heal him more?
Oh, we can use that. Oh wait, no, we can't. I don't know. I think he's knocked out, guys.
He's knocked out. How do we unknock him out?
I don't know.
What if we heal him to full?
I don't. You want to get some tadpoles though?
Alright, I'm healing him to full.
He's still knocked out.
I guess there's only one way to go.
What do we do with
Tadpole
this guy?
time?
Tadpole time.
What? Wait. Is there anything?
Oh, why don't I shove him? Maybe that'll wake him up.
No! Hold on.
Mm.
Let me go. Stop shoving him!
What if we just like go take a long rest and come back?
Oh, the target can't be an enemy. I can't help them.
Well,
Well,
tadpole time?
I don't think he has a tadpole. He just seems like a druid you.
I mean,
Well, maybe
a little
maybe he
bit more of
does.
this, and I think he'll wake up.
I don't think you guys are. Oh my god, you're beating him up while he's down.
Wake up!
Oh, yeah. If we take a long rest, he won't be. But I don't know how to.
A failed escape, it seems.
Why are you pushing me?
Oh, 5. That's easy.
Are you serious?
You have too many tadpole.
You got.
We can't trust you anymore.
Wait, get me out!
We don't know you.
It's
You're
still
putting
this-
all those words in your head.
It's still the same person. I swear.
We're gonna be friends with this druid now.
Please,
Oh wait, now we have room for Karlak in our party.
Get me out. Let me
You
out.
do it again.
Wait, you think she has the ability to get on her own?
Let me out. Let me out. Let me out.
I'd like to see her
nah,
try.
She's staying in there.
It's very dead, but that's all.
You'll hear from my father.
Can someone come here and do this check for me?
Wait, can you guys actually let me out?
Alright.
Please.
Yeah, sure.
Legs protrude
Thank you.
from the hole. A failed
Oh.
escape, it seems.
Sorry, it's locked.
It seems the tunnel.
I don't even know how he
collapsed
locked
when
it.
dig and-
Can I?
How did he lock it? Ow. What? I freed you. You're just
Hate
like the
you.
druid.
Oh, stand back. I know how to deal with mysterious holes.
Oh!
A dead elf.
It just brings you back outside.
Wait, where? Oh!
Look, Halson's not waking up, alright?
Gallon?
We gotta face facts.
You Doug? We're the only person at goblins. Oh, that's sick. Okay. Goblin Butcher. Who are you?
Baldur's Gate.
Oh, that's so sad. Oh, that's so sad.
So your plan here is to just put him back, lock him up, and hope nobody notices.
Well,
I just think maybe he'll wake up and then he'll be willing to talk.
R.I.P.
But we should keep
Father
him
of
here until
Two.
then.
That's really sad. Wait, where did everyone go? Oh.
Alright,
Maybe we come back after a long rest and.
they want to do a long rest.
Okay.
You see.
Okay.
We can't kill
Oh,
him.
we're for my 2 months. Thanks for subbing.
I will have an explanation.
Oh, what's happening here?
Now, I won't warn you again.
Oh.
Uh-oh. Ladies, there's a way we can resolve
I have
this.
something important to her people.
Let's all strip down to our underwear and talk this out.
What is wrong?
I must know why.
Wait, do we have a relic?
Yes, she has
it's the thing, Shadowheart.
Lae'zel, it's called common sense.
I'm gonna sim for Shadowheart.
What?
Come on, Team Lae'zel. Look at that body.
The bad blood must be purged. A jewel. Come first.
What?
You mean I'd get to prove you wrong and thrash you? I love it. Get some rest, Lae'zel. You'll need it.
Oh shit.
Oh.
Wait,
Girl,
where's Lae'zel?
Oh shit.
Shadowheart's a cleric. What the hell is she gonna do?
Oh.
I'm a Team Shadowheart, so.
Why'd we save?
You had every chance to look the other way. But here we are.
Yo, she's fighting dirty.
Spare me the justifications, coward.
Oh, this positioning
If
though.
anyone asks, I'll say you were transforming. Don't expect to be mourned.
This is such a bad plan right in front of everyone. Wait. I can't see the rolls.
She's
Oh.
a liability.
Did you get
Did you
it?
win the roll?
We need not her.
I couldn't see you. Did you win the roll?
Yeah, I won the roll.
Oh, thank God.
Yes. 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 Yes.
Does anyone else notice that Lily's eyes are a little red now?
Surrender. A disgusting notion.
You would better warm to that notion very rapidly, or your journey ends here. We needn't be.
God, I love
Plenty of things
Shadowheart.
to go around already.
What would you have? That we be friends?
Yes.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves.
Friends.
They're gonna start making out ASAP.
Oh, oh.
Stop being such a perv, Scarra.
Huh?
But imagine what we might achieve if we channeled some of that hostility back at our real foes instead of each other. They wouldn't stand a chance.
Oh, friends? Cool.
Ooh, Shadowheart has the new dialogue.
Really? No, you have Carl or it. What's her
I'm gonna
name?
check on the druid.
Oh, okay.
Huh. These guys don't know. I have everyone.
Wait, why is the dog alive?
The cozy setup you have here.
Have you searched anything up?
He's gone!
Research turned up a rather
Probably
brilliant
transform
I'm
into
sure
a
he's
rat.
somewhere.
Yeah, attempt an extraction.
I'm in, boys.
What are you saying?
She trusts me now.
That's the first step to getting a girl to sleep with you, getting her to trust you.
She said, I want you to know more about me.
learned opinion on this.
Like your cup size?
You only
What is wrong with you, dude? What is wrong with you?
What the fuck?
Quite the cozy setup you have.
Wait, have you guys seen Volo? It looks like he's gonna stab my eye with a needle.
I've dreamt of it 1,000
Oh, really?
times over.
I gotta try it.
Volo carefully holds
Oh!
your eyes
Oh
open
shit!
and begins
Oh!
No! Oh! Oh fuck!
The needle
What
finds
happened?
the gap between eyeball and socket.
Oh!
Volo
Oh!
finds and begins to push. Shoots through your body as the needle snags on your optic nerve.
I think I
Wait, I want to see
The
the.
needle seesaws back and forth, plucking the nerve like a harp string.
Oh bother.
Are you
There's
serious?
some obstacle in the way.
Disadvantage.
Need a more robust.
Can I just not do this? Can I just not? Can I leave? God damn it!
Pulls the needle from your eye.
Okay, I need
Oh!
He produces an
I hate this.
Are you watching what what's happening?
We're gonna have room for Karlak after all.
Volo slowly brings the ice pick closer to your eye.
Wait, what happened? What happened?
He's grabbing a pickaxe.
Cold metal presses against
What the fuck did I walk into?
then tap, tap, stab.
What?
Oh.
I think we have the blighter on the run.
Scarra?
I agree. It's a feisty critter. Just
Why did you let him stab your eye?
Volo tears the pick from your brain with a violent jerk. Eye
Oh.
falls down into the mud. He pauses, looks down at your eye, and recoils slightly.
Do I lost it?
He's dead.
Wait, what? What?
there appears to be an amount of cosmetic damage.
Uh-huh.
I actually have eyeless the rest of the game?
The what? Mortimus, the one-eyed dragon.
Take this. A far superior relic to that old jelly
Huh?
you were chained to.
I cannot believe you lost an eye.
And, it was very nice. I'm sure you'll sort out your little brain problem. Terribly sorry. Ta.
Oh. He's running away.
Dude, that's so funny.
But now I can see invisibility. I have a new eye.
Oh.
Wait, you could... Wait, what?
He got an upgrade.
Hey, that's not bad.
Cool.
One eye.
Wait, he didn't get the worm out, but I got a new eye.
You gave me
Like a cosmetic eye.
Wait! That's kind of sick.
That's kind of sick.
There's no downside?
Oh yeah, his right eye doesn't glow like his left eye.
Yeah, I think the downside is having to watch that cutscene.
That was a pretty brutal one.
I like didn't watch, but I heard it. Was it as bad as it sounded?
Yeah, and because I let it happen, Leza and Carla both disapprove. So
Nice.
I lost Riz.
That increases my odds to get with Karlak.
Okay, so bad news, the druid like escaped. I have a feeling that when we go back, they're going to be
A question that elders and collect, and now this voice.
Okay, I'm gonna go walk in and see if they hate us, the tieflings.
It is over where I am concerned.
There's a chance
It is through
we might have crossed
the
a
next resolution may not
bridge that
end
we
in
cannot
Don't do it,
uncross.
Don't do it.
Mark my, you might as well. The mere suggestion is an insult.
What's been?
Okay, I'm gonna go check on them and see if the druid is there, and
What's
hopefully he likes
birds? We
us.
should also have their cells.
There's a chance they attack us on sight.
Oh no, I'm good. Can you see the upgrade? I don't think so.
I wish it was real.
What? Are you? Okay.
I just have no eye.
All right. Wait.
Let's leave.
Albert, where are you?
I'm at Emerald Grove Environs. This is where the druid was supposed to be.
Everyone go there.
I'm not sure if they're gonna hate us.
Thank you for the artifact.
Well, I don't remember meeting any druids. Trying to rest.
No, we were told to like help rescue a druid named Halsin, a legendary healer, and that was him. And like I don't know why he was attacking us.
Wait, so where is
Yeah. Emerald, whatever, right?
Like in this town, when we rescued this town, they talked about Halsin.
Oh.
So like, he might be like, hey, they attacked us. Kill them. We might have to commit.
Only one way to find out. No, these
I'm
guys
a
are friendly.
paladin. I'm a good guy.
Yeah, Zevlor is still here chilling.
I'm a good guy.
Maybe we can ask Zevlor if he's seen the druid.
I'm sure he doesn't remember that we attacked him, right?
Oh, they like us. Oh, fuck. Okay.
Yeah, they seem like good people. Oh,
The money, take the money, take the money, take the money.
Lord
Take the
Ox.
money. Need the goddamn
Listen, man, I'm
money
a paladin. You can keep your coin.
What? I need money.
That's true. More.
Oh my god. The goblin camp is completely aggroed now.
Interesting.
Ooh, let's go there right away.
Can you guys come to the goblin camp real quick?
Oh, I guess we'll see you there. Okay, we'll see you there, and then we can help Mortimus.
Oh no.
Who's the traitor?
Okay, thank God they like us.
Are we gonna have to fight the entire camp?
Let Mortimus do that.
Well,
Alright.
Mort needs
That's alright.
help.
I'm sure he learned his lesson the last time he teleported to the goblin camp.
It was not aggroed. It was just now it is.
Yeah, that was probably before we killed all of the leaders.
Okay, they're actually praising us for what we did at the Goblin camp.
Oh.
What
Yeah.
about
Nice.
the druids? Wow. I'm gonna see if they've seen Helson. Hey, y'all seen Helson?
Wait.
I see Kaga.
Holy shit, all of you are rich. I have no money.
Oh my god, the whole fucking village.
Oh no, Helson is dead.
What?
Yeah.
But we revived him.
Nah, he's dead. I have to explain to Kaga that he's dead.
Oh no.
Mortimus requires
Wait,
help.
we definitely
Mortimus
kill him.
requires a lot of help.
Alright, let's go to Mortimus.
I'll let the one with the 4 tadpoles do it.
We're gonna need all of you.
Yeah, hurry up and finish talking to the traitor, Frank. I'm like waiting in line.
Oh, Shrock. Shrock,
What?
where are you?
I'm invited Druid.
Oh, missile snaring.
Now we'll never have sex with a bear.
I know.
Wait, not only is he dead, we didn't get his eyeball. Or tadpole.
Damn, it's just L's all around.
Wait, Shrock, here, a present for
I
you.
don't want any of this. Eh. I don't want any of that. Alright.
Ring of Flinging.
Yep.
Mortimus, where are you?
I saw it and I thought of you.
Goblin camp.
Wait, you're still at the goblin camp?
Thank you very much. 1d4 on bonus days.
Alright, I'm on my way.
Is there a way to make me throw more?
Oh, guidance first. Goblin camp. What?
Welcome.
That dude, guys, you gotta come. You gotta come. Please come over here.
Just had to go and pull the entire city, huh? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9,
Okay.
10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
Classic Mortimus. Where would we be without you?
Mortimus seems to be in a tough spot.
Albert, in TP, Scar's not making a move until you're here.
Yeah, Albert, we need you.
Oh man, I found something cool. Okay, I'm coming. Goblin camp? Am I gonna be like, God damn it, classic Mort when I get here?
No. Of course not.
Oh. How many? How
There's
many?
a lot of goblins. Okay, now we gotta wait 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13,
I think
14.
we're all gonna be
15.
dead by the time it's our turn.
No,
Nah,
we're
watch
good.
this.
No, look at this.
Charm.
Another.
Oh, you can charm one of them.
That's my tadpole powers.
Oh God.
Oh my god.
Oh man. Oh god, just hurry. Okay. Alright. God, it's
When
so...
do we get to play the game?
Yeah, this is a lot of people, dude.
When you be thinking about escaping at this point.
No.
Imagine how much
They're
EXP
weak.
we can get, though.
They're weak.
Right?
They're weak.
Okay. If I stand
what?
next to you, can you AoE heal?
On my turn, yeah, but I'm at the very end.
I can AoE heal right now. Or I can heal you right now, right? No, I can't. No, I can.
Do I need a closer?
I
Oh, I
can't help
only
but
have
notice that
5.
Mortimus is encumbered. Were you looting?
Oh, am I encumbered? Oh, hold on. Let me.
I can't do anything. Why
Unencumbered.
can't I use spells then? It's funny. Yeah, I can't do anything.
Toad, stop throwing people!
I'm fighting them with themselves. This guy's prone. How is he supposed to attack me?
Oh, I could use potion of greater heal.
I shall defend with my fists. And then my turn.
Ow. Ooh. Ow.
Jesus, this is a lot of
Oh.
arrows. This is...
Remember like 4 hours ago when Toad said, can this not be a campaign where we just kill everyone?
You killed the children!
That's true.
Me? Oh,
So-
Toast. Okay.
someone killed the
My
children.
hands are clean.
The children were aggroed.
Yeah, it's not our fault. They were, you know.
Wait, who
Probably
started
gonna
all
die
this
anyway.
goblin kill? I think it was Ara.
It was not me! I can't believe you would accuse me of that, Frank.
This all started when she ate the damn tadpole.
Hey, now, none of you wanted to take it. What was I supposed to do?
Oh, it's finally my turn. All right. I'm gonna bless all of you guys. All right.
What a bless.
Thank you.
And I can only heal 3 of us.
Okay.
I'm sure you'll make the right choice.
I'm sorry, Mortimus. I can't save you.
Mortimus can save himself. Knocked it prone.
I'm gonna throw the goblin at the ogre. I'm gonna look at the goblin, throw at the ogre.
5 life left.
Ooh, be careful. There's electrified water there.
Miss.
No.
Oh, good.
I can get those arrowing here next round.
You try to shove.
Yeah, we're kind of popping off. These guys are not strong.
What is that charm move unlimited?
I think every time they attack me or some a reaction, yeah.
Wow.
Holy
It's
crap.
really good.
These tadpoles are very powerful.
I'm sorry, I took all 5. You guys should take the future ones.
No.
I'm sure that these will not come at any consequence later.
I don't think so. They're just tadpoles.
Yeah, it's only upside.
Uh-oh.
He did exactly 10 damage. Oh, more.
What are all these? Oh, they're all on.
Alright, I'm coming to heal you.
No, just kill this guy. Or kill this idiot.
I think he will die
Yeah,
if I
just
don't
kill
do
some
this.
of these guys.
Heal him, heal him. Don't listen to him.
Oh.
I'm going to heal you. It's what Frank would do.
Oh.
20! Holy shit, that's
Let's
so big.
go, Frank.
Let me push you to safety, Mortimus.
You're like his pocket mercy. That's...
I don't get to play
That's
the
funny.
game. Mort's always dead.
No, Mort drinks potion. Mort good.
Critical miss.
Oh no. I gifted Toast the Ring of Flinging, and all he does is throw things now.
Ooh, 9 damage.
Where's the people on the top? I can't see them very well. Oh, there they are.
Oh, you knocked one out. Nice.
Okay.
How do I
And
use
then
this?
I
Oh, I
think
can't
that's
throw.
good.
I have no bonus actions.
Oh my god. Scarra, we could have we could name change to like the Valorant names. It's like his paladin. Her monk.
Oh,
I'm tanking the shit out of these arrows.
Guard Gorgon.
Oh.
Get charmed.
Wait, so what happens
Oh.
when
He's saved. They won't
can't.
attack her.
Oh.
Ow.
Boy, I'm actually like really excited. I haven't looked anything up, so I'm very curious what like the consequences of eating all the
There's
tadpoles are
no
gonna be.
consequences. I'm just letting them live in my brain. There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure.
I'm sure nothing is gonna.
Okay, I think you guys have that one. Oh, there's one on me. There's one in my ass. I didn't even see him.
Oh.
I'm like a lily pad.
Oh.
Oh, my turn. Finally.
Oh, he got torched.
Call lightning is so good. What the heck?
Alright, no more throwing people. Now I just go throwing spears. There, one's dead already. Where's my spear? There it is. The spear's back, and then I throw another spear. And he's dead already. And I throw my spear again. Wait, why can't I hit this one? There we go. And he's dead
Damn.
again. Man, I'm just skewering them.
Where's that one? Oh, I should go.
Oh.
Warlock.
Die.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Who's better than Dash? Oh, interesting. Oh, wow.
Yeah. All right. point.
Super dead.
Bonk. Yay!
We did it.
Okay.
Are we proud of ourselves for this?
All right, loot up, and then we'll do one final long rest because there's a celebration to be had.
A
Celebration?
For saving the tieflings.
Where's the shopkeeper?
He's dead.
Yeah, but I just want to. Oh wait, there he is. Rare medium armor, if anyone wants it. It's a hide armor +2.
Ooh, wow, there's a
hold
lot
it
of
easy.
ribs though.
Take it from my inventory if anyone wants it.
This is gonna be good.
Ooh,
Camp supplies.
meat!
Yeah, I'm grabbing all the meat right now.
What is ill? Dwarf belly? Oh my god, that's sick. That's sick. Can I eat it? Damn. You can't eat it. Oh my god, is that an owlbear cub? Hold on.
Go sell. I don't know where to sell. Is it the Emerald Grove? I swear I just misclicked last time. I'm so slow.
We're about to get an owlbear cub.
Is it Emerald Grove?
Wait,
where
what?
is
What
the
did I do?
Emerald Grove?
Oh, because I'm an urchin.
Where's the mushroom one?
Right. Okay.
Adam's the camp. Yeah, but I'd rather just sell it all.
Aww. Yay. Maybe he can play with the dog.
All right. You guys done looting?
There's a few more survivors. I'll go deal with them.
Oh.
We don't have to kill everyone.
The thought of, I'm not doing this for us.
Where are you?
I'm doing this for them. I don't want them to wake
Climb
up and see their whole
upstairs.
village dead.
Oh, I went the wrong way.
I'll make this quick and painless for both of them.
Wait, whoa.
How do you
Calm
get to the
yourself,
mushroom
friend.
town?
They're gonna wake up and their whole
Guys,
village is
how do you
dead.
get to the mushroom town?
I'm going to spare them the pain.
All right, go ahead. I just kind of want to watch.
Like calling.
Holy shit! You one-shot them?
It's
There's
okay.
one last one.
They died peacefully.
Oh, these are bugbears. That's two bugbears. They're gonna be harder to kill. Hang on. Don't do it yet. Don't do it yet.
Wait, where's the trader?
Let's be. Whoa. Wait for it. Here, hang on. Let me just put this fire wine barrel next to them so they can go to the heavens drunk, as they deserve. And stand really far away.
I can't look.
Look
Alright, what do we have for fire? Anyone got alchemist fire? Let me borrow that. This is probably not gonna kill them, so get ready to fight.
Yeah. How do I?
Alright, 3,
Oh, I don't.
2, 1.
Is there a way I can do? Is there a way I can like do everything?
Goblin's dead. This guy's dead.
Just go over the top.
Oh?
Okay, I'm already done. Whatever, it's fine.
I'm really sorry. Huh?
Oh, I can't trade that. Thank God I did not.
What a great paladin, really protecting the innocents there.
Damn
I
it,
don't
I
want
wanted to
them
kill
to wake
people
up in
too.
pain.
Is there anyone else we can kill?
Oh god. Okay.
Don't ask that question like that.
No. Just be. I think it'd be It'd be more of a. Oh wait. It'd be more of a disservice to leave some people alive after their entire camp has been slaughtered, don't you think?
Really?
There's a cracked wall here.
It just goes back into the temple.
Oh.
Oh, okay. What?
Oh.
I can't read.
Look at what I just got.
What? Like an item?
Where? You have so many items, dude.
I have one. Oh, it's at the very top. At the very top. The gloves. It's for.
Oh, that's for.
Shrock.
The wearer deals additional damage with throw attacks.
Oh, thank you, Morty. This is excellent for my collection.
Wait, what?
Throw
where
shit
we
at
go now?
people.
I'm
we
gonna
gotta go to
spend this
camp.
whole
I think
campaign throwing. All right,
something's
let's all
about
meet
to
up at
happen.
camp.
All right. End the day?
I think we're the bad guys.
We're not.
We're about to have a celebration. Look at this. Look at all these tieflings.
Oh, we have tieflings.
I'm gonna riz her. I'm gonna riz a Karlach.
Hope you're enjoying the night.
Mm-hmm,
Go.
mm-hmm.
The others will kill me if I keep you all to my.
What?
Go.
I don't know what petitions mean, but
I have seen.
I think I've drummed up the courage to tell you how much I like you. I'm going for it.
Oh?
Wait. I want to see.
Here for you.
I'm about to shoot my shot.
Okay. I'm watching.
Oh my god, I do wonder.
Oh.
Come on. Let's not spoil an effective thing.
Sorry, buddy.
Point.
Oh, that's so bad. Anyway, I'm gonna talk to Shadowheart. Where is she? Where's Shadowheart?
I don't know. I don't know where I went wrong.
Shadowheart.
I like.
Yeah.
I listened to her talk about her problems.
It's a mine.
And you know, we both watch The Office, and we talk about that. Why won't she sleep with me?
Go. The others will.
Where's Shadowheart? Anyone seen her?
Yeah, you're right. I should go talk to Shadowheart.
No, please.
She's in the back.
Where? Oh.
Right next to you.
Oh, okay. Okay, come on. This is my chance.
I have a dying. What else do I have in here? A dark mine.
Me?
Oh my god, me!
Alriz Bozo.
I mean, desperate people. Like those refugees. Never gave them much thought. Certainly not that bunch in the grove. Yet we came through for them. We saved their lives. Odd.
Heck yeah, we're the heroes.
That's more easily said by some than others. But nobody's here to debate right from wrong.
Wait, I can't tell. Is she in?
Shadowheart trails off and glances around the party.
I'm Elriz.
She's looking for someone else. Maybe a dragon
I thought you
king.
might have wanted to mingle with the others.
Oh my god.
You're all the company I need right now?
I won't pretend I'm not surprised. We haven't always seen eye to eye, after all. Besides, I'm sure there's.
Oh no.
Oh god.
Oh,
No, Riz.
Guys.
Wait, you salvage this. You can salvage this.
Maybe I'd like to celebrate with you. Oh no. You sure about that? Maybe they dislike me as much as you do because that's kind of flirty, right?
Community vote.
Community vote. Vote.
I don't know if it's working. I pressed the button.
I don't think.
I mean, it's Lily.
Oh,
Engaged,
right.
right?
But can you guys vote? What do you think? Okay, fine.
I know, man.
Oh.
Oh god, you ain't no. Oh my god, you're still going. You're fucking. Yo, take
the
hit,
L.
man.
Ooh.
I have no idea what you mean. No
Ooh. Oh my god! Yo, but...
Some advice on how to make them more bearable. All right.
Oh my god, I'm so fucking bad at this.
Respect my mission, my beliefs.
I did all that. I did all that.
To respect her.
you.
Well, I see no reason why we shouldn't get closer.
After all I've talked to her about.
Enough about me. You should go see who'd like to.
Oh my god.
Alright, who's next?
I'm so sad right now. I'm so sad.
Who are you talking to?
Okay, wait, I can give this to Toast.
Say refugees. Right answer. It shows that you know her. Refugees?
Yeah, refugees.
Oh, you're red. You fucking in.
God damn it, you're using my failures.
Boots? Wait, I don't have
This
boots.
is not fair.
Wait, I have boots? Oh, I do have boots.
Maybe she's just straight.
We did the right thing. No, are you worried Char wouldn't approve?
Don't talk about her god, man.
Oh man, this is over. This is over. I can't watch that. This is
like,
over.
why the fuck are you still here, bro?
Oh man. All right. Anyone else?
Let me try.
I shall grant you my.
Are you trying to get rid of? There will be time for that later.
Where's Gale?
You're in my cutscene.
Get out of her shot.
Get out.
Yeah, I'm leaving. You ain't getting no bitches. Scar's trying to rizz up the skeleton.
Oh.
Wait, why can't they talk to Gale?
Hello.
What the heck? What? Am I
Do I try
bugged?
to salvage it and say I think I could win her over?
Thank you for the glove, Scarra. This is excellent.
This might be the wine talking, but I'm feeling inspired.
Oh!
I think I'd go for it. It can't get any worse.
Any ideas?
You're pathetic, man.
Have you seen this body? It would be a crime not to sing about it.
Raunchy ballad coming up.
I can't talk to him. That's so weird.
Your song was coming along.
Oh, one
Things
conversation.
began spinning.
Ooh, she's writing a song about me? I'm in. Look at all these L Riz guys. Then there's me. Only W's.
Oh, did I not pick the right?
Alright, I completely bombed it. Wait. That is Shrock? Wait.
Huh?
Oh, you're reclassing. Okay, I was like,
Yeah,
why did you level up? I see.
God.
You know, never thought I'd be the.
It's awful. Save lives is
Just
awful.
got rejected by Gale too. I'm done, bro.
Dude, it's look. Okay.
How did we not riz anyone?
Because we don't hang out with them enough.
We need to hang out with the more people.
Is that so much to ask?
No riz.
What's your idea?
Sex.
Oh.
Not with you.
Oh.
I mean, can you imagine?
Oh.
I wanna have sex, man.
Oh, Riz.
Don't let me kick you.
I just saw Scarra get rejected too.
Stop. We need the rest. We need a rest.
Yeah.
Wait.
The
Let me
worst
try with
party
Lazal.
ever.
Let me try with Lazal.
Okay.
Good morning. Isn't it 1 a.m.? The f... Ooh, dog. Scratch.
I think it. I can't talk to them.
Scratch? I can't even pet him? Oh.
Would you look at this place?
All these people are happy
It's
because
nice
of
to be
that's somewhere or because
with
it's
good
possible.
quotations too.
I'm coming, Lazal.
I asked Astarion to share the bed tonight, and he said I have standards.
Oh.
We're so
Guys,
bad at.
how do we all have 0 riz?
I'm big and green, and she's small and green.
Oh no, I have no riz. I have L riz.
Wait, I think I might be in.
Okay, let's see.
I have seen
What?
Dothraki tear a sweet
It's all that blood and sweat on me.
oath you've turned your back on me so often.
No!
Oh.
Oh wait, she hates you.
Yeah, she hates you.
No. I'm gonna risk her up by saying you're a gifted
Save
warrior.
yourself.
Vlaakith demands of me no less. If only you'd earned the right to lay at my side.
No!
You will wonder. You will wonder how my lips might have tasted.
Holy shit!
I can't
How my
look.
skin might have felt. But do enjoy yourself this night. I intend to myself.
Oh.
Dude.
We're gonna sleep. We gotta go to sleep, guys.
Guys, let's
Go to
just
bed.
end
We gotta go
the
to bed.
vlogging.
We
We
gotta
have
go to
0
bed.
riz.
I go jerk off in the corner.
Every single one of us has 0 riz.
Oh god.
The 0 riz 32 IQ group. Damn. Wow. Wait, hold on. Can I talk to Shadowheart again? Maybe like.
Oh.
Whew, my heart can only handle so much of that.
Yeah, I'm dejected, man.
Okay, I'm done. Where are we going?
I think
You
we
guys
basically
know where
did
the
everything. Did we
worm
miss
thing?
anything?
I want to do the monk quest.
Oh, to find Worms Rock? Worms Crossing?
Yeah.
I do not. Oh. Just no. Just man. Just, you know. Just.
Man.
Wait, so is the druid just dead forever? I swear we didn't kill him.
Nah, he dead, bruh.
He must have died in his sleep. This is the worst case scenario. We don't get his tadpole, and he's gone.
Oh no.
And we didn't get to have sex. It's all bad.
None of us got laid. None of us.
I'm angry. I'm throwing stuff in the camp.
Okay, I need to figure out. It's whatever road, right?
Wait, we need to talk to the healer Nettie. I'll talk to her right now.
Wait, I need to figure out where the road is.
Where are you guys?
I'm going
in
to
camp.
I'm in the place. I'm talking to the druid Nettie.
You're still at camp?
Yeah, I'm just sitting on the log thinking about my actions.
That is not south. Where is south? South is here. Is there?
I need to restart in single player, so I can redo this.
Oh.
I can't. My heart can't bear it.
A strange symbol glows, marked on their flesh, and something within you.
What? You fucking?
stirs in response.
What happened to you?
I'm really sorry.
What'd you do?
Your companion has permanently left the party.
Huh?
Who?
What? Who?
Gale.
Wait, why?
Why?
Because I didn't give him a magical artifact.
What?
He's gone. His camp's gone.
Oh no. Oh no. Oopsies.
Wait, why did you give him a magical artifact?
Well, I thought I could give him like the extra boots, but it wasn't showing up, so I was confused. So I would tapped out. I like exited, and he's like, "You're no help," blah blah blah, and he just ran off.
Kill!
Okay, let's be honest. None of us were rizzing him up anyway, right?
Oh, but no. He's a person which said that you need to give him artifacts, or else like to keep him at bay, or else what happens is like what his happy in his
Bro,
body
I
goes
say
out.
we leave Aura in camp and bring Karlak with us.
Guys, I'm so sorry. I Why did you do that? I lost health. I'm really sorry. How did that happen? Oh my god. That's crazy. Well, I'm gonna leave camp now. Where are you, Mortimus?
Go to Blighted Village.
I gave him artifacts before too.
Mad. So mad. I'm gonna find something to kill.
Go south, go south, go south. Do you see this? The hidden goblin stash? Wait. Go south, go south. Go south.
I don't know which way south.
It says an S on your map.
Oh, I knew that.
Okay, I see a lone goblin tracker. I'm killing her.
Wait, I just went past her.
End your turn.
Use your initiative potential.
Did anyone else just hear that?
Yeah.
Okay. I feel like the tadpole in my head is telling me to kill her.
What the heck?
No, I didn't perceive it.
Why are you moving so far?
I need a perception.
Throw her back down.
Say I don't have enough movement. Oh, there we go.
I failed my perceptions.
What are you doing?
Weird right.
Do you see the thing I'm pinging? Well, you see where I am? It's a quest. The quest we got like at the start of the game.
Yeah. God, that took forever. Okay. Ooh.
Where? Okay. Yo, let me go.
Which? I don't know. Which way do I go?
Worms Crossing.
I shall walk with thee.
Blinded.
I shall
Wait, give me Featherfall. Give me Featherfall.
Fuck you.
Worms
You
Crossing.
got rid of Gale. You're walking.
Worms
No one was rizzing him. Now you want Gil? Oh shit.
What the?
Perception fail. I see nothing here, bro. You're just staring at grass.
Oh, I need another person.
We're trying. I can't.
Aura.
He didn't give me Featherfall, so I lost 8 health. Where are we going?
You got rid of Gale.
Jesus Christ. Okay. Hello.
Perception.
Now what?
This. Stand here.
Yeah.
Fuck.
I failed.
We all lost. Oh man, we suck.
Oh, I should have guidance first.
Oh, I see something happening up ahead. I'm turning back.
Do you guys know where Worms Crossing is?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Wait, I see 2 goblins. Hang on.
He's just killing everything now.
It should have been me. It should have been me.
My eye's not back. It's gone. I lost an eye.
What were you supposed to do here? I'm gonna.
Hang on, don't touch him. I know you can kill him. Oh, you're approaching me? End your turn. If you take my kill. If you take my kill. Fuck you.
Jesus.
No more Mr. Nice Orc.
Oh no, Shock turned into an
Oh, it's a later
incel.
act. Oh, what the fuck?
Again?
Yeah, it's like the 3rd time this week.
Okay, I'm okay. I'm good with everything. We could go to the 2 areas, or we can go on.
I need more to come with me.
Oh, where?
In the druid area.
Where is that?
Emerald Grove Environs.
What? Oh, I see.
Teleport.
There's a thing I need you to break into.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just exploring
Say
while
less.
I wait.
Yeah.
You know how much it hurts to be rejected by Karlach? It's like being rejected by a puppy.
You're still on that? Wait, where am I going? Where is everyone? What the heck?
I'm waiting
Franck is
for
over there.
Franck. Franck, where do you need me?
Where are you? Okay, I'm gonna leave this place. I'm not a thief. Alright, I'm coming up.
I think there's a couple goblins left at the goblin camp. I'll be right back.
So this gives me...
Where are you, Mortimus?
Evocation. Hello, I'm right here on the...
Come north.
Emerald, okay.
I'm north of you.
Need to find a way forward.
How do we get in?
And you just stand there, they'll let you in.
Ooh. Wait, where are you?
Where is he? I have no idea.
I'm coming out. You'll see me in a sec.
Okay.
I should speak up. So it's true. You scattered the goblins. As am I. Of course.
Alright, you see me?
Yeah. Let's go. Let's go.
Yeah.
Stop training.
May you keep balance.
Alright, follow me.
Those looks really good. Does that work with my deflect as well? So I just never take damage from ranged
Follow me.
abilities? I can just catch the fucking arrows?
I don't need any attention right now. Best be on my way.
Alright. Why are you half HP?
It's a long story.
Okay, alright, let's go.
Which way? Why are there's wolves? Talk to them.
Oh.
Come on, Mortimus.
Which wolves? Oh.
Let's see.
Over here. There's a hidden door here.
Ooh, I see.
But I'm too scared to touch it myself. I'll stand here and distract them. You go unlock the door.
Can't even see a lock to pick.
Eh?
There's no lock to pick.
Wait, what? There's no way in?
You have to find a switch usually here or behind the door that opens it. There's no lock pick I can get.
What?
Seems like a good moment to talk.
My master has...
But I... Animal friendship do you... God damn it.
Okay, so we were supposed to talk to Nettie for help, but she's so sad that the druid Halsin is dead that she won't help us anymore.
Oh.
Okay. I'm
down to leave. I'm down to leave completely.
I'm a paladin. I'm a good person. I'm not gonna kill her for the tadpole. I'm not.
Wait,
Gonna
she has a tadpole?
Yeah, but I'm a good person, so I'm gonna leave and not do anything. I'm not gonna kill her for her tadpole.
No, man.
How do you know Nadia's a tadpole?
I do not know. Where is Shrock?
That's a friendly looking shadow. These boots have seen everything.
That's weird. Okay, I'm leaving.
Interesting.
Hmm?
You didn't kill her for the tadpole?
Like she has a tadpole, or there's like a tadpole here. I don't get it.
Wait, Nettie has a tadpole? I'm coming. Let me take a look at this
A little
tadpole.
bird told me that beyond this wall is a tadpole, but we can't get in because Nettie is too sad.
Can we open it if she can be persuaded to open it?
I've been trying to riz her up. She won't respond to me. I think
She's a
only she can
dwarf,
open it.
right? Rock knows how to deal with dwarves.
Okay, all right. Let's see what Shrock can do.
Stone slab.
That's it?
Can't believe we killed that druid.
How do I get up?
I didn't mean to kill him. I just knocked him out and then locked him in a cage, and then went to sleep. Wait! Oh.
Hey, Nettie.
Let me in! What are you doing?
Nothing. We're talking to Nettie.
Are you guys talking?
So we need to be able to open this, but you can't lockpick it. Hang on. Well, I don't think killing her will do anything.
I'm surprised there's not a teleporter nearby. There's gotta be.
What if
I haven't
she
talked to
has
Mr.
like a key or anything?
I'm pickpocketing her right now. There's nothing like that.
Really?
You're what her?
Yeah. Pickpocketing.
That...
We need that tadpole somehow.
Warnimus is looking for Yankee.
Get the Yankee? Like a specific one?
This is like Yankee Kosh.
Oh yeah, that's near the Risen Road. Last we heard.
Okay.
Look at that beast. Seems almost too big to take flight.
Damn it!
Nettie's gloves.
Flight?
Is there anything special? about
Flight?
those?
What?
What can we do?
The mountain pass. Is there a ticket press?
I see. Is this? Oh, you can't even pick the lock. Oh, I don't know.
Oh fuck, Halsin's dead. Minthara's dead.
And
Arlite doesn't want to sleep with me.
Yeah, what a fucked up day.
That's a
Dude,
fucked up
nothing went right.
Hang on, Scarra is engaged in a very big plot point.
What?
What?
He's taking on a Githyanki squad, who are the people that will remove the tadpoles. Run to him. Everyone go to Risen Road right now.
Okay.
Oh my god, what?
A dragon?
He didn't say anything.
He's fighting a dragon without us.
Wait, Scarra!
This game, Yonky.
How do you get to him?
Teleport to Risen Road and run all the way west.
Time, Beretta. You're not here to play with
We're coming.
We're on our way.
We merely sought
Which,
to...
up here, I'm assuming?
Question, kill, then move on. Find the weapon. Our queen watches
Yeah,
us.
go straight west.
At your peril.
They'll be tough to fight, but not impossible to beat.
Oh, I'm not in combat. Excellent.
I can't believe we didn't get to see that super cool red dragon coming.
What? I missed it?
Alright.
Ah,
It's alright. We'll be there for the fight.
What fight?
Oh, did he just leave? Oh no, they're still there. Uh-oh. Yeah, I see him.
Oh, you guys are up there? What the heck?
huh.
Alright, send in now lead Rizzer.
Alright. Should I just walk in? You want me to just walk in and talk to him?
Yeah.
Okay,
That
I'm
dragon's
trying to
level
sneak up
10. Surely it's not gonna attack us.
10?
Alright, I'm just gonna walk in.
Rism.
What easy prey you make. Walking right within my blade's embrace.
Where's him?
These creatures are so simple to ensnare, Beretta. You mule too much about your task.
Forgiveness, Kithrak.
And as for you, tell me, why shouldn't I run you through?
It's a level 10 dragon. I'm assuming that's like the
I don't like
strongest
him.
creature in the game.
I don't know you. I pose no threat.
I don't know you.
What? It's so hard. I have a
What?
blessing.
I can't
get C.
give you blessing again. Like, I can't do anything again. Why does it do that
My
sometimes?
soul is slow. Oh,
Uh-oh.
shit.
Well, no problem. I'll just
Wait,
do it
hold on.
anyway.
Oh, as in like, oh, I got it, right?
No, I can't. I can't give them anything.
Of course you are not a threat. You are nothing
Oh.
until I tell you otherwise.
Oh, you pissed him off. You pissed him off.
You to keep sucking.
Wait, I persuaded him.
Necessary for
Oh, you did?
to
Oh,
tell
nice.
me something of worth. A vessel fell from the sky. We seek a precious weapon that was taken from it.
Oh.
You suddenly feel a
You're looking for the
strange
artifact.
anxiety take hold. Not your own, but
Wait, the
that of
artifact is
you
anxious.
carry.
Oh.
You attune your mind to it. The artifact does not want to part from you. It does not want to fall into the Gith Raiders' hands.
Help us find it, and I will leave your blood beneath your skin unspilled.
Or I could just give it to him.
Just give it to him.
Here you go.
Yo, ask for money.
I'm down to ask for money.
You haggle with your own life, fool. Be silent and hold still.
He begins to move his hand in a quick flurry.
Oh no, he's casting the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu.
Wait, silently
Interpret
interpret,
it.
the meaning of the gesture. Oh, I'm not very smart, but I can try.
Yeah.
Surely R will
Analyze
be a
it.
blessing.
I literally can't.
God, Blessing is
Alright.
like close range. She has to be next to you.
Oh. I failed.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh, he's doing
He's-
ninjutsu.
He's throwing up gang signs.
We've got 4 inspiration.
Hmm?
got
Is the
4.
roll hard?
I'll do one more roll, and if I fail, then I'll move on. All right.
I mean, you can't just stop at 2.
We need those for more important rolls.
Okay,
The
okay.
gestures mean nothing.
What's this? You carry a gay parasite in your
Oh
head.
no.
Death will be a kindness to
Ooh.
you. Rid us of this worm.
Oh, at least we don't fight the dragon.
No.
Oh no, she's so cute.
I kind of wanted to fight the dragon.
It is so strong compared to us.
Oh wait, the dragon's leaving at least.
Whew. Yeah, they. Oh, okay.
Get him, Frank.
Ow.
Wait.
How many times are you gonna hit me?
Oh
5?
my god.
Jesus. Yeah, I'm leaving.
Nah, hang on. Yeah. Parry?
0 and 0.
What do you mean parry? Take this.
19. Not bad. Alright. I'm getting in here.
Another step forward.
Happy birthday, bitch!
The way you throw that, it's just like horizontal.
Oh.
She's at 4 health.
Not this
I did
time.
50.
Oh. Oh, okay, thank God. $15? 8?
Mortimus, get up.
Oh, knock me down.
It's more okay.
Where's my spear? Why isn't it coming back to me?
Oh, the tadpole queen.
Where's my spear?
That's it.
Spear's on the ground. You guys, bad news. My spear, my returning pike is not returning.
Oh, I see it.
Ah, shit.
Wait, why does the returning pike not return?
Okay, it's alright. I got her.
Another one.
Wait, that did so much.
That did so much damage.
Wait, he's got like a full build based around throwing items.
Look, someone close. Oh, wait. Can someone pick up my spear?
And toss it back up?
Well, I'll just take it from your inventory.
Oh.
It doesn't have to be right now, just before my turn.
Well, I would do it, but I'm being held right now.
Oh.
Who's holding you ever so tightly?
Break this concentration, Mort.
Yeah, this
Break his
guy's
concentration.
concentrating. Nice! You actually broke him out. He can make his turn now.
Alright.
Nice,
Attack.
thanks for picking up my spear. You guys
what the heck?
suck!
Alright, leave this to me.
Oh.
Alright, leave this to me.
Oh! Y'all fucked him up.
Haha.
Nice. Opportunity strike.
Oh!
Ow!
Oh! Oh. How come I didn't upgrade that? The night. Oh.
Alright, thank you for.
It's just stay up there and throw pikes.
Oh, I see it. Yeah.
Wait, there's no way you can land that shot, right? Isn't this too far away?
No.
I run track and field.
He's going for the trick shot.
Oh!
He's
Oh my
fucking
God.
dead.
30?
Did it come back? It came back.
Attack him.
Oh god, he's getting more distance.
Oh my god.
Damn, that spear's so strong.
Fear not, team, for I am here.
Oh.
Crossbow.
Oh, take
Oh, get Yankee greatsword.
take this crossbow.
It's
on
heavy
me.
crossbow. Nah.
Oh, though it's for those two.
So, do you want this Gith Yankee greatsword?
Nah, I got my spear.
Oh,
okay.
Wait.
Everyone
Frank,
looted everything.
take my crossbow. At the bottom.
Oh, hang on.
I wish there was a way for me to throw like.
Actually, I will
other
give you my
humans
crossbow.
more.
What's hiding here?
Ooh, thank you.
Someone grab that slate. I think gives us info.
Slate?
On Sarth, Beretha.
I'm stuck.
I got you. Wait.
I'm like looking at. I think I'm like hypnotized or something.
You're looking at a slate.
I think I'm supposed to do a dice roll, but I can't. I'm
Let me
just
break you
staring
out of that.
endlessly. It's hypnotizing me.
What do we do?
Problem.
Did that break you out?
No, I'm still.
Just kill him. Just kill him.
If you just save and load, I think it'll work.
Okay.
Toast is literally a fucking ranged character.
El Terrell, south.
Baldur's Gate?
Baldur's Gate?
Wait, that's where we're going.
Wait, that's a real place?
I'm
Wait, I
not
thought Baldur's
convinced
Gate
it's
was
a
like
real place.
hell.
Yeah, I'm not convinced.
Like
it's
I'm
a
gonna
real
send you to
place.
hell. Like I'm gonna send you to Baldur's Gate.
What time is it, guys? Oh, it's 1:30? Holy fuck, it's so late. This game is actually so fun. Like, there will be... I don't think we did extra stupid shit this session, but it was really funny. Yeah, the load times take forever. Progress we made? Define progress. I'm about to respec into a Shadow Monk to see if there's anything else I can do. I do like attacking 3 times, but I'm wondering if the Shadow Monk at 5 has some
Alright, let me
secret sauce.
inspect this.
What does it say?
Gotta be an
pass.
8-foot human with a 2-inch shrimp.
This isn't any ordinary amulet.
8 foot
Magical
is too
energy
tall.
course is
Dwarf with a 9-inch? Definitely a dwarf. Wait, 9 inches is too big.
A mystical map glows before you.
Can you hear it? Do you guys hear voices?
Refuge within a temple. The slate also reveals the local Crash's mission. They are combing the Sword Coast in search of a
polyhedric relic of great importance to their queen. Isn't that what we
Sound
have?
up.
Yeah, the relic.
Dude, I don't know why this is doing this so much. This is so
Wow,
crazy.
I'm so smart. I figured all that out from an amulet.
It's ready to go towards the crash.
Wait. Okay, are we gonna go through the mountain pass or the Underdark?
Wait, does it...
Oh, the mountain pass is right here.
Yeah.
Right here.
Okay.
Wait, can we like short rest just in case some stupid thing happens?
Yeah. Short resting. Nice.
Oops. What did I just click on? Oh.
Ready?
So
tie up any loose end. I feel like all the loose ends have been tied.
Yeah, we're good. We're good.
I don't really want
Let's
to
go
do.
there. Let's go there.
I don't want to do full completion. That's. Oh.
What?
What's up with Will, man? I forgot this guy was even in our camp.
She's coming.
Who?
Anyone else see the exclamation mark?
Yeah.
Oh. Oh.
You've been naughty.
So have I.
When you're naughty.
God damn it. Anyone but her.
You flatterer.
Oh.
Why, if I had a warm heart, I'm sure it would be skipping. Call me Mizora. I'm Will's patron, the fount of his power. My pet's been unruly, and his leash needs a yank.
His
Oh
what
my
needs
God.
a what?
His leash.
Oh my God, he's like a dog.
But Karlak's still breathing.
I've
Oh.
taken more pleasant shits than you, Mizora. And at least those can be buried after.
That's no kind of talk for a lady. By the way, Karlak, Zariel sends her regards.
You told me! Devils only! She's a tiefling, not a monster!
How precious. The little pupster's found his
Oh, he's kind of
bark.
nice.
Clause G, section 9. Target shall be limited to the
She's a
infernal,
lawyer.
the demonic, the heartless,
What?
and the soulless.
Karlak meets the criteria by virtue of having no heart.
Who's doing this?
Why am I doing this?
I think it chooses randomly.
Okay.
You better
which
not
one?
lay a damn finger on Karlak.
Don't you worry. That ship has
Oh,
long
Shadowheart
sailed
approves.
Styx. But a defiant pup must still pay his price. To wit.
Lily,
Yeah?
Will
I don't mean to alarm you too much. Oh shit,
Uh-huh.
what the hell?
lightning storms of dis
Wait, is he dying?
flesh.
Wait,
His soul
what?
passes
Wait,
through
what?
Each layer of the hells, gaining their essence.
R.I.P. Will, we hardly knew ya.
and their
Huh?
Wait, I like him.
Guys. Wait, what the fuck?
Oh, he got some sick ass horns.
Oh,
Oh,
he's a goat.
he's a tiefling now?
Mm-hmm.
That's better.
Wait, why did you say I don't mean to alarm you?
you done?
A promise broken, a price paid. You know the terms.
Get used to the new form, pet.
There's no going back. Some magic even I can't undo.
Now, let's see how the frontiers fare without their precious blade.
Oh yeah, he doesn't look bad.
Karlak, keep an eye on him, would you? I'll be keeping mine on you.
And I'll be keeping mine on
And
you.
Will, don't forget, our pact still stands. Ta-ta.
Oh my god. Okay.
Hmm.
What's up for discussion?
Speak.
The Dragon Rider is kind Christian Ringo's Lazel sees the memories of your confrontation with.
Voss, Gestil Kithrak, Knight Supreme.
Oh, he's like really high up in the Githraki. Okay.
He'd have led us right to the crash. Instead, he watches from the skies like a falcon and weeps.
What is everyone doing?
An
I
unexpected
want to talk to
Mm.
Shadowheart. Where is she?
vexed. A lesser
Okay,
man
I'll go
would
play
be
with the dog.
adorning the road as a shredded core, yet your head remains firmly atop your shoulders. As I'd expect, ancient Githyanki symbols adorn the artifact. We can deliver it to a Kithrak or Vash at the first Now, to the point. The
Chris
crash
is
is
not
not
far
far
where you
from
met
where you
Voss.
met Voss.
Let's go there
Unless,
immediately.
of course, you'd rather sprout waxy tendrils where there were no tendrils before.
And if he
Keep me
fights
at your
before.
side, and I will invoke protocol.
Okay.
It is my people's duty to aid infected
God, Cyril Riz was everyone. I keep giving you anything.
Can I just give them money? Or- What's that red puff of things?
Sorry.
What?
Can't tell if I'm in a sex scene or I'm about to die.
Oh.
Oh God, blinding.
What is going on?
The House of Hope, where the tired come to rest.
This guy was just in our camp and he kidnapped me.
Feed lavishly. Go on, partake, enjoy your supper. After all, it might just
What?
be your last.
Ignore him and fill your black.
Not even a little. Good. Makes the next part that much.
Frank just wants to eat, bro. Wait, What?
Oh,
That's
shit.
another devil.
What's better than a devil you don't know? A devil you do. Am I a friend? Potentially. An adversary?
Conceivably.
But a savior? That's for certain.
Yeah, what makes you think I need saving?
Come now. Why play hard to get when you're in deep over your tadpoled head?
Oh,
One
he's a
scar,
stream sniper.
2 tenants, and no solution in sight. I could fix it all like that.
Oh.
I serve an oath, not a devil. My honor is not for sale.
Everything is for sale. And you do well to sell while your stock has value. In desperate times, the price of honor plummets. Perhaps you haven't yet realized how desperate these times are. You will.
Try to cure yourself. Shop around. Beg, borrow, and steal. Exhaust every possibility until none are left. And when hope has been whittled down to the very marrow of despair, that's when you'll come knocking on my door. Hope. Such a tease.
Mm-hmm.
I'll rip out your mocking tongue.
Yes, the tongue. Yet another piece of pleasurable anatomy you'll soon have to do without. All those pretty little symptoms, sundering skin, dissolving guts, they haven't manifested yet, have they? One might say you're a paragon of luck. I'll be there when it runs out.
My food!
Oh my god.
Mm.
Okay, that was weird. Wait, I kind of want to fight him. Wait, I just got items.
Ooh, Templar items?
No, I got food.
Oh.
I got bread, apple, and wine. I actually got to keep the food.
Out of sight, out of mind. Swift as my feet can carry me.
I don't think there'll be any more trouble between Lae'zel
I think
and
we sleep
if
easier now.
You were wondering. We can all sleep easier now. You have an interesting definition of friendly.
But yes.
But yes.
These infinite
Oh
powers are
my
developing.
god, Lily, give it up, please. This is sad.
Shut the fuck up.
Or perhaps tentacle before long. We know where they're coming from. I never expected ceramorphosis to be tempting. I think we should resist these powers.
Oh, that's a little
Wait,
too
there's
late.
another question, exclamation mark. Why?
It's been known to happen. Everything, potentially. There is scarcely a greater way to fully dedicate yourself to Lady Shah, save perhaps if you become a Dark Justiciar
Justicar
is
is
to
becoming
become
the
the
Night
Night
Singer's
Singer's
sword arm?
Her implement with which she will
Oh.
cast down. It's all I ever want. But Mother, forbid me from seeking to prove myself.
So I was not ready.
Not my mother, I should
The,
add.
the Mother Superior, the,
Mother
head
Superior.
of Shar's Enclave.
Sometimes I wonder if she would ever deem me ready. I owe her everything, and I only wish to serve, yet she can prove inscrutable.
Fine. What's on your mind? You're not the kind of company I'd keep willingly.
But all things you'll do.
I haven't forgotten that you saved my life aboard the
Ah, I got her.
Perhaps I'll be able to return the favor.
Okay. People are just all rizzing other people, man. How are you guys doing?
Lily is attempting to get it in with the goat.
Listen, guys. I don't want to say I'm desperate.
You'll have to let me out of my pact willingly.
Mm-hmm.
The only way out is if I can out-bargain her. We're standing here with
I'm gonna
nothing
talk to everyone and see who likes me.
You're pathetic. Have some standards.
That's good.
All right, we're going to bed.
Okay,
Stop
fine,
rizzing.
fine. Okay, fine. I just want to talk to him and make friends, okay?
No more rizzing.
Okay.
Try to get out. Try to get out.
I kind of like these night cutscenes.
Where we're naked?
Oh, never mind.
Click on your bedroll to leave.
Oh, what's going on?
I just left. I'm assuming we're
loading screen.
Yeah, we're in the next area.
Oh, a new zone.
Exciting.
Oh, we're finally beginning like new stuff.
We're beginning the Baldur's.
We're going
quest.
to Baldur's Gate.
Like the name of the game, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm sad I couldn't raise anyone.
I'm sad we killed half the people in the game. Okay.
And whose fault was that, huh?
Just saying, all of our traitor deaths have not been my fault.
Why must we turn into murder hobos? I wanted to
Wait,
be
can we
a
not go
good
back
guy.
anymore? Or we can still go back if we want to, right?
Yeah, I'm sure we can. Let's go.
It's too late for those people. We must
Oh.
go.
Sigil.
Nice.
Ooh, what's this way?
Well, I'm glad we have learned from our previous lesson where one of us just runs forward.
I'm following Frank.
Okay, I'll go this way. I'll go this way.
Okay, yeah, follow me. Let Frank go in.
Ooh, a plaque. Ooh, a traitor.
Oh.
Oh.
A friendly face. Oh, you are a sweet, sweet blessing, my dear. You know, I've had nothing but trouble all day.
Ooh, I kind of like her voice acting.
Chased, insulted.
Yeah, she seems like a sweet mom.
Do you see that wretched little hive?
Oh, I have a monk thing.
They have the audacity to call that hole a creche, as if it weren't actually a murderous training camp.
Oh, we're going to the Monklands?
I was doing them a
The creche.
favor offering to buy one of their eggs. And how am I repaid? Attacked and run off like some transient.
Try to ban one of the children?
No, of course not. I was merely... Well... Look, it's just an egg. The Society of Brilliance asked me to acquire one of their roe so they can incubate it and once it hatches,
What?
raise the spawn in their tradition. The Society
That's really weird.
believes a Githyanki raised in a peaceful, nurturing environment can overcome...
Isn't that fucked up? Oh.
Hogwash, of course. A Githyanki can no more rise above its nature than no...
Wait, she's racist.
We gotta kill her.
You've been sipping from the same goblet as the Society. They may have chased me away. And once... You'll be well compensated, of course. Just bring me an egg.
Do we want to do this?
Ooh, payment up front. Payment up front. 21. Guidance, give guidance.
Give guidance.
You need...
You can do it. You can do it.
There's no way.
Aww.
Kill her. Kill her now.
I'm afraid that's not how it works.
I'm down to kill her. I'm down to kill her. She tried to kill the egg. Take the eggs.
Oh wait, I think she's gonna let me try as well.
Oh, can you skip
bless
all
me?
this?
Can you give me guidance?
Oh, yeah.
Just out of
You have it.
Oh, I can pickpocket her.
All right, I'm going in. Give me payment up front.
Jesus.
Oh,
rolls
you
are
are
pretty
good.
high.
You're good. You're good. Let's go.
Oh.
Wait. Wait.
Oh!
We should rob her and leave.
Very well.
Wait, how much money do I have set?
260? Oh, that's not that much.
I'm just
Are you
like,
gonna split it with everyone?
if you pickpocket her, you can literally see we can steal her opportunity and then deliver the egg without her. And look at all her stuff. It's so good.
What?
Okay, all right.
I don't understand. I'm a paladin. I can't do that.
All right, I turned on non-lethal damage.
Oh god, I can't look.
All right. On the count of 3. All right, everyone ready?
Like, why is everyone buffing themselves right now?
1, 2, 3, go!
Oh.
Knocked out, nice.
Oh damn.
Oh man.
Oh damn, she has some good shit.
X30 plus 2?
That was so
Yo, I
good.
want that. Oh wait, that's good for you, right, Scar?
Yes.
Your dex.
And also
Yeah,
the
you
gloves
got
are
it.
like ridiculous for
I'm
me.
a good person. I'm a good person.
Yeah.
I'm gonna pick up
I
these
can't-
gloves. I'm gonna pick up this as well. Oh, Frank could use this. Ooh.
Cacophony. Thunderous Smite. I like my pike though.
Wait, can you use what?
Sorry, I thought you didn't want to partake, Mr. Paladin.
Oh, yeah, I don't. All right, I'm
Oh
just
my
gonna
god,
keep going.
wait, this is perfect for a paladin. It deals so much extra damage.
Oh, I'm just gonna keep going. There's a cable car here. I'm gonna go in. Anyone want to come with me?
She's alive, right? We didn't kill her. We just
Does
knocked her out.
unarmed means just my fists?
You guys can
Or
grab
can
the
I
rest
do
of
like
them
is
if you want.
unarmed technically like unarmed but like with my
Frank, don't go too far ahead.
I'm literally like as far away as I possibly could be.
I swear to God, if you trigger a cool cutscene without us, I'm gonna lose it.
All right, I'll come back. I'm coming back. Come to the elevator.
Come. Scar.
I'm on my way. So it's just fists? But like that makes it worse
Oh, I
though,
see
right?
the crash.
If not over, then through.
Because like, my quarterstaff is better for now. Because I have so much random. But maybe I'll save
Oh
it
my
for later.
god! You look sick.
Yeah, that's a nice breastplate. Clothing with 2+2 death.
Wait. Frank. Look at the amulet Aura picked up.
The amulet that Aura picked up? The amulet of lost voices?
The blue one.
The amulet of lost voices?
The wound closure.
Oh. When downed, automatically stabilize at the start of the turn. Oh, potent healing. Oh my god.
Oh, you can take it.
No. As a paladin, those were taken unjustly. I don't know if you can handle that.
Oh.
Oh. That's a good point. I really shouldn't. You can have it back.
But they were so happened to be in your inventory. Then.
Kobolds.
Tell you what. I'll be right back. I'll join you guys in 30 seconds. Don't do anything too exciting without me.
Wait, so how good are these gloves? They're not that good, right? Like, how much is 1 to 4 damage? Seems like a lot of.
Are you
fucking
using
damage.
cacophony or gold wormling staff?
Oh. Do you want the gold wormling?
I want either one.
Ooh, take the gold wormling. It has a default fireball that you can use without spells.
Keeps taking all the staffs.
I forgot you used stuff.
You just keep taking the staffs, dude.
It just happens.
Guys, do you think he's going back to have his way with the body like Stick Freak he is?
Mm-hmm.
Disgusting.
Ooh, Shrock. Take my old armor. The Blood Guzzler garb.
Blood Guzzler. You gain Wrath. What's Wrath?
When you hover it, it's like you get +1 to oh, it's melee weapon. Wait, you can't use that. Oh no.
I'll take it. Actually, I like better in the robe.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Actually, can you throw this glaive? Do you want this glaive? I don't need it.
Does it have the throne component?
Oh, it does not.
All I need is more items that buff my throws. Oh no, I can't believe walking forward triggered a cutscene.
I am so sorry.
Who could have seen this?
All right.
That's enough.
Mortimus.
On your feet.
I healed her and gave her some money for the amulet. I believe I am just in taking it now.
Oh.
Weapon your friend was
Yes, take it from her inventory. You got it.
shit about it.
I'm a good person.
Hey, Frank, get over here. I'm sorry.
Yo, these guys are about to murder an old lady. Ooh.
Wait, let me do it. I can persuade them.
No, she's dead.
Anyone want to join her?
Let Frank do this, coach.
Are we helping
Okay,
the bad
go
guys?
front. Thank God it was nothing. Whew.
Wait. Oh no.
Okay, does she have any loot
All right, who
though?
immediately took all her gold?
Man, you guys are so fast.
There's roots on the left here.
Ooh, roots.
Locked.
Ooh, roots.
You can climb on the roof here.
Uncertainty. Your curiosity is getting the better of you. Your curiosity is getting the better of you. Do not let it. Stay away. They're hunting you. They want the artifact. They're hunting you. They want the artifact.
You guys also hear those voices, right?
They'll stop at nothing to take it from you.
Damn.
Oh.
Not sure where we're supposed to go here. Guess we can explore a little bit. Can we jump here? Is there... What was this? Breakable? Oh! Oh, the roots are here. I see it. We can climb even higher.
Something over here.
Oh, you find something?
Oh, it goes
We're
in.
under-
But do we want to go in?
Wait, are we not at the rooftop together?
I'll go.
I
With
found
on
a
the rooftop
separate
right now.
I'll go
area.
with Frank.
So do you go
there's
back
enemies
down?
here.
Where are we go? Why are we so separated?
Yeah, what's the call here?
Can we stick together?
Yeah, I mean, it's just which one do we want to do? Where are you guys? Oh.
We're coming to you.
Alright.
Ow.
They're really weak.
Fucking chill.
I'm not
Oh, the
saying we could
kobolds?
slaughter them. but if
Careful.
they were to-
Careful.
I'm not
They're
saying we
all
could slaughter
covered
them,
in
but,
they're all covered in fire wine.
Wait, careful. This one right here. This one right here. Like right here.
Oh, you humans and you're taking a long time. Look,
Co-
there's one way to
kobolds?
deal with this.
Why are you holding? Uh-oh.
Ice cream!
No.
Oh man.
Oh, I didn't do anything.
Oh my god.
That's a lot. That's a lot.
man.
Wait, they're surprised.
You see those fire barrels?
Yeah.
Pop them open.
Okay. Wait, but I'm gonna get hit.
Oh, pop them open with fire.
Is the
I can
static
just
back?
destroy them.
It won't ignite because it's a barrel.
I'm gonna just hit him.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
What is going on here? Like, why are we? Why are there even kobolds here in the first place?
Oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man. That's a lot of fire. Oh god,
Oh my god, you shoved him to his death.
Ooh, we back to toes. Mr. Trog.
Wait, why are we killing all these kobolds?
They were drinking.
And they attacked us first.
That's true
Yeah.
that they attacked us. Wait,
did
Shrug
they?
attacked them first. Wait, Shrug threw a bomb at them.
No, we're the
Rock
heroes.
angry.
How do I get there?
I'm a hero. Die.
I can't get there.
This is great XP though. We're gonna hit level 6 soon.
Ooh, flight.
Grimishka. What the hell is a Grimishka? There's Grimishkas above us. Wait, this is just where we came from. If you look outside.
Yeah. But
Sorry. Where are the last two?
Oh, these guys do nothing.
Yeah, kobolds are small and pathetic creatures.
They killed my parents.
Did they?
Oh,
How did your parents die to this?
Parents
Oh,
suck.
What?
Ooh, we leveled up.
Oh.
Wait, I'm not leveled up.
Wait, I'm not leveled up.
Oh, we are like one encounter away.
Okay, I'm gonna go look for cobalt. Sorry, bye.
Additional recharge. Or I can multi-class into being a wizard.
Wonder if the gods are watching.
Come on, I need EXP. Give me EXP. Where's EXP? God damn it, nothing here.
I can't concentrate because of rage.
Actually.
You can give me enhanced sleep and long strider.
Wait, where? Oh.
She's interviewing dead corpses again.
Moonrise Towers.
Wait, that's where we want to go.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going back on the roof. My leg.
Damn. Interesting.
XP is separate from your group. Oh, really? Why am I so slow? Am I encumbered? Oh, I am encumbered. How?
This is where we came from. Oh, this is where we came from.
Oh, I have like
No sense of
60
direction.
fucking knives.
Where are we going, Mortimus?
Up to the
How do I-
rooftop. We
Oh, I
must
guess
kill
I
these
can't.
4 things.
Eagles. Can anyone here talk to animals?
I don't know where you guys are.
We were on the roof.
Okay. I'm on my way.
Oh, there's so many eagles.
I'm gonna walk in.
Don't we need to go this way for the...
Surely we're not approaching the eagles without our druid who can speak to animals.
I'm waiting.
I'm climbing up. Here?
Well, I'll go talk to him.
Here. Do you want to talk to him?
I can't speak
do
with
it to you?
animals.
Oh, make me speak. I'm charismatic. Strong.
I can't.
Speak
Oh,
with
I can only do
animals
it to
itself.
myself. Oh, just kidding. Haha.
All right, then you lead.
All right.
Up here. Up here, Aura.
Where?
Oh, wait. Hang on. Allow me to speak with animals. I didn't realize I could.
Oh yeah, you do it then.
Oh.
Intruder! In my nest! This area was meant to be safe! Savior, get behind Mummy!
I'm just interested in the big device. I promise to not meddle with the nest. Guidance, thank you.
Yep.
Holy crap, my
15's a
rolls
little
are
hard.
insane here.
Oh.
Wait, roll a four, roll a four. Oh, it
No,
doesn't
we're
matter.
good. We're good. We're good.
It doesn't matter, yeah.
Oh.
Wow. There's some level of persuasion.
Savior! Savior! Don't talk to it! It might have germs.
Eh.
Yay! We can. Thank God.
Ceremonial Warhammer.
Don't.
What?
Don't touch that. Don't touch that. Don't touch that.
What just happened?
Wonder who picked that up.
What happened?
It was not Mortimus.
Okay, if you look where the big bird is, there's two people there. So why, instead of blaming or avoiding responsibility, you guys can just acknowledge who did that?
Well, it wasn't me.
Well, it wasn't me.
Mortimus is suspect.
I was talking to the birds.
Wonder who
Alright,
picked
Lily,
up
you?
the ceremonial warhammer on the ground.
Wait, how did it trigger? I don't understand. I wanted to talk to the bird. Like this bird.
Did you click on the bird or did you click on the warhammer on the ground?
I didn't even see the warhammer. Where is it?
Let me.
Where is the warhammer? Oh, no. I'm pretty sure I clicked on the bird.
Wow. I guess the bird just got pissed off by itself then.
I swear, guys.
I guess I'm just enraging now. I guess I just have to throw this weapon into this poor bird's back.
Oh god!
Guess I gotta do that
Wait, how did
again.
you do so much damage with that?
Cause I'm fucking angry. There, I killed a child.
Oh my god, I'm really sorry about this.
We have one shot to kill it before reinforcement. It's just the mom and her son Xavier.
Oh.
I'm sorry.
She said, "Get behind Mummy," and what did we do?
Death won't take me yet.
Death will take me. Oh, I got entangled again.
Holy bird!
Oh, I leveled up! Yay!
Oh,
Rock
I
is
did not
becoming
level.
bitter and angry.
Ooh, a ceremonial warhammer.
Something good here.
Rock is tired of.
Oh my God, I can turn into an owl bear.
Oh!
And a panther that can prowl around invisibly. Oh, that's sick.
There's a Holy Lance Helm. Smite the graceless. Creatures who miss their attack rolls against the wearer must make a dexterity throw. Take 1 to 4 radiant damage. Meh.
Honestly, she probably had to die. It is what it is, you know?
It was a ego.
Didn't get enough any new spells. But I can turn into an owlbear, which is sick.
I'm gonna feather fall. It's a big jump.
Where are we going?
Wait, a ceremonial battle axe. You guys see that?
Oh, wait, someone pinged. Oh, what the?
There's a ceremonial battle axe in there. How do you get there?
Where do you jump? Where are you?
Oh, there's a skeleton. Can you guys figure out how to get through all of that? There must be a way around.
There's an enchanted door here.
Oh, yeah. Permanent Guardian of Faith. Let's get in here. Examine. It is weak to slashing and force and fire. Permanent Guardian of
Can I
Faith.
fireball it?
Okay, back it up.
I can lock it.
Oh.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I have advantage? Oh my god.
Why do you have advantage?
Because the cat's grace has advantage of dexterity checks.
Oh, nice. Open sesame.
I lost with advantage. Oh no, I'm good.
Yeah, you succeeded.
Ooh.
Open sesame.
Huh?
A bed? Get out of here, bed.
Wait.
Wait.
What the heck is this?
Go in.
Break
Go
the
in.
bed.
Shall we go in?
There's a bed.
Okay, don't fight this guy yet, though.
What the hell?
Anyone else want to help me hit this? Thank you. All right. Careful.
Should I talk to him? I'm a paladin. Surely we can relate. He'll love me.
I don't think he wants to talk.
Go in a circle.
Well, wait. That's the thing he's guarding. We have a ceremonial warhammer, right? And this is the ceremonial battle axe. And he's guarding this one. All right, who wants to grab it?
I'm just gonna talk to him.
Oh, you can talk to him.
Oh wait, we can't talk to him.
Yeah, we can.
Okay,
I think we should kill him.
Do you see the bottom? No, you see the loot? As soon as you touch this, we go.
Yeah, I don't think he'll be happy with us taking his battle axe.
I can't talk to him. Should I just grab the axe and see what happens?
Yeah, maybe he'll say something.
Yeah, maybe bless us right here. Grab the axe.
All right.
This is easy. He only has 60 health.
Bless.
Alright. Level 7.
I'm gonna grab the axe and we'll see what happens.
Yeah, see what happens.
All right, grabbing the axe.
Oh.
Yep.
Oh, I mean, a fight? That's fine.
All you had to do was give us the fucking axe. Fuck you.
Oh.
Huh? Was it worth it, huh? Was it worth it?
Nice. We're the good
Wait,
guys.
that guy was pathetic.
Yeah, he was not that strong.
That's what was guarding this? Okay, wait. We should just... Dude, it's probably like Exodia.
Oh, who has the other ceremonial item?
I have the other one from the birds.
Combine the 5 pieces to summon the forbidden one.
Oh, wait, a ceremonial sword.
Where?
Where?
Over here, inside.
Oh.
But careful,
Alright, let Frank
something
lead.
bad might happen.
I'm sure that something bad's gonna happen. Wait, so I'm gonna click on this. I'm going in.
If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine.
The monastery's notable Lathendarian monasteries of this size were usually overseen by Dawn Masters, esteemed members of the clergy. The reconsecration of the monastery, conducted by Dawn Master Seed. Evensong before the Zenith Day, Dawn Master Vasai, Dawn Master
You guys all got that? Let's give it a test.
Yeah. Dawn Master
There's an old key here I just picked up that's orange.
Dawn Master Welkin glory.
Shall I grab the sword and see what happens?
Grab it.
All right,
Yeah,
grabbing.
sure. Uh-oh.
The
Oh, I have an
weapon
extra spell
stopped
slot.
glowing.
What does that mean?
Dawnmaster Seed.
You have the sword, the battle axe, and...
Oh, you place it on the things right here. The three. Put the sword back here. Put the sword back. Put the sword back.
Dawnmaster Stockhold.
So each of them used a specific weapon?
It'll glow, I think. So you just have to drop it. On top of it.
You can just click and drag it. Yeah.
Oh,
okay.
oh, yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
so if
yeah,
it's
yeah.
light, that means it's...
The cog, I don't know who that is. Alright, which is it? Oh, okay, good. You got the right one. You got the right one.
Wait, is it right or will it always just light up?
we missed one.
Okay, let me test this theory. I'm gonna throw this one over there. What?
What just happened?
It flew back at me?
What the hell just happened to you? Try it again.
Wait, that's weird. Why did it fly back? I don't want to throw it anymore. Where's the warhammer?
It's like on the ground. It's hard to see. Okay, I got it.
Oh, I see it.
Oh, I picked it up. No, the thing is, we're missing one. You see, there's 4.
Yeah, we gotta find one more.
Ooh, we should go get it.
Wait, where did the ceremonial thing? Where did I pick it up?
Yeah.
On
Where have we not checked yet?
Let's go get it.
Walking glory.
Dawnmaster Welkin glory.
Okay, one more ceremony.
Here.
Oh.
Hey, you found it?
There's people here. There's people in this door.
It's Grimishkas.
Ooh, wait, can we just talk to it?
Grimishkas are cats.
We're
Yeah.
gonna kill cats?
Level 1 cats with 16 health.
That's not. No, wait. Oh, man.
I'm a
We have to
paladin. I
kill them?
can't.
Well,
Damn, that's
Grimishkas are vicious products of spells gone wrong. These cat-like creatures delight in tormenting magic users, relishing in the unstable effect magic has on them.
Wait, it's fucked up. Let's kill them.
Well, I guess we have to kill them. We have no choice.
Oh my god, they're coming in like a squad. They're rolling up. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Maneuver.
Wait.
Wait, I want to
it's
AoE
not
so
him.
bad.
Hey, stand still,
Wait,
more.
wait. Let's talk about this.
More?
Do it.
Should I do it?
Do it.
I can get all of them.
More will be fine.
Can I try?
Yeah, hit them all,
More
hit
will
them all.
be fine. Oh.
Oh, you're fine. You're fine.
Yeah, you're fine. Just hold. Oops, still.
More.
What can I throw?
I can't heal him? Oh. Wait, I can't. It's so weird. Let me go front. Why
Hold
can't I heal
perfectly
Mortimus? Oh, there it
still.
is.
Oh my god. Wait, they barely took any damage.
Oh no.
Please.
Help him. He's in trouble. God damn, you're murdering this cat.
Sorry.
Goodbye. Oh. It hits me?
Oh, I see. They have magic allergy. Don't worry, Mord.
Can I? Can I have a heal?
Oh.
He's fucking dead.
I didn't heal him in time. Sorry, I was eating food.
I am
My
so
bad.
sorry. Oh my god, I feel really bad.
All right, rock, paper, scissors. Who's going back?
Okay, well, I don't have the money.
I'll go back.
Take
I got a scroll of revive. Wait, how much is a scroll worth?
You should always
100.
use the scroll.
Alright,
Just
I'm gonna
pop the scroll.
Yeah, I'll use a scroll. We got quite a lot.
Where is this last ceremonial weapon?
Yay! You're
Do the cats have any loot?
back.
Can I get a heal?
Here you go. Wait, I can.
Thank you.
I need another one. I'll give you another one. Hold on.
What's
oh
this?
wow, my heals suck.
Oh, this just goes outside.
I just rolled low. Yeah, sorry I electrocuted you. Friends?
Happens. It happens. It's all good.
There's an iron gate here.
Yeah, I need to bludgeon it, I think.
But all you get is a book, and I don't like to read. So. Alright, I'm gonna keep looking for this last ceremonial weapon.
Did we go out here? Yeah. No.
That's just where I came from.
Where is it?
Alright, everybody, split up and look for... Wait, Shrock has a level up, and Mortimus.
Oh, let me go look.
Yeah, I'm gonna save until I know how to make my throwing build even stronger.
Oh, what is
Alright,
that?
are we splitting up and looking for clues?
Yeah. Split up, gang.
And if you get in a fight, just solo the fight.
Oh, it counts as magic for over. Wait.
I hear someone crying.
Someone crying?
Your unarmed attacks
Sorry,
deal
that's
3
me.
this.
Oh.
Your strikes interrupt the key flow. What?
Upstairs.
What? I just deal like an extra 50 damage? Oh my god.
Is that it?
Wait, I choose one of those? What did I choose? Which one did I choose?
No. He's just T-posing.
Go to passive.
Who's T-posing?
The
Where
people,
am I
the
passive?
guardian we beat already. He's just standing there T-posing. All right, see you later.
Oh, it's toggleable passives? How do I toggle it? Below the where? Here? Oh, this.
Rusty mace.
Does that mean? Okay. Does that mean it works with? I need to hit something. Hold on. Like anything. Except the monk pendant. My gloves are actually good. Yeah. But that means I take off my weapon now. Is that how it works?
I'm not sure where I'm supposed to go.
Does my slow fall not activate? Can you slow fall me?
What?
Oh, I think we go through here. But I need a slow fall.
Wait, where are you looking at?
Do you see below us? There's a door. Like literally a door. Okay, can I get a heal from you and I'll jump down and die?
Wait, where's Shrock? We can just get a...
Shrock, please.
How big of a jump are you guys doing?
Oh, it's not that big, but it's like we're still taking 12.
Wait, I can just walk down. I'm just gonna walk down.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, I'm gonna walk out too. What? Oh, I didn't even. Oh. Wait, this
Oh,
is
I
where,
didn't see that.
This is where you went to go from the beginning, and we said no.
Locked.
Within the artifact of stairs.
Wait, you got it?
Uncertainty.
No.
Your curiosity is getting the better of you. Do not let it.
Did anybody find a ceremonial item?
Mm-mm.
I feel like we've searched this entire place.
They want the artifact. They'll stop at nothing to take it from you.
Wait, the
Yeah,
Githyanki hit
yeah.
us. Wait, I'm like confused. I feel like we searched everything. The other ones were like really obvious.
I go here. Oh, I can go here. Whee! Oh. This looks
280
new.
XP. Oh. You find something?
This looks very new. Oh. There's a dirt mound here.
Oh, dirt mound?
Yeah, but I'm a bird
So wait,
right now.
do monks
flying around?
do my abilities work for
Holy blood of-
my thing or not?
What are you? Oh, there was kobold in there?
Yeah, there was someone in there. What the
Let's
hell?
go.
I'm so confused. I wanna. New one's only for unarmed, so do I take out? I feel like I lose so much damage though. But like I have these gloves that are 1 to 4 fire
Where do you
damage,
go
so I
deep?
add like
Lily, can you come to this front
a
door? and
lot of
unlock it?
damage, right?
Oh yeah, probably. I'll go.
Jump and test. How do you test?
Oh, I see.
Someone in my chat told me the location, and it's somewhere where we would never have gone. Should I just tell you guys?
I can't open this.
Hit the lever, Kronk.
There's a lever?
Is getting the better of you.
Haha, I knew that.
Oh.
So
Hello.
it's 9. Is it 9 to
away
19?
from the Githyanki.
Then I take it off.
New place.
They want the artifact.
Oh,
They'll stop at nothing to take it.
it's better.
Count of the step damage of the crash.
By
elect.
1 top end damage. That's so funny. My hit chance is worse.
Shard.
But I get to play the master of the
I have to
fist.
wake up at 10 a.m.
Yeah, I have to wake up earlier than that.
Oh,
It's not a competition.
I'm going with him, so I have to wake up at.
Okay, guys, can we just find the last ceremony item?
Okay, yeah.
And then
find
we
the
call
last
it a
one.
night.
I like that.
Wait, you have to wake up at 10? I had to wake up at 1 and I was already getting concerned.
I have to wake up at 8:30.
For what?
I have something at 9 something. Yeah, that's okay.
There's a gate here. Maybe if we unlock this gate.
Where are you guys?
No.
And borrow that ceremonial wall for just.
What the frick is the ceremonial thing?
I found a hidden passage. If you never hear from me again, you know what happened.
Where is my character?
Oh, there's a monastery basement here. Do I open it?
Where are you?
Ooh, come. There's a new place here. There's people here too.
Where is
But the ceremonial weapon.
Huh? Where's the weapon?
Like, did you find it? Wait, I want to explore this.
You have to wake up at 8:30 a.m.
I want to look at the monastery basement right now.
But the weapon.
Is anyone coming?
We're looking for the weapon.
It could be in
I
here.
found an interesting hidden passage, but there's a lot of enemies, so I'm gonna back off.
Well, I mean, I
can do it later.
I would go with you guys, but I don't know where you guys are.
Madge.
Let me go look at the map.
Front door.
Oh.
And then you go past the statue.
So
Wait, are we still looking for the weapon?
Well, Lily's yelling at us to go to the basement. And then she said Madge.
How do I get to her?
Front
Go
door.
to the front door. Go to the front door.
Okay, I have to go around. Oh.
Arskel Stockhold, Dawnmaster. From death, life.
Is radiant damage or psychic damage usually better? Ooh, I'm here.
There's stairs on the right.
Wait, I think I found it.
What? Damn it.
I dug up a grave and it says it had a rusty mace and a note about a ceremonial mace.
Wait, is this? Wait, it's not ceremonial.
I don't know if we can like clean it, or maybe like I just like turn this in.
Yeah, just try throwing it on.
Yeah, I'm just gonna turn it on.
A rusty mace?
Well, I found a grave and it had a rusty mace in it with a note that said, Lord Stockholm buried with his ceremonial mace.
Oh, that must be it then. Damn it! I wanted to explore the basement.
I guess we go
Okay,
up.
statue just talked to me.
Let's
can we
meet
go
at the very
after?
top. Yeah.
I really want to know what's in the basement.
After we go to bed.
Oh, I'm going to bed starving. It's like...
Okay.
Do you remember where it was?
Follow me.
You go up the knots?
Wait, Toast, is there a reason why you're not leveling up?
Yeah, I want to research on how to make a Sterling Barbarian.
I see.
I think I'm one unarmed thing away from being like actually pretty good.
Wait. Oh.
Why?
Where am I?
Where did you?
This place is so confusing.
Wait.
Did a bird just climb the...
Oh, you should see the other animals do stuff. It's funny.
I just saw a bird climb the vines.
The bear climbing is really funny.
Wait, we went too high.
No, we jumped down, remember?
Oh, you jumped out from here?
Right up here. Here you jump here.
Where? Oh. I just saw a bird jump down.
You jump here.
Rusty short sword. Wait, now I'm paranoid. I think every single rusty item could be the ceremonial item.
Well, we have the other three.
Oh, that was so far.
Oh, the third one is on the floor.
It's so loud here. Anyone else?
Yeah. Oh, that is not the right one. I think. May we get a heal before this, in case something stupid jumps at us? May I get a heal?
Want to do short rest?
Wait a second. I don't feel like this rusty mace will work.
Oh! Dude, this
I was
one.
lighting up. Alright, Put on the rusty mace.
Should we heal?
Yeah, I'll heal us.
Oh!
It worked, it worked.
It worked.
It opened a pouch over here. Don't grab what's in the pouch. Let everyone see.
It's so.
It's really loud.
It's so loud.
A Dawn Master's crest with a note. Just right click and read it. The next Dawn Master. I think we'll go around, but the blood is secure.
My ears. Okay, is that all?
Alright. You can sell it for $220?
No, it's for something else. It has to be for something good.
Alright, I got it. Find the blood of Lathander. So this is used to find the blood of Lathander, but who is Lathander?
Wait, I don't even see that quest.
God, I was so loud.
Press J. You don't see it? Get Yankee Crush. Find the blood of Lathander.
Oh, I see it.
Alright, we gotta go to the basement. After we sleep, because we're waking up in 5 hours.
Oh, we're not going to the basement today?
Okay, fine. We can peek our head into the basement.
Let's peek. Let's just take a peek too.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna actually do anything, you know. Just take a peek, you know.
Whee!
Woo! I'm gonna dip my toes in and then that's it.
Oh god, it's a bunch of Get Yankees.
Wait, that sounds kind of racist when you say it like that.
Fucking Get Yankees.
Okay, I'm charismatic. I'll talk to him.
Yeah, you.
But just in case, I'm gonna bless everyone.
Don't want to draw any attention.
Okay. All right. Let me walk in. Trust me, I'm confident.
Okay.
Sentries to arms! Istik, state your purpose quickly.
Oh, I look fucked up. Oh wait, this is kind of Giga Chad.
Oh.
Yeah.
Let me pass. Fighting me will end badly for you. Oh, I guess I could do that one. No, this one's more in Frank's character. Oh shit.
I cannot give you guidance because I'm a bird.
God damn it!
I
Hey,
forgot.
if I fail by like 2,
I apologize. I am very sorry. You weren't gonna make it anyway.
Actually, guidance is +3 or +4 sometimes too.
Okay, wait. I'm gonna use 1 inspiration.
Go ahead. We have 4. It's fine.
Let me pass. Fighting me will end bad. Let me pass.
One more time. Surely one more time.
No, I'm just gonna continue. I deserve to lose.
Okay.
We have 3 inspiration.
Okay, you're right.
Oh wow, you actually did
Let
it.
me pass.
Oh!
Let me pass.
Nice. Critical
The
success.
sentry considers you for a moment, assessing the risk you pose.
Very
Yup.
well. Perhaps Inquisitor Wawargaz could use the aid of an adventurer.
Well, war gas.
Seek the Inquisitor within. Step lightly, Istik.
Oh, we could have killed our way through again.
We did it. We didn't have to kill anyone.
No
Oh my God.
violence. Woo!
Nice.
I'm not talking. Going first.
What's past these
All
doors?
right, get out of bird form. I might need your blessing or your guidance.
Oh, my audio. Shit.
All right, I'm going in.
I don't.
Oh, we're good. We're good. We're good guys here. Whoa.
Portrait of Vlakith.
This is cool.
That's Vlakith.
Ooh, oh. Waypoint.
What the fuck?
Oh, I think it's like a whole city.
Oh, it is.
I'd heard this plane
Or
was
the Githyanki, the crash elect.
Wait, I'd be curious what Lae'zel has to say, but like, does she kind of like come in and be like my people, and then she gets like free info from everyone?
I imagine
Okay.
so.
Whatever we do, nobody anger these guys. I swear to God, if this goes like the Goblin Camp, we're gonna be here forever.
That's true. Yeah, you're okay.
Yeah, we did it once, we can do it again. Oh god. Oh, this is where you get the Githyanki eggs.
Oh, why don't we bring an egg to her?
No, this is the hatchery. Yeah.
Oh.
Oh, I see a Githyanki egg.
But
But didn't we kill her?
Wait. Guys. These guys sell very rare gear.
Anything that helps with throwing?
Do you need dexterity or strength?
Nah, I'm just strength.
Something sets dexterity to 18. Oh.
Man.
Wait, did you say sets dexterity at 18?
Yes. And
Where are
he
you?
Adds +1 to attack. Do you see where I am? On the right.
Oh, I see you. I'm coming. I have an idea for what I can do with that.
Oh, even the sword is so good. What?
A hatchery. Whoa. Can we short rest?
On your way then.
All right, you talk.
Thank you. I just wanted one wild shape. I want my wild shape back.
Oh,
You
nice.
expect your stat points to lower your dex. Use the gloves and get like a +5. Problem is, would that be worth it
where
though?
are you guys? What the heck?
I would respect his strength. Use the gloves to get +5, and then put everything to strength, and then use Tavern Brawler, so that my fists do more damage. Oh, that would be kind of sick.
Oh no, I can't get there. How did you?
Dex is 19, strength is.
Oh, I see.
Oh, what is this path?
Oh, the thing is, I have Cat's Grace, so it's kind of a waste. This thing is so good. Like, this thing is crazy.
Good.
If any of us were like thieves, there's a really rare knife here that is insane.
Yeah, I know, but like, I use my fists.
Well, none of us use knives, yeah.
Frank, the rogue.
Ooh.
You don't want to be a paladin anymore?
Let's use shields. I don't think so.
I'm getting ideas now that I see these gloves of dexterity.
Oh, I'm getting some ideas. Oh.
Someone triggered something.
I didn't do it. I'm here.
Knew nothing of the astral prism. They were just trying to find
Ooh,
Let's take a look,
can I
Aura.
talk to?
Yeah, I didn't finish looking, but I bought one pair.
Whoa.
There was a boots that was really good for paladin.
A very good short sword and a very good arrow.
Is there a very good shield? Can you look at her and tell me?
I don't see a
He's
shield.
like the top dog.
Well.
Alright, no problem. I'll wait in line.
She remains for now.
Oh, this is the place you need to talk to. I didn't trigger anything, but like a little bit of a cutscene. But that's the guy we need to talk to. Like, I want a lot of wisdom. Does wisdom convert to AC for me? Is that how it works?
Oh my god, what's this, a rating part?
Because it converts you to my passive, right? God, I need a lot of wisdom.
Okay, I'm done.
You don't wear armor? Yeah, I'm not wearing armor. I'm wearing like bullshit, like clothing. Clothing.
Oh. Organ rearranger. Wow.
Isn't this the most insane helmet ever? Like what? Oh, I guess it's heavy armor. Dude, look, these people have adamantium scale mail, which is like, okay, well they can't get crit. They take like less damage. What the heck? And they're like, it's 18 AC. This was 18 AC. All damage reduced by 2. It's fucking crazy. What is momentum?
Hey, hypothetical question.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're at home, and you know you're the only one there. You go to pee. Do you close the door?
No.
No.
No. Guys, we need to go to bed.
Oh, okay.
I'm saving.
Can we play tomorrow night?
No, I got a thing tomorrow.
Yeah.
At night?
Oh.
Yeah.
Probably, yeah.
Oh.
Wait, when are you leaving?
Morning, the day after tomorrow, so I won't have time.
No, I mean tomorrow, and I meant to toast.
Oh, never mind.
Oh, but that is.
I gotta be there at like 11.
Do I need to be there at 11? I should come with you.
No, you can show up at like 1 if you want.
What are you doing tomorrow at night?
I mean,
Well,
he'll probably
it's
hang out
been a
with his
good
team.
session, guys.
What about like late night?
I can't do this anymore, man. Carlac rejected me. I don't want to play. I'm quitting.
Wait, really?
No Carlac, no toast. You know how it goes.
What about tomorrow late night?
Okay, I'll see. No promises because I have to take the team out to dinner.
After your dinner?
What, dude? Whoa!
I don't know when dinner's gonna end.
Okay, but like after your dinner?
I'm gonna
Like
go and
at
say no.
1 a.m.
Yeah, no.
Dude, we can play. I don't have anything going on Thursday.
Yeah.
Well, I leave Thursday.
Oh,
Oh God, it's in shambles.
I leave early morning Thursday.
No, it's okay. We can replace you. It's not a big deal. We can still keep going.
Oh my God, with Carlac.
Yeah, if we replace her with Carlac, for
I'm gonna be so mad.
Dude, she's gonna come back when fighting like gods and dragons.
you went, wait a second.
Alright, we'll see tomorrow then. Good night, guys.
GG's,
Okay.
everyone.
GG, guys.
GG's.
Good night, everyone.
GG's. Well, guys, thank you so much for tuning in. Fine. Okay, we got to Act 2, I think, or the next area. I started 3 fights where I died. That's a dub. That's a dub. That's better than before. This is still Act 1. Oh, shit, man. All right, well, I am out, guys. I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. Who am I rating? Ooh. Chobo is a streamin'. This game is actually crazy. I lost my eye today. Like, what the heck? All right, I'm out, guys. Have a great night.